Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Unslaved podcast. We are here. We've got Yake back in the show with us today to continue the discussion about the Bock Saga. This appears to be a subject that we're going to have to revisit many times because there's so much to cover. And so we're very happy to have Yoke back. And to be honest, for much of this show, I might be just sitting back and listening to the two of you here because I know both of you have so much to discuss. And Yoke, so happy to have you back once again. Michael, great to see you. Welcome to the Unslaved podcast, gentlemen.
Thank you for having me on again. This is a great opportunity.
Absolutely. And Michael, I'm going to pass this over to you. I think you're muted, man. Let me just fix something here. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's okay. Got it. Good. Yeah, Yake, thanks. Thanks, David. The intro, and Yaki, great to have you back again. We will have you on again because this is so deep. Let's just think of the first two programs really as introductory because it's an ongoing thing. I'll put links below, but the main thing is that just to kick off, if we go to the first slide there, for people to give some context, the Bock Saga is really an insight into the Arctic homeland. Which has been written about, and as I said, I'll put the names of these books and other links below, right? But what you're talking about really, to me, fits contextually in this concept of Ultima Thule, right? For those who say maybe some people haven't heard of the Bock Saga, but they must have heard of Hyperborea and that study, of Polaria, of Arctos, of Atlantis. And that's how we contextualize that. But it's more than contextualizing, isn't it? It's given us far deeper insight. Finally, the door's kicked open, and we have something tangible here. It's not just a vague Nordic mythology or Irish or Aryan mythology. We're really getting steeped in it right now, isn't it? But maybe you could start off by telling us that, speaking of that, and what is your concept of the Ragnarok? That there was three. What we're talking about hasn't got into the normal traditions because there was destructions. Two were terrestrial, and then came the Christians, right? So maybe just start off talking about that it's a Ragnarok is not just a physical event. It's a psychic event in which the people themselves first are threatened to forget, they're slaughtered, and then they want to forget. Maybe have you seen that in Sweden where there's not only just a despiritualization, but almost a cognitive, the fall, in other words, is psychic, right, as well as physical.
Well, it implies, the first Ragnarok actually implies all the people on the planet. But to make it short, it was actually this tilt when the planet tilted over. And you had the desert was created in this scenario because the water was in some manner vaporized up and came down like a cone up on the old North Pole, hell. So can you imagine, you have all those ice coming down during, I think it's 3 months or something like that. It's a relatively quick event where most of the Aser is killed, and the people living up in the closer ringlands up to the north. And the second Ragnarok is when this ice melts and starts to slide. So they had to escape from hell once more because they managed, for the first Ragnarok, a small group of people managed to, survive because this Gulf Stream, there's some kind of, it's just in the fabric of this planet, it seems to, at least that it was before. And they say when the tilt happened, the entire galaxy system changed too. So they had to kind of reamp and redo this astrology, And the third Ragnarok was when they finally stomped out the heathen culture from the north. There's actually written in the wall there in the Vatican that all evil comes from the north.
That's amazing, isn't it?
So,
And
they had to paint it over when this Catherine flipped out and was gonna be resident there. You know, these are big, kind of big story. This flip out queen that we had, she they had to write this over, but this in modern time they found that they had been painting this over.
The story, yeah.
Yeah, that's the sentence that in Latin, of course, that all evil comes from the north.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's where we get this hell idea in the first place. I mean, that alone, like, you know, the opening slide, a little bit of research, that was Jacob Grimm of the Grimm Brothers Grimm. So a great deal of the story has been preserved, you know, in your Tolkien's and your folklores. Amazingly, it hasn't completely gone, but it's gone to the symbolically illiterate person. It's gone to the average dogmatic Christian, right, and all of that. So it's there in plain sight, but it's relatively gone. So again, thanks to, you know, Unslaved and what we're doing here, we can, and thanks to your work of Jim and everybody else, you know, we can dig back into it. And that brings me to that personal note again. If you go to the next slide, David, there. You see, Jim had said something important I noted when I watched back on the program. He said that the language is in your head. He's talking about you, and he had about 3 times, and he said that the language, right? This, because remember, the Vaughn or whatever language it is, it's the sacred language. But just to clarify, did he mean Swedish? Was he talking about you, Jocke, because he's thinking of the Vaughn language as being preserved in Swedish, or what exactly does he mean when he says it was in your head, the actual language?
Well, I have the Swedish language, but this is more like close to the Finsk, Finlandssvenskan it's called. The Finnish Swedish that they speak in this is a kind of Swedish that they have in Finland. This is, they call the root language, which this Finnish language derives from. You know, it's, I talked about David before you came on, that you can, this Finnish language is actually a constructed language based on the root language. And the root language serves like the head of the body, like the governing language. And then you have like the body, you know, everything is like, everything is deriving from what do you call it? Anatomy, you know.
Anatomy, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
but also the relation.
Tree.
Yeah, but also in relation to the stars, you know, they symbolize everything in regards from the human body there. But they also take reference. You can have the same reference, like the pole is actually like the lance, the pole of this planet, but it's also the man's Tor, you know, his penis. So
yeah, we'll get to that
sense,
a little bit later.
You also have like the word army. It's like an arm reaching out, you know. So everything, you know, we can really easily see that it's like different layers, you know. We say you're coming to the end of the ring, then you can step further and further and further, and then you can just go so deep with this. But everything is related to something in nature, so you have to have that. That's like the fundament, the foundation for the logic.
Yeah, and of course, in most of the languages people don't even realize that even Greek, Latin, Egyptian, they're sacred, and they even said that their vowels, Hebrew, you know, was even more sacred. So all the languages are esoteric. There's no question about that. So it can't be just somebody coming along from Finland saying, "Oh, we got a sacred language, a root language." Old High German, all the derivative languages of that language, the root language, are sacred still. Not as much, but they preserve. And then each of these groups, right back to the time of the Phoenicians, were saying that the vowels are kept even separate because those are even more sacred, relating to different sounds. All of these are prototypes right? The Box language, the root language, is the prototype of that. So somebody who's espousing that is not saying anything that other races, other tribes, other nations haven't already said about their languages. So it shouldn't be something too weird for people to get into. But the idea of the sacred tree is fundamental to, right, to the Nordic concept. And then, as you're saying, the body then, is the second version of that, like the human tree with the fibers and the meridians and the nerves and the structure of the body. How brilliant is that? I mean, I can't think of something. And I know Jim's done programs even where he's relating to the different sounds of the root language in terms of the body as well. Isn't that right?
Yeah. But I just have to clarify that in some strange manner, they wanted to preserve this Finnish language because they said that the Finnish language is the key to the paradise. Inside the Finnish language is like encrypted the system of the heathen people. But the root, the Swedish, is more like, it's just the foundation, where you have this fixed structure, where you can see where every sound really means, You really need to have.
So is it like the introduction? Is Swedish like the introduction?
Yeah, that's the first. They also had it in Finland. You speak root.
Very interesting.
But they also speak Finnish. But you have associations in both. And they say when this first Ragnarok happened, everyone on this planet was basically speaking Finnish. But probably in, I don't know if it's sounded like it does today, but that's what the Saga says, that you had one language. Van is like the same word as one. Van, really close, one language for the planet. And that's why you can see this connection in all languages across the planet in different words. Because in the thinking, we have those sounds. The human body can only produce a certain amount of sounds, So this saga, or the technical part here about the sound system, it really tells all the sounds that the human body are capable of pronouncing.
That's right.
So
and the E is the straight line, isn't it? E, we would say it's I, but just for people who are new to this, E, O, right, the ringlands. We'll get into that in a minute, some more investigation as we go today into the etymology. But you're quite right. And I know for sure that people listening to this right now have intuitively agree. Something in their intuition, especially if they've been reading Tolkien and, a little bit interested in Vikings and whatever. I think there's an intuitive, there is in me certainly, being Irish and looking into their mythologies. I have no problem with this at all. And we'll see why, in a minute with some slides. But just talking on the merely intuitive level, it makes a lot of sense for people, even if you're not into anything to do with Arctic homeland or the Atlantis and any of these questions. I don't care. What you're talking about, the letters, the very origin of our alphabet. Yeah, there's something, the letter A, the peak, the mountain, the high place. There's a lot of sense in all of that. Now, if you go to the next slide there, David. Bock. I encourage people to look at our first show, so we don't have to go over a lot of old ground. But Eeyore and Jim and all, they really, what they're showing with the saga is that it clearly indicts Christianity and also modern academia for suppressing not just this mystery tradition, but all the mystery traditions. Obscuring their origins, right? We're really knee deep into that. So anyone who had a little bit of doubt, people like us always accusing, no, is this not the ultimate proof that a great mystery tradition of the Northwest, for all sorts of reasons, completely obscured? This is the story of the Arctic homeland, and it's all in the hands of the elite, because we're not talking about just pure raw suppression. We're talking about appropriation and cannibalization. All the elements we're going to talk about, we have talked about, are in the hands of the desecrators. So it's not just a situation of, who were the Picts? We can't work out who they were. Scotland doesn't know. It's not a story about the Irish. Who was the original Irish who built the stone circles? Every single country has one of these stories to tell, and about that story of the desecration, the moving of stone circles, the taking away of certain rocks, the denial that there's such a thing as ley lines. So when it comes to Finland, it's even a more pure archive, in my opinion, physically closer to the original Arctic homeland, and also spiritually closer, as I said. So what happened, right? You have the thing was already defaced by Snorri and the Prose Edda, right? At that point, it was already defaced, and other interpreters, and then leading down to the Christian era, where they come up with Satan, and they come up with the burning pit. Hell is the burning pit. A little bit of research tells you, no, it's a goddess. They got a goddess called Hell, and then hopefully the door is slightly kicked open. But what's happened up there now at Udin Ma? What's going on? They've tell us about that tilt of the earth and how now it's no longer, the Valhalla is no longer the central area, is it? They've got some sort of center there, or tourist center? What the hell is going on up there?
Well, actually, there was there. So this was preserved. The old, you had a hole in the ice there, but there was no trees. They didn't. In some strange way, this southern part of Finland, they managed to survive, but they had to do. It's a 50 million period they stayed in total isolation, according to this story. And during this time, they had, at the beginning, like one goat and some other animals. But from those, they managed to make like new races of like the cow, the chicken, the cat, and the dog. All these was like man-made animals that could live with people. And other kind of, the trees, they say also they made specifically for burning. They needed a good tree to burn, the pine tree. And there's another tree, I think it's called fir tree, but, we have, in Swedish it's called gran. And it's associated to granite, because it can grow in this granite, because they needed something that could grow just on the rocks, because it's just rocks here. When the ice came, it's like, I can't even imagine how they survived this, but in some strange way they managed to, according to this saga, they stayed in this little hole, like just a very small race, 100 people maybe, I don't know. So they kept it really intact, and they were the pirate, they were the highest family on the planet. So they were higher than the jarls, they were a part of this highest family on the planet. So the white race, I think that's where they get this white supremacy thing maybe from, I don't know, but it's they kept it really intact, they made a good job. Keeping their, and we turned white. Also got blue eyes, from staring into the eyes, and we have those blue eyes, and sometimes you even have some more in Ireland you have a lot of people with orange hair too, and that's really interesting.
The Danes as well have that.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, there's no question that all these mythologies point in one direction, to an Arctic homeland, to a place where the ancestral kingdom, Paradis, right, as Jim was explaining where it is. But also they survive probably because of hierarchy. And so there is criticisms of hierarchy, I'm not denying that. But for everything that is bad, there's also good. And so there's a time when under pressure, a hierarchy, works. And we'll show some slides in a minute from last time about the exact Bock hierarchy. But never forget that there are reasons sometimes for the hierarchy in terms of survival, in terms of a small group like you're talking about needing desperately to hear and obey. And there's something that's okay about that. There's something that is actually okay about that. One could do a whole program on that. But David, if you go to the next slide, please, and bring out a point. Yeah, here we've got Oh my God, this is just, people have to look this up. Here is the proof of the attack on the north that you were speaking about, right? The non parum animus nuster is the period in the 12th century where the church and its allies, and actually one of the allies was the Eastern Church as well. But this is when Christianity and the various popes, isn't it? Could you speak about that? There was actually, the date you sent me is extraordinary. Tell me about that.
I was thinking about this. The attack on Udenma was in the 1150s, but they wanted to keep it like a secret. They didn't want to use Swedish people to do this because they knew that it would live on in the sagas of the Swedish people. So they used the Swiss army in the 1150s. But this is more, this is almost over 20 years later. This is maybe for the common people when they go officially on this crusade, because now they have been taking out like the head family over there. They think at least, but they fled up, But this is a really, this was, in the 1250 they came down again,
But you said there was a September 11th date?
Yeah. That's just I caught that, the same day as the Twin Towers, were attacked.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, this is really interesting. I was really thinking about that one, but I'm not good at this astronomy thing, and I don't keep track on that. But maybe something.
But again, people can look that up. Oh yes, it certainly is. Go to the next slide, David. See a picture of some of the guys that were involved. Yeah, so here is Philip of Swabia. It's an area of Germany, who is the first Holy Roman Emperor. You have Frederick II, right, 1212, a descendant of his, then being the Roman Emperor, and you have Frederick III in 1440. Notice the phallic headgear there.
Yeah.
A close examination of their symbolism. What's that?
The one to the left there, where is that?
That's the first Holy Roman Empire. I think Philip of Swabia, 1198.
What date? 1198. That's really interesting.
Yeah, this is about 100 years after but see, the attacks went on for 200 years, didn't they? Family were fleeing to the north, but there'd been other exoduses from Udenma, right?
Yeah, I was actually a bit wrong. The attack was 1050 on Udenma. 1250 they came back. So it's
right.
Yeah.
It's about a 200-year attack. Very consistent. These guys, the evil doesn't need any conscience, doesn't need any, they don't sit around mulling over and weighing up the pros and cons. It's just burn, pillage, destroy, right?
Well, they wrote that the worst place on the planet is hell, or the worst place you can go to. So, it's, I don't know, Christian people I can see the mindset there, because in the book it's all about conquering. If they don't have God, or they have the justification to go there, like the Muslims now today, they just see this as a land of warfare, in their book.
Yeah, and they even said during this early time that Finland has never had any kings and queens. Lies, blatant lies. I mean, they didn't think that we're going to have scholarship. They didn't think we're going to have a printing press in the 1600s. They ruled anything that was known. What you knew, they said, They give it the stamp of approval. And so Finnish history, the Finns don't even have kings and queens, was denied. I mean, how ludicrous.
That's the interesting part, because there are treasures involved. I'm not going to go into it too much maybe now, but it's those treasures, they hid them. They knew that this was happening, was going to happen closed. Mm. So there's actually places where you can go, where the saga says that here are some, I think they kept like the throne, the Finnish as a golden throne or something, and they kept like all the interior. So they have been digging down all this interior and all associations to the most important relics, so they can, if they find this, if they dig it up, they can actually prove that Finland had a king and queen. So this is really interesting. It's an ongoing thing, a tangible thing, because you can actually do something. It marks, there's an X marks the spots here.
Right. And that's great that can overturn their centuries of lies. Because as Jim said, just looking at those kings, it reminds me of the fact that he had said that the Bock Saga, right, the Bock hierarchy, it died out, right, and by the 11th and 12th century, it was already finished. But when we start getting what we know now as an emperor, right, these are self-appointed lower-level castes, right? So in normal history, because of their editing and lies, we look up to the king and we look up to the emperor as if they are really something special. As a matter of fact, as Jim pointed out, they are a very low. They're the Yarlets and lower, isn't it? The Trilets and lower. Yeah. Yet we're looking up at them as if they're the highest caste. It's really funny. These Oldenburgs and Brandenburgs, Habsburgs, Romanovs, Vasa, whatever you've got, right? We're looking up at them as if they're something special. What a drag. What an amazing turnout.
But just the word ask king. You ask the ask king. You see that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But at the same time, they were appropriating, right, from the Arya and from the Nordic, right, and from the Bock. They became the commanders of the fate of history. The Holy Roman Emperor, for 400 or 500 years. And then even the lesser demigods that came even after that, leading up to now. These are the commanders of the fate of history, not the Bock. So everybody's talking about, they were just goat worshippers, they were hell, they were Satanists. My God, what have you got that's so precious and wonderful afterwards? Here's the real hierarchy of elites that have, as you say, have lived on the land for millions of years and even maybe designed half the stuff we know right from its genetic roots, not to mention the language and all these other traditions of sacred traditions. And we're ruled by, the real devils. I mean, it's absolutely extraordinary that things have got turned around so much. But David, go to the next slide. Get Yanke's comments on this. Yeah, here it is. 2 slides back to back. Let's look at this one first. We had this last time, but I just want, to make sure we've actually got it completely correct. The Ossa is the top of the hierarchy. The Lemminkainen is the 12th son of the 12th son, so to speak. The ancient one, and the Taro. The progenitor, he would represent the E, letter I, right? And various symbols of the phallic, like you just mentioned, the penis and he's the prick, right? He wears the pointed hat, like you see the Hierophant and the Crowley deck. And then under them, which we didn't point, what's that?
Balder in Swedish.
Balder, of course, that's a good point. Lemminkainen. And then, which we didn't articulate too correctly in the last show, but now we have to really nail it, is that from this point of the Ossa, there's really 2 separate families. This has to be grasped. They're related, of course, the Pirouette family and the Rosette. Talk about that for a second, because we kind of overlooked that in the previous show. You can come out of that, David.
Both the Pirouette and the Rosette, those are both Ossa. Everyone on that page that you showed, the Pirouette and the Rosette family, they are both Ossa. And Lemminkainen is one of in the Bock family. He's the 12th son. This Balder, he's the children maker. And he's doing his thing with the rabbis, and maybe we shouldn't go into the system there, but
no.
He becomes Gubbe. He becomes the Allfather later on, and he is gonna assist Ra. So you have both the sun and the moon correlating together in one consort, or one. There's actually one interesting thing when there's a full moon, people could gather in this around Udenma, or the old North Pole, so to speak. There was a tower there called Glenn's Tower, gold-plated tower that would reflect the moonlight, and there people can come and ask questions to Ra, and he would later shout the question up to the old Lemminkainen, the old Balder, when he has completed his family, when he's I think it's when his 12th son, yeah, it is when his 12th son turned 27, he become gubbe.
It's a lunar number.
So it was an open parliament. Everyone could hear the questions to the king there. But this gubbe, meanwhile he was Balder. He could really never leave Udenma. But now when he become gubbe, he can sometimes go. But it was most like incognito. I think it was during Easter. Like now he comes, had to wait.
And he's the origin of Father Christmas. Yeah. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah,
right? He's Santa Claus.
Nicholas.
Saint Michael.
Yes.
And as you say, he cannot leave except when his job is done, so to speak, and he's the senex, what they call in Latin, the old man who can now go a-wandering. He's like a wise fool, right?
But
and I'm fascinated by that character.
He has to be stationed there at some times, of course. But he can now move outside of Udenma. But it was important in the breeding, when you breed. It's like they had to be there for some reason, some spiritual reason.
So when the breeding took place, it was important that the Lemminkäinen was present. He was around as a tutelary figure, yeah.
Yeah, when he breeds in like the spirit. And when he breeds out, yeah. They say that the spirit is in the bracket. So you have the Swedish word for breed is andas. And the word for spirit is ande. So yeah, andas, ande. You see, it's they are associated with each other.
And then I think it's the Latin andro is man.
Oh, you see.
Yeah, like not androgynous, but
Latin is actually like stolen from root. But
yes,
when they name the nature there, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, like androcentric. It means of man, anthropomorphic, and so on. Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely see. This is why this is so important, because this is an archive, like a central canon, and then from that, other people have stolen royally, and I mean that literally royally. They've stolen. Also, Baldur. Baldur can be D-E-R, D-A-R, Baldar, or Baldur. And Dur is druid. It actually means oak, but it also connotes Baal of the Dur, or the oak man. Bel is also, like Bel and Baal, and Baldur, the god or lord of the oaks. So we've got forest symbolism, tree symbolism. What's that?
He makes the race. He
makes the race.
Yeah, he's the All-Father. But you have to study this. As soon as you get past and can understand this offering system, it's getting much easier. I can understand why people have a bad taste when they understand what it is, but it's so much else around this that open up so many, questions.
Well, look at the Egyptian, the king of the Egyptians, the most important god after Ra, and we've already established that Ra comes from the north. The next one down is Osiris. But in Egyptian, his name is Os-Ari. I'm not making this up. It's Os, A-S-A-R-I. Osira. Osira.
I actually
there's
heard
the Finnish connection right there.
Tell that there should be one investigation going. Someone should investigate this Egyptian, mythology or what you call it, through the lens of this saga, because
definitely
I think it could be opening a lot of doors. You saw that ship I sent you. It was a dragon boat. Why is there like a Viking ship in a museum down there in Egypt? And in Thailand, they still use dragon boats.
That's right. Yeah, it's fantastic. I remember those. Yeah. Almost identical. And so this is for people who we'll do it. Well, I'll have the slides at another time when we have you on, of the Thai boats in Thailand. Their function is almost identical to the Viking, exactly. So, to me, the etymology alone connects to Egypt. the green man, with Osiris being painted green and the Horus being the hawk, and you see the hawk at the highest part of Yggdrasil, right? The tree. There's a hawk at the top, or the falcon is at the top, and the falcon is the supreme. And then Ra. I mean, you go no further than the whole concept of Amun-Ra. So we've got that. David, go to that next slide of the hierarchy.
It's a comment. This
So
is
here we
actually
have
the guy that perversed it. The first
Oh, sorry,
Ra
say
there
that
in
again?
Egypt. The first guy who made the Ra to become like a symbol of the sun, that was the guy there in Egypt. They say it's like a fara, a danger, farao. Fara is
So here,
danger in Swedish.
Oh. Okay, so here is the next part of the hierarchy, right? Talk about that. We get our word, the Earl, from the Jarl and the Karlet and the Trelet. So the world's emperors, so-called kings, are really down here on the level of the Trelet. So we don't want to. We went into this deeply in the previous show, but maybe if you want to say why there's three, and of course there's the female aspect here as well, isn't it? Where the females of each caste marry in and breed with the one from above. So if you want to throw in something there, that'll be very helpful.
Well, the hierarchy, they didn't want to have soulless people. Everything was about the soul, and it was a big family, So the Trelet could say, "My father is Carl," and the Carl could say, "My father is Jarl," and the Jarl could say, "My father is the rabbi," and so forth. So in that system, you are very connected together, loyalty, and it's a strong. I can just imagine how strong such a race could be that go with this system, But it's actually coming from the sound system. The Jarl and the Karl is actually two sounds. The G and K. K, J. It's in the alphabet. They come after each other. But this träl, it's called peon in peon. It's like, what else word do you have? Like träl. We say just träl. But you cannot really find that in the sound system, the träl. It's all, most people wear trail. You have Australia. You have you can find a lot of associations.
A troll maybe comes from this, no?
Troll. Tro. No, that's and trollkarl. It's actually one wizard in Swedish.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on it because somebody joining us for the first time may not have seen that, but again, I recommend they go forth and watch the first one. But I think this hierarchy is a special study in and of itself, and the fact that it has also been picked up by the royals. We have people called earls. It's just more proof that the nobility of the world has definitely plagiarized it, picked up on it, scavenged it. We have to bear that in mind, that a great deal of the symbols, black rod, the queen's coronation, the coronets and the chains, and all of these symbols that we take for granted, we're analyzing where they came from. David, if you go to the next one, we have some heraldry, because Jacke has been sending me, folks, so much on the heraldry. His country and other places. This one I don't know exactly where. This is from the north, and where we can focus right now is on the wheel. Of course, Jacke, if you want to say something else about the chevrons or whatever, but the wheel is one we want to focus on because, it's a tricky one, and just some people might think, oh, that's the maritime wheel, but of course it is. But it's in disguise. It's the ring lands, the 10 ring lands, the 7 ring lands, the central Udenma ring land. Here's another appropriated symbol. We pass it by 1,000,000 times when we see it on an inn or a tavern or a corporate logo or a piece of heraldry like this. What the earth is, eagle's one thing, but a ring or a circle is another. Now we know what it is. It's the box. It comes from the whole structure of Udenma and the 10 surrounding ringlands. Give us a little, refresher there, will you, Jacke, please, on that idea of the ringlands.
Well, we have to go back to the paradise time. because if we understand that the human race come from this North Pole, it was a natural thing also to expand out. But they had the mathematics and everything in place from the very beginning. So they actually knew how to populate this, just throughout this sun system. You know, it was the first thing, when he was 7 years old, Frey, he got this in his brain when he started to become masculine. As soon as you get the sperm in your balls, then the masculine language the masculine speak, the thinking. We have, in this story, the man has a different brain. We have than the females, but it was actually the females that was in charge of the future. So they must have been, they were called a hexa. That's a hexagram, Witches, they met at this Blåkulla. Have you heard about this? They meet on a hill that is blue, and I think it has to do with the moon shining. They broom this place clean, swept it clean, with brooms. They gather at this hill, this hexas, and they made a future. They wrote all the stories about Gubbe. They wrote all the poetry, but they they made stories up. So then the men could tell the stories that the females were giving to the men. So, but I think the hexas must have been in charge about how to populate this planet. So they were going with this ringland because they knew that it would fit like a football. Every piece fall in together perfectly. So they must have been knowing about, about the mathematics of this planet, or it's quite amazing if you think about it. But it's like a grid, like ley line. You could say ley lines. I don't know if there's some kind of, some kind of flow. People have been touching on this. Is when you're going a little bit more mystical.
Well, the geometry is obvious. The geometry is the alignment to the true north. The 25, before the 25th shift, 25 degree shift, everything in that area is going to be aligned, obviously, to the central pole, right? The meridian.
Yeah. They at those ringlands, you had of course, a center. They were replicating hell. So they were sending one Aser to be governing head of each ringlands. And slowly they populated. But then after the second Ragnarok, the Swedes or the Danes and all, we started to populate much further down, to confiscate lands, because the southern people started to move up too when the ice was melting off. So they didn't really follow this leyland structure with the newer colonies, so to speak, in the same preciseness.
Sure. Yeah, this is a classic falling off, isn't it? Some symbols are preserved, others are let go. Yeah, that's sad. But of course, if you go back to that slide, David, for a second, we see that the 6 is right there. You can make a hexagram of those of the points on the wheel. So you're quite right. The hexagram, in this sense, would refer to the hex. And that has long been connected to women. Yeah, of course, yeah.
In the middle on the shield, they have 8 points, like the ones, like the orders have, like the German, you can see they have 8 points, 8 tips. And I think that must be a reference to the 8 powers. Must be.
Yeah. Oh, yes, and of course these are Teutonic Knights. Yeah. And just so people aren't confused, one does indict the Catholic Church, but don't forget that there's a group called, and we'll do separate shows on Unslaved about the Teutonic Knights, and those symbols must not be confused. So that there's a Protestant group that scourged the whole of Northern Europe. They're the Teutonic Knights. We have to leave that for another time, but just so people aren't confused, it's not to exonerate the Catholic Church, you know, who are responsible, we just saw that a few minutes ago, of the invasion of the North. But as we moved on into historical times, there was a police force that swept back and forth over the Balkans and the sub-Russian steppes and up into Finland and into Sweden, and then the Teutonic Knights. Again, another area of history that people neglect and do not realize how much they've sequestered. And when you hear it, all I can say for now is what I've said for 20 years. When you heard it was burned, think buried, not burned. Move on. Hey, David, go to the next one, please. But that wheel is devil. And, right, the wheel, the wheel, is again a pun in the etymology, which, as I said, the royal road, comes out to be a synonym, shall we say, of devil, which is the Bock. And here it is in the 15th tarot card of the tarot, but nevertheless, and there's the testes, as you were saying, the sperm, giving rise to the true masculine, not the flaky thing we've got today running around, but the ultimate archetypal version of it. And lo and behold, the tarot refeatures the goat. So tell us about that connection then between the devil and the wheel. How does that come together? That's interesting.
I think that's a perversion, or not a perversion, but it has been. You want to say the wheel?
A corruption.
The wheel is, yeah, it's
corruption.
It's the life wheel. It's the swastika, the wheel.
Life.
The wheel of life.
Oh yeah, the swastika.
In the garden.
Yeah, because
of the altar.
Yeah, Udenma Paradiso, right, is under the dome. So it, like you say, it's heaven meeting earth, right? It's celestial to terrestrial. The idea was to make a homeland that sort of, isn't it, like the ring that replicates the movement of the luminaries above, right?
Exactly. The important thing is why they wanted to keep, they wanted to preserve the soul of the people, you could say. And it was only possible in this hierarchy. I can only see it that way because they wanted to. It was like a gift from the sun that we got the language. And this, if you really think about it, sound is also colors. It's like the sun is actually like a big loudspeaker. And that's how I really got into this thinking from the first place, thinking about the sun like a loudspeaker. And when you see all the stars around, they are mostly like metal and gas. They are more reflective. So they would reflect the sound, I think. I don't know, but it's really interesting here with when you really start thinking about it. How it... But now we're derailed.
No, believe me, one could talk endlessly about that. Go to the next slide, David. There's some more heraldry. You can get comment on that. Here we have the three crowns at the top of the double-headed eagle of the Habsburgs. Again, more appropriated. But you wanted to talk about the cross and the globe, right? It's called the Sovereign's Orb, right? Tell us about that. There it is on the right.
I've been trying to find the origins of this. I can see it really, really early on in the Swedish. This Birger Jarl who founded Stockholm. You can see him as the ruler, but he actually had like a puppet king there, a Christian king, the first king, and he on his coin is holding that with the ball and the cross there on the coin. And he also holds the rod in the other hand. But it's really interesting. It's hearkening back to this idea about the All-Father there standing on top of the North Pole. He's governing, he's really up there, he's in heaven, the Himmel.
Himmel, yeah.
So you can really see how they can. He was also the good. Hin Gode. He was the God. But good means only that you are good. Du är en god människa. You are good people. That's the only meaning that word has in this story. So they were the family of good.
Makes sense. G-U-D, good, and then it means good in our language, the goodly king. And so what you're talking about is the All-Father with his arms spread out, pretty much like they stole with a symbol of Christ in Rio, you know, that sits over the city of Rio, the famous image of Jesus with his hands apart. That's stole, cut and pasted right out of the Finn. And Finn, even as we said last show, is one of the meanings is fine, the fine people, not only fine looking, but fine morally. Yeah, this makes a hell of a lot of sense.
Yes.
Go back briefly to that slide.
Yeah,
because
go
you'll
back
see.
to that. The T or the is actually a symbol of the heart. And you can have a tool friend, a heart friend. Each person was assigned a heart friend. So now the Christians put a dead body on top of this cross. So now you have to like be best pal with a dead guy, symbolically.
Yeah, Corpus
You see?
Christi.
Your best friend is a dead human being. You know, you can't be best friend with a dead person. You know.
Yeah.
So that's
Not a living son. Not a living son, which is there every day.
exactly. If you had problems in your life and so you had your tour friend, you were actually assigned for 3 years. You had a tour friend, and you were touring around with your tour friend, and you exchanged nature gifts. Like if he was good at singing and you wanted to become good at singing, you can extract that from him. But at the same time, you taught him something that he wanted to be good at. So it has to do with something completely else than like, you know, they just took this and put a dead guy there. So now, you know, it must be very depressing in some way, you know.
Yeah.
If that's,
Well, they're made it
can
their
you imagine,
symbols. I mean, just
when you
What's
have
that?
limited the sources of information and all that, can you just imagine how, you don't even have to go.
and tell us about these 3 crowns. That's significant, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I see we have in Stockholm 3 crowns or 3 kronor Sweden. This is really interesting because 1 crown, a tree can have a crown. So symbolically, the crown is that you are like the crown. You are the crown of the entire body or the entire tree. So this is like the ruling symbol, but you have 3 crowns here. And you have a double-headed eagle. And the 3 crowns is, what I understand, is representing the 3 races, the Arctic races. You see, each have their own tool symbol there across, making that there are 3 information systems also. So that indicates that you have 3 kings, of course. But the double-headed eagle is a symbol of those lines that has the author, that are like originating from this author. I would like to say bloodline.
The pirouette and the rosette?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
They are part author. You know, there's a word in Swedish called adel. Adel. Del is a part. That's the ruling class. You know, those who had like the background to become a member of this order, the Templar Knights, Temple Frimurarna, I would call them, the Freemasons. They had 2 heads to this order. One was sitting there in Germany and one in Russia. And this double-headed eagle represents that, according to this knowledge. The Romanov was the last of one of them.
The Romanov, yeah. Nicholas, Alexander.
They are all.
You'd sent me
you
this.
See that? That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's Valdemar.
So describe that.
First Christian king of Sweden, Valdemar. You see how he holds that?
Yeah.
And it looks like a mosque behind him there. That's scary. But it's interesting.
Yeah.
And on the right, you have the 3 lions of the north. And you see the heart symbol there? It's a lot of hearts. It's interesting.
Yes, I do. Yeah. Yes, I can.
Probably one of the first time this symbol is written down. I haven't found any earlier. This is from the 1250, when Stockholm was founded. And this
and
first Christian,
just the idea,
his name.
Just the idea of a ring. Just the idea of a ring, an emblazoned ring you wear around your finger, a seal. Right? What are these rings that, you know, turn up? It's just the most simplest enclosure and then the
Yeah.
various symbols within it. So yeah, that yaki is really interesting. And the throne itself, sitting on a peak.
Yeah. Yeah, there are so many details. Actually, in the all the words about the interior that the king has, you can see what the hidden purpose is. Actually, when you break down the words, it stayed intact because nobody used those words much.
And these were 12th century, issued by the king, Olaf Scotskuning.
No, that's
Scotskuning, right?
before. This is when this Jarl, Birger Jarl,
Oh.
his nephew, I think, grandson, it is Valdemar. And it's actually a very interesting name, Valdemar. It's like choosing of the dark days or something. You know,
Choosing.
it's encoded only there. Like choosing of the dark days. Val is choose, that you choose something. Is like symbolically the daylight, or it's becoming a new day, or but you have Mar is something really dark. You see, so you have like then people could see that, understood that this was the time when the dark days are coming.
Let's take a short break, 2-3 minutes. I just want to turn the heaters on. Maybe David, if you have a few announcements, and then we'll get into some more of the symbolism as well. Some of the more that Yaki had sent me over the years. Again, we're just touching on it. We have to have you back. Sorry for going so slow with this, but I think you agree it's better to go slow and unpack it so that the central ideas, start to coalesce in people's minds. But give us a sec, will you, guys? I'll be right back.
Absolutely. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's incredible. And Yoke, feel free, if you want to take a little break, you're more than welcome. Or you can hang out a minute. I just... I'm
going to go to the toilet.
Go do that. Essentials. Well, I hope all of our members are doing well wherever you are in the world. We're obviously recording this show during a rather interesting time in history where we've got the world on lockdown. And I think it's awesome that here we are on Unslaved, continuing as normal. We can't let this phase us too much. And taking a look at some of the origins of where all this stuff comes from in terms of history and culture and religion and the architecture of control and just the ancient mysteries and the ancient history that we don't really know much about. I think it's a good time to sort of pause and reflect and think back and try to bring something forward into this time. Because think about it, our ancestors, going all the way back, have all faced their time of challenge. Whatever time you're in, you're going to look back and see that there was always something going on. And here we are in 2020 dealing with this current pandemic lockdown situation. And it just, for me personally, it makes me pause and reflect on how good we've actually had it. All things considered, we don't live in some of the ages that our ancestors did. And we should be grateful for that. And we should keep that in perspective. And even off air, Yoke and I were talking about getting back in touch with nature, getting back in touch with the elements, and getting, just sort of thinking a little bit more about preparing ourselves for these types of events and these types of times. And I've always been an advocate for being prepared, obviously physically, and you got gardens and you got storable foods and you got all these things, but also being prepared psychologically and spiritually as well. And I think that's what this whole process is all about. And Yoke, I was just as you're off a break there, I was mentioning, in light of what's happening around the world right now on this lockdown, there's this sense of panic, there's this sense of urgency. And I just think it's great that here we are reflecting on history and reflecting on our ancestors and how they would have dealt with various challenges. It seems like we've had it so good for so long, with easy access to food, hot running water, electricity, internet, entertainment at our fingertips, restaurants galore, and yet our ancestors lived in some very brutal conditions and survived some incredible things. And it's as if we forget about it. It's sort of it's died inside of us in a way, this understanding of nature, understanding of what we're capable of, relying so heavily on the system around us. that we've lost touch with who we are and what our real purpose is. So just as we're on the break here, it's kind of off topic, but what do you feel right now as this sort of world situation continues to unfold?
Well, to be honest, I think it's very interesting, but I'm also a little bit worried. Like we were speaking about off air, about this EU is gonna gain power from this. I really think they are gonna take every opportunity available to seize more power, seize more control, and make our life more miserable later on. I think this is just I don't know. I take it, we isolate ourselves pretty much like 6 months, a year up here anyway, but the isolation is no problem for me, but I can see that people are going to freak out. When I was listening to the radio today, there was actually a psychologist on there talking just about this, how to handle it's how to handle all this, to be isolated and not,
Yeah, because we don't have that now. We don't isolate. We don't have in our culture anymore the reverence for being alone and going out and just connecting to nature the way our ancestors may have done. And I was wondering if, thinking of all the research and knowledge that you have on history and on our ancestry, they have gone through so many challenges and struggles, and it's as if they built a civilization out of that. And so is there any wisdom from the past that we can share with people about how to deal with whatever they're doing, whether this is about setting up a world government, whether this is some other kind of thing going on, or taking more power, as you said? It's that's something that's always gone on. It's just the powers that be have always used different means of doing it. So, do you have anything from, as we're talking about ancient history here, that could bring some lessons forward to what's going on today?
Well, I'm really interested about the Arctic period. Just to get this off my head, the period between the first Ragnarok and up to the modern day. We say the last 10,000 years is really interesting, I think, because there was, to become a real man in Finland, you had to go and kill a bear by yourself with a spear. And
you don't wrestle with your bare hands. You can at least have a spear with you.
It's a lance.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
But this was because you needed the pelt that was going to become your coat for the rest of your life. And it's interesting. They sort of knew where the bear was in his nest, sleeping. So they made a lot of noise outside. And when the bear come out, it has to stretch, so it stand on its legs, and then it's the time to put the star there. It's called one lance. So you had one shot on you. Just that, that is like what you call what's the word I'm searching for? It's like one milestone. I don't know. I'm just thinking about we would never have this kind of pandemic, I think, before, because there are certain elements to this story that implies that you create your own immune system.
And it also, it's also, as you're saying, it's a milestone. So it's sort of like a trial by fire. There's a lot of things in a lot of cultures where they would have this, right? And we don't have that for children anymore. We're taking that away now.
But it's interesting because in this saga they say that there was no sickness during Paradise Time. Because, but you have to study this. People that are interested have to dig in.
So back in that time, just so we're clear, back in that time, there was no coronavirus ravaging these people.
Not according to this story. We have the Dark Ages, with all the sicknesses coming after the heathen period collapses. That's when we have the real Dark Ages. Yeah, of course. But it's also, I was talking about elevating the soul. I think also that is related to the health. So when we're starting to get less and less soul power in people, like today we have a lot of soulless people, you can think.
Oh yeah.
You know? And I wonder why. But the Saga has an answer.
Well, I'll let you two gentlemen get back to it then. This is just fascinating. Michael, we were just chatting, just sort of bringing in some context to the time we live in now. And, you know, here we are, we're in the middle of this whole lockdown situation, and we didn't want to focus on any of that in the show, but I can't help but think that going back into ancient history and looking at how our ancestors, you know, as we're going back into the Bock Saga and we're seeing the origins for where all these different traditions come from, they had a wisdom that we don't have anymore. And they dealt with all kinds of different challenges, no doubt. And yet here we are today freaking out about a little flu flying around the planet, and we don't really know, even psychologically, how to deal with these kinds of things. You know what I mean?
Drink tea. I drink almost over 1 liter each day. And it's
Really?
supposed to be like this organic tea. Yeah, if you think about it really, the first, like, energy really comes from the sun. Look at the cow. They eat the grass. What's the first step in the process there? Is the grass, of course. And the grass in itself has been coming from the sun. So in this sense, the heathen people, they really knew that in the leaf is the essential energy for the, you know, the basic energy that all life comes from, like all animals, and, you know, everything comes from the sun in the first place. But it's called mahala in Finnish. They call it mahala, this salt,
Mahala.
this sap in the sap inside of the leaf. When you make the tea, you cannot boil it. Then you boil the life away, and it has to be like I sent you that bush. What was it called? Yeah. But anyway, you can. We actually has 2 words in Swedish for leaf. One is called blad, and it's the thicker. You don't make tea from blad. 1 palm has blad. So it's the sun doesn't shine through. It creates some kind of tar or some kind of substance. It's not good. It's you can see it in the tar. That's the ground tree and all this is like the sun rays doesn't go through, so it starts to build something that is not too healthy always. But in the löv, that's where you have the leaf that you make the tea from, where you can see clearly that the sun shines through. And some are good and some are less good, you know, for the taste. So that's why I drink a lot of tea, because it keeps me really healthy, actually.
That's where the leaf and live, right? Leave and life are coming synonymous terms.
Yeah, it's the first step in the process. So they just drank tea and maybe ate fruit in paradise time.
You have a blad is where we get the English word blade, because the leaves are shaped like a blade, right? Or the ace of spades, you know, like that. So etymology again.
You can see all the people from this story who has been telling the story and living, they are kind of, you know, good physique. You can see they are sustainable. You can see they are, everyone in that movement are like, you can see it's some kind of, I don't know, but you tend to grow if you drink a lot of, imagine drinking 2 or 3 liter tea. Just try it out. I don't know. I'm not telling people just to, I combine it with meat and other food, of course. But I can eat less and drink tea.
Well, you know, talking about today's headlines, when the Black Plague, which is, you know, the most deadly thing, as a matter of fact, if you really study it, the top historians, you know, Oxford, Cambridge, Trinity, University, all admit that the infrastructures of most countries stayed exactly intact, even monetarily and so on. So what we have today is one of the biggest farces. I mean, everybody knows that, right? This is nothing more than a house flu. It's not that I'm against, you know, taking precautions, far from it. But at the same time, you know, let's keep our history, knowledge of history alive as well. that even in the worst moments of the Black Death, you know, basically what we would now call infrastructure and services remained very much intact. So it didn't overthrow Europe in that sense, right? Nor did the Hundred Years' War or any of these other catastrophes. So, yeah, fear is the key. Remember, you got this little thing here back here called the limbic brain. Watch out, that's your enemy, and your enemy is the masses in a state of mass hysteria. It's not the coronavirus; it's people's reaction to the coronavirus. Mass hysteria is the first and foremost threat to anything. That's what you're up against. You know, the panic of people who want to be in panic, who have never been alone, never been still for 15 seconds. Can't, you know, I need to get my fingernails done. I need to get my hair done. You know, I got to read those magazines. I got to get, you know, their whole life has been 100%, you know, like these millennials, right? They'll be climbing the walls. That's why you know this thing will fold up pretty soon, because the mass of the world being what it is the meter I use to know when a thing, how long it, you know, will last, because they're just going to go ape shit within, you know, next week or so. And so the government will have to find some cure, because the demand is people are extroverts, and cooping them up in their own houses. They'd rather run in the streets. If you watch, you know, Herzog's Nosferatu, they'd rather gather in the, people right now would rather gather in the streets and gather in the squares and catch the fucking disease than stay home and be, you know, self-introspective. So go figure. Where is the real plague? Self-murder. You know, the hatred of the self is the greatest pestilence on this planet. And the government know it, so they'll wrap this up pretty soon, because the greatest threat is of man having to face his own, you know, aloneness. Silence? Fuck, we can't have any of that, you know. Thought, introspection. No. And anyway, don't forget, there is no new world order to come. They've had it for years. It's already in place. Everything that people conceive that the new world order people or the global government want has already been in place, folks, for hundreds of years. There is no future. All there is, you know, further streamlining and polishing. But the CFR, right, have already locked you down mentally, in your education, in your knowledge of your body, in terms of economy. Your money's fucking worthless, you know what I mean? Half the world is still in abject poverty, right? There's no aspect of their agenda that still is to come. You know, I can't get it through people's heads. Alex Jones and all. Look, Alex. Whoa. They've done it, pal. It's over. It's past history. They're not doing anything with our currency or money. There's nothing to come. They've already got you using plastic. Everything's already on a system of utter, you know, tell me what more they've got to do. So, but what more they do is fear porn. And they've got millions and millions of people who fall for that as well, who want to disseminate that, you know, the Gerald Salentes and all these other pukers, right? So, yeah, you can fall into that, or you can, huh?
Just a quick comment about, you know, when they talk about this with the carbon and the hysteria around the climate, I say, are you going to plug the volcanoes too? I mean,
chop down all the trees.
Look what the volcanoes spit out. This one on Iceland. I think I saw some kind of, it was like 50 years of total world consumption of like carbon dioxide or, you know, gases and stuff. You know, there's so many aspects you need to bring in to the equation.
Hundreds.
Well, so Michael, just a quick question then. When you're saying there's nothing to come, would you look at this then as just maintenance? This is more of just maintenance. Yeah. Keep everybody in fear. Yeah. Keep the next thing. It's just the next thing.
Yeah. And it's all. But I'm a big believer in also that you should speculate, and don't take my words and say, well, it's all over, forget it. Still speculate. You know, I like the speculation. I want to hear what Molyneux's got to say. I want to hear what Paul Joseph Watson's got to say, and I want to hear what, you know, all these voices. I can handle it. Because I'm not traumatized. I don't give a fuck about them or their system. So, right. You know, I can, you know, I'm in myself. They can fuck themselves, right? And see, these are the pestilential ones. They're the ones that are really diseased, all the people at the top of the pyramid. I'm not. You are, right? So go do whatever you want to do. Synvitis dance, mass hysteria, mew like a cat. It's all been done in history. Right? The mass hysteria is the norm, not the exception. But the thing is, still be open to what they're saying. Because here's two scenarios just very quickly. What's happening now, right, is tantamount, you know, it's close to the idea of the law of the jungle. Because if people are in survival, if people are moved into their limbic, yeah, then we can hit the streets. We can start, you know, ransacking places that do have the food, and and that'd be the law of the jungle taking over, right? But when you have filled our streets with immigrants, in this normal applied rule of the jungle, it's not just going to be Westerners who are going to hit the streets and say, I'm taking what, I'm going to go to the nearest rich guy's house and take the fuck what he's got in his fridge, right? We have now armies of immigrants who are already feral folks. The law of the jungle is closer to them running the streets and taking us out than we would do it in order to survive. There's still a bit of logic in what you're going to do, animalistic as it is. It's understandable. But they flooded out Germany. Look at all these things that Merkel has done. Doesn't it make sense now that for the group that want law of the jungle, they've just got the perfect ape to unleash upon the West, somebody who hates every single structure of the West? So I look at that and go, that's an interesting speculation. Then you got Vernon Coleman saying, hey, it's an attack on the aged. And on, and we're not going to go into it, but on and on and on. And yeah, listen to all those things because it's tuning you in. And listen to when people are talking about the limbic, so that you learn about your own structure and you can watch your own panic, or you can watch your own, movement through that whole thing, and how okay are you with letting go? How okay are you with drinking tea, like Yake is saying, and a couple of slices of, pasta or whatever? Can you live on just some potato soup? And also then look at, it's very important to review how the structure itself, your business, the hotels, the services are thin. It's sometimes important for us to get a window into how superficial and kind of weak some of the structures, and that may make tomorrow, so when this is over, some people might become a lot more self-reliant. Hey, you know what? It might make a lot of people more interested in holistic medicine to collect, and start stocking up on things like that. And, so you can't tell where it's going to lead and what effect it will have on other people. And you can't also know about how the government will do it. So there's collateral, right? There's the main thing, and then there's the collateral, usages. So yeah, there's maintenance. But don't forget that every so often, I've been saying this from absolutely day one, every 5 years, let alone 20 years, they've got to pull the rug a lot. And especially with the new millennial. The millennial has never had World War. The millennials had nothing but actually good times and rock and roll and disco and parties. So it's about time. It's actually on their calendar, really. I'm not surprised that this came under Mercury retrograde and when we're moving through the sign of Pisces. I'm not surprised. I would pick, if I was them, I'd pick this time as well. Because the millennial also needs to sort of ground and wake up the fact and say, it's not all going to be lattes. Starbucks is closed. What do I fucking do now, right? Commit suicide.
There could be a silver lining to this.
Travel.
Like what you're saying, Michael, like in a weird way, people weren't paying attention as much to the big global scale of things. We were having all these little debates in society not long ago about whether or not we should have national boundaries and actually enforce them, whether or not we should do certain things with the economy or not. Because even think about the globalized economy, that this was what we were pitched, right, forever. And then the first panic was, oh, well, China's crashing and they're the world's big distributor of all these resources, so that's going to collapse the entire global economy. And it's like, well, why were we so reliant on that setup? If we were insulated within our own nations, the way, you see Trump trying to do in America and whatever, then you could still get through it. And maybe the other countries know, but that's up to them, right? And so in a weird way, all these debates we've been having with these cultural Marxist types and these young millennials and these protesters and the whole thing was about, we need to throw out everything with Western civilization. Well, now you can't go to your restaurants, your bars, maybe the internet will shut down for a couple of, who knows what's going to happen. And so in a weird way, this is a time where humanity gets to focus and go, you know what, we actually did have it pretty good. What was I out there bitching and complaining about? Like, maybe we should be grateful for some of the things we have. And yes, maybe there's a chance now that when things come back online, we can make better decisions and make some changes and kick out some of these corrupt assholes who left us completely open for this attack.
Well, briefly, I agree with everything you said. And briefly, I would just say this, that you're right. Trading with the enemy used to be illegal. Trading with China, to me, is still illegal. Good news is there's nothing that Japan can't take over in China in about 2.5 seconds, right? They got higher IQs than anybody else. They're favorable to the West. They're capitalists, and we should always favor Japan. And Japan has had the plug pulled on them since before the First and Second World War. How they even want to work with us after the treachery we've done to that country, and Thailand the same, it amazes me at their level of compassion and forgiveness.
Lucky down there. I mean,
what was that, Yucky? Say that again.
Yeah.
I mean, in Thailand, they still have a king that is like a ruling body there. I think it's
right.
really interesting.
Yeah.
Sure,
I,
and there's
I
other
was there,
countries over there. Oh yeah.
you know, they still have, you know, Thailand is, I saw they supported Iceland with a pagan temple.
Really?
You know, Iceland has actually declared religion as a weapon of mass destruction.
Interesting.
If you read the Icelandic newspaper, it says that.
That's incredible.
Yes, I
Yes.
remember that headline. Yes, that's right. I remember that.
They
It was
are
a few weeks ago.
a little bit ahead.
Yeah, well, just my message always is never ever think that in moments like this, these hot points, that the government is doing anything special. The government is always working against you. It doesn't need, oh, you know, it hasn't marked its calendar. Hey guys, get together on, you know, in March 2020 and we're going to do something. They're always doing something. They have already done it. They've undermined every right that you could possibly imagine. You know, we don't need to go into it. So this is nothing special. This has appealed to mass hysteria. And as I said, every 5 years they do need to pull the rug to keep you in this limbic mode. That's the starting point. Then you can break down, you know, the rest of it. But again, working with China is trading with the enemy, a very serious enemy. And therefore, you know, Japan should have been favored with all of the production of medicine and things like that. But they don't want capitalist countries who have a very high IQ to prosper any more than they have the American economy and the American person prospering, or Swedish. So we've had all the socialists in who want to downplay the IQ, you know, keep it low, keep us in a slave labor, work with countries, you know, that won't excel. Because if Japan excels, then the whole world excels. You see, Italy right now and places like that, there's a third world level. So most of Europe's countries are third world, apart from Germany and the others. A lot of the other countries we think are first world, no, they're not actually. Greece, Italy, these countries are not first world anymore, by and large. There's been such, you know, reduction. So we've got to really think about that. And Sweden is heading quickly for a third world status. It already is by the importation of all the immigrants. So, you know, it's an endless story. But yeah, this will fade. This will all fade away because of the simple fact that the ordinary person is ultra or hyper, whatever term you, mega extrovert. And you can't keep them caged up, right? And the government know that. So always think absolutes. When trouble like this happens, you know, people do get traumatized, but immediately ground yourselves by thinking as the government thinks, as the big boys think. Do you really want law of the jungle? And if they did, they could have had it long ago. They're just not going to start that now. Think of all the incremental levels that get to where we are now. Those have been funded at the tune of billions since after the Second World War, and they've gone very, very incrementally slowly. So the government itself has put all that effort into getting us to where we are now, is not going to, you know, let it explode and unfurl in the last, you know, few minutes. So get sane and realize, you know, just hold on a bit. You know, the tram is going over some bumpy stuff here, you know, and just hold on as it turns the corner and kind of enjoy it. You know, just be a spectator and watch it, but never think that the government know how far to push the West. They're never going to push it past a certain point. I've been saying this for years. This is where me and Alex Jones and all these other people, as much as we have in common, we don't agree on this level because they've already got you where they want you. There's no further chains or gulags or black helicopters or fucking, you know, incarcerations or any of that stuff. They've incarcerated your ass. Number 6.
Well said.
I'm just worried about one little detail about this virus is that my concern about the older people dying, you know, because here in Sweden, the older people are like the same people here now. At least the people I see that are rising up to a lot of issues here.
That's right.
And open their mouth is the older people. So now, if you're gonna have like a sweep of these older people that are there to guide the younger people in the first place, you know, if everything shuts down and people gonna become much more closer to the family and they're gonna need this. So that's my worry about this entire situation, that the older people die and leaving all those millennials headless, so to speak. Because
Isn't it
Could have been
amazing?
targeted, yeah. Could have been.
has a big impact, you know.
Yeah.
Our grandfathers has a bigger impact on us than we might think.
But isn't it amazing that in Europe, let alone Sweden, they can shut the borders now over this? But hell, they couldn't get it together when the invasions of all, you know, the Syrians and all is taking place. But suddenly, overnight, you see them acting. And here's Sweden, the most charitable, allegedly the most charitable country in the world when it comes to immigrants. Let me see them bringing, supplies to the old. Let me see, let's, as I say, observe. I'm saying to people, the more maniacal things get, the more stoical you must become. Stoical with observation. Let's see Sweden the great philanthropist, the great socialist experiment. Yeah, feed your fucking old people now. Give them some bloody rights. And let those old people who also voted for a lot of this socialism, let them now, sorry to have to say this, but facts are facts. Let's see your country now supply your needs in a time of trouble. Because, maybe it's comeback time. It's payback time. You're the guys who bought Christianity. You're the guys who bought the worst kind of socialism. Did it work for your country? Is it working for you now that you fed all these other voices, you fed all these other mouths that don't even deserve to be in the fucking streets? So
it's
Sweden,
so
it's pay up time.
You should see. I think we have like 5 or 10% unemployment rate on those. There's only 5 or 10% that actually get to work after this program here in Sweden. The companies here, they just inherit. They don't. There's some kind of, in the common sphere, we just do like we always have been doing. It matters how you look, if you say so.
Well, my rant didn't seem very stoical, but the essence of what I'm talking about is stoical. Observe. We didn't write any of these rules. They did. The system said we're going to be this, and everybody followed on. Right. Now see how it worked. I've always said, come back 10 years, see how it works. That's what we're doing now. We've come back in 10 years, and we're saying, hey, Sweden, we're calling the shots. Hey, Germany. Hey, Britain. So sometimes we need that. Sometimes, the Mercury retrograde can work on many levels as well. As you said, there can be a silver lining. And don't forget that ever, ever, ever. But when it comes to your own personal survival, yeah, you gotta, that's always a limbic thing. And it will. Your brain will go there for a while. So watch it, and you might panic buy and you might get really worried and everything like that. So observe that process. It's part of spirituality to observe the pain. We were just talking about that with the Erasmus and Sophie. Where's the pain? Shit, why is that hurting so much? It shouldn't, right? So the pain is directing you to where there's a weak point in your life. It's the same with the psyche. But we'll definitely have to talk about this, again. But I'm glad you brought up those points. But let's go to the next slide there, the one on the little ship. Yaki, what about this one? You sent this to me. It's got this wonderful image of the boat and the mirror, again, the sea. But you're saying that the ark is also a metaphor for a race. And so the Noah and his ark, we have Noah in the ancient Irish, we have Noah, and we have the story of the coming of the boat. So what do you make of this one?
This is actually interesting. This is the landmark for Helsinki, like the coat of arms, Stadsvapen. But you see, you have an ark or a boat, but you can say ark. In Swedish, one boat can be an ark. And just look at the word monarch, moon ark. You have the moon and the ark there. And you have the crown, of course, because this is actually a reference back to the second Ragnarok, when they had to move. This Noah was actually the guy who was the head, I think, during that time, the Noah's Ark. He took all those animals that I was talking about and the tree samplings and this and left with his small family from Finland to Gotland, where they settled for 1,000 years, and they made those rune stones I talked about last time and all that. But it's interesting, you can see that why other I can't see another explanation for this heraldry than it's the Ark of the Moon. You have the Ark, you have the king crown there, you have all the symbols. The Ark is actually, one boat is like, you can see the one race of people like one Ark, one boat ship together. They are in it together, you see.
Mm-hmm. That's right. By the way, what is the Finnish? What is the Finnish for white? The color white, like the waves are white there. Vit?
The Swedish word, the root is vit.
Yeah, I thought that. Vit, yeah. Yep. Okay, go to the next one.
But
Now,
okay, say
we've already
the
touched.
Christian people had the heathen people. They prefer white robes.
Hmm.
White
Yeah, this one I
clothing.
think we've covered. So let's go to the next one, David. Yaki's already talked about that. The old zero line. Or maybe Yaki, do you want to talk about that again? Go back. The old zero line. Maybe we really need to nail that. Let's
Yeah.
talk about the old zero line.
Well, I've been spending some weeks. I was trying to. If you really think about it, why do we say that we are the Western civilization here in Sweden? I mean, the zero line goes through England, from London now. So where does this concept come from that we are in the West and the Western civilization? Is that America and England, or isn't it Sweden, Germany, and all that too? So if you really, this is quite early. You have this Sveaborg Castle was actually one reference point that was built. You can see the border between Libya and Egypt is divided from the old north, the zero line point there. So if we really need to have a map to understand this. I used to sit in Google Earth and just look at where the old borders are. So you can see like all the nations you have the Western and Eastern Empire, or it's like two wings. This is what the two-headed eagle has, those two heads, for the control of the West and East also, I think.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, we'll get to that. Go ahead.
no, I'm just thinking about. There's nothing mentioned about this in the history. It just appeared to be like the English people had like the zero line, but there was actually
Greenwich.
a battle against. They made some actions because the Russian Tsar of that time, he started to build like his own cathedral on the old zero line there. And I think it was in the late 1800s, one of these Romanovs. But the Englishmen and the French, they knew about this old zero line. Yeah. So they went there with boats and just bombed the hell out of the old castle there that marked like the old North Pole, the symbol of the zero line there.
Yeah, so all the markers were moved and destroyed. Yeah. It's like in the French Revolution, 1790. They erased the measuring systems, everything that had been known. They tried to come up with a different year, a different clock. Same thing happened back here where they go, okay, that's all finished. They borrow some parts of it, as you said, in corrupted form, but they basically impose a whole new standard. And they did this even in terms of Earth geometry. Yeah. It's interesting too because.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I kind of lost the thread there.
Well, I was just going to add, this is more to do with astrology, but of course, what I'm going to say is exactly the same, whether it's in ship, for mariners and anybody else involved in astronomy even. And that is up until the 1800s, right? That's incredibly late. We didn't even have longitude or latitude. And what they had of it in the 1700s was inaccurate, right? And that's just being polite.
You know what I found that
What's
the
that?
Swedish people, the Swedish king at the time, he instituted a lot of orders. And one of the orders was called the Order of the North Pole. And have you checked into that, Michael? Have you checked into the Swedish orders? I just found it today, but quite interesting that they have an order that is called the Order of the Nordstjärnan, or the North Pole, actually. So there's something, they was thinking about this before. There's one guy called Rubek. He had made an entire study called Atlantica. He had written like 800,000 of pages. Yeah. And the cover of the book is actually him standing with all those great people like Plato, and those discussion where the cradle of civilization is. And on the picture he's ripping the map up and pointing his stick to Sweden and Finland. It's really interesting.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
He wrote in Swedish, didn't he? He wrote the books in Swedish, though. They haven't been translated, right?
I think only half of his work survived. There was a big fire there in Uppsala. I think it was Uppsala. Yeah.
Coincidence,
It
of
burned.
course. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of his work went up in flames, but he was actually the guy that the lymphic system, the immune system, the lymphic system. He was the guy that like discovered that. The same guy
That's
who
right.
wrote that book. It's a prominent figure.
Yeah, I knew a guy who runs the health research book publishers in America. They're extremely famous in their own way, health research. And the owner of that back in the 90s was an expert on this rubric and was actually commissioning the translations of what was left.
Wow.
But again, just through lack of funding and, nonsense in America, that he wasn't able to get very far. But there was a project on, and I was part of it, because I was into Atlantis a lot. And so I had this in common with a guy, and he confided to me that this is what he was doing. He was taking Swedish books. And you're saying that this man has a picture of himself with the Platonists and the world philosophers, and he's got a staff pointing up to Sweden. I mean, do me a favor. Yeah. Oh yeah, the Odd Fellows. They've got Knights Templar. Why the hell in Gothenburg have they? I thought this was meant to be a Puritan, Protestant country at the very least, and even atheist. But right in the center of, I think it's right there at Brunnsparken, right, or where the hell? It's right in the center of Gothenburg. Is the Knights Templar. So I mean,
look at the word Templar. In Swedish, it's called Tempelriddare. Tempel is a temple. In this story, the pagan people, they had temples, and the Christian people, they had their churches, the kyrka. But just in that word, Tempelriddare, they are temple knights. You can see there. How didn't they figure that out when they took this this army military order under their wing there? I can't. This is the weirdest part of history between 1500 up, I think, or before that we can only see traces in the names. It was very stable before the 1200 here, really stable. Nothing much changed.
That's right.
So.
Well, they've got this big Masonic center of the Knights Templar. 33 is the address. Norra Gatan, which is north.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're talking about pointing north. They don't miss a beat. And they got the double-headed eagle and all the rest of it. David, go to the next slide. We may have to skip
According
that one.
to this story, it's Napoleon that really chased the Templars out. He was instigated into the order, it said.
Yeah.
But he sold them out. So when
Was just touch on this. So the Osar is the root language. The word ASA, like an Asgard, means the gods. So the root language is the language of the gods. They create a derivative, and that's the Van. So these are two sacred languages. And then Finn maybe, even if you want to stretch it out speculatively, the Finn may actually go back to Van. That's my feeling. Well, even if it doesn't, it still means something sacred. Finn is fine. And then it's vine, V-I-N-E, which implies the tree of life, the vine being the bloodline. One way or another, you're talking about a bloodline. But go to the next slide, just to emphasize the point we made before. And that is that, look, as you say, they went to Uden, they went to Gotland for 1,000 years. We can speculate that they spread out other, and then even before, I think that in the work, Jim and others are saying that even on the return from, Gotland back to Udenma, one of the kings, one of the princes said, no, I'm not going back, and moved off elsewhere. So there was a fragmentation at that point, which leads us then to really understand that all nations in the West, I'm thinking here of Ireland, especially in Britain, have been definitely directly influenced, right, and by them, right?
All white people have some kind of strain back to the people who were on that boat sailing from hell. But when the 1,000-year period was passed and the ice had much, the catastrophe was over, so to speak. So when they were moving back, they had more, in this family system, there were 12 boys and 7 daughters that got titles. But if they had more boys, they didn't have a title. And there was 2 boys from this highest family who didn't have a title. So they wanted to make their own kingdoms, make their own race. And one was called Sven, and one was called Dan. So they have like Sven's Karar and Dan's Karar, Finn's Karar. That's like a common name for like saying Englishman or Frenchman.
Yeah.
You see there? And you have Dan, Mark, and it's just...
This is huge.
3 races, 3 crowns.
3 crowns, 3 and breakaways. Absolutely,
Russia,
that is extremely important.
They are the same race, according to this story.
Well, Herodotus confirms it, that the Greek civilization was started by yellow-haired northerners. I'm not making this up. And he called them the Hellas. Greek's original name being Hellene, or the Hellenistic culture. That was because of a race called the Hellas. Yeah, that's no coincidence. No, I mean, come on. Now, Herodotus, the Greek historian, called them the Pelasgi, right? The Pelasgi. But they were known in the Greeks know that they are descendants of a yellow-haired race from the north, which just happens to be called the Hellas. Go figure, right? And they came, from the Atlantic zone. Absolutely extraordinary.
Ask is the symbol for this highest family.
Is it?
Yes, the ash tree. That's where the ash from the Author family went. Well,
I'll be putting links. I'll put links below. Pelasgi.
They belong to the oak tree.
Right, there you are then.
It was the palm tree. We actually have like palm tree, and all those names still have palm and all that in it. So.
And even Pelasgi could have been a corruption of Bel. The P and the B are interchangeable in many languages.
Peli in Finnish is that it's an orgasm. Pel.
Is that right? The Pel, like pell-mell.
Ask. Yeah, interesting word.
Go to the next slide, David. Because I touched on Ireland last time. I'll do it again now. Just to bring, this is, this conversation, I want to bring a lot of things together. Now, when it comes to the migrations, we have certainly got evidence. Belfast, right? Bel is Baldea, right? The original 12th son, descendant of the original pair. I didn't get that one.
Even in the language that you have there in Ireland, I feel I can understand that much better than like if I talked on English. I've been in Ireland, so I understand. I don't know, but you say like nu instead of now, right?
Yeah.
And that's the same word like we use in Sweden. Nu is now. It's you have to. Do you get me? The language is more associated to the Swedish than like, with the spin you have in the Irish tone there. Speak yeah, you understand what I mean?
Completely. And of course, the older Gaelic is different than the middle Gaelic and the latter Gaelic. They've changed, you see, as well. They're impure. That was a picture of what we call Nua or Nada. So you got your Noah, right? Absolutely, 100%. We have it. And it's also, he came on ships. He came on ships to the west coast and so on. We have the capital of Tara, which is Attar, right? Which is directly linked to the female side. Tell us about the Attar in the Bock Saga.
The word for queen in Finnish is kuninga Attar. It's the Attar. Tar has to do with the Finnish. Tar is also when you have one blade or one leaf that the sun doesn't go through. It's also tar. So in that sense, the female is a receiver. She takes. Tar means that you take.
Contain.
Attar. So you take the author. In that word, it means that.
That's right. And even in the Irish, the city of Tara, right, the capital of the kings, They were known as the Ard Ri, High King. It was 7. Let's get this word right. It's a capital, right? But it has 7 partitions or 7 borders before you can enter the city. 7, as you said, was the symbol of the sisterhood, right? The swan, isn't it?
Well, the 7 is, there's actually 7 islands outside of hell that is representing hell. And you also have 7 mountains. They call it Lyssnar Mountain, Lyssnarberget. It's a listening mountain where they were listening to Ra. But there was actually 7 females, of course, but they were more symbolized by the hexagram. You have the oldest one became, the queen, the symbol of the moon. So I think that the 7 is more reference to the actual location there.
Yes, it could also. Yeah.
It's a broad sense, every symbol have like as we embodied stuff in different ways. One symbol could mean a lot of things, but inside one category, so to speak. Everything was integrated in one way or another. So it's all in the relationship. This is an ongoing process for.
Certainly is.
I can see all those still. This is why they wanted to bring this to the world, so we could figure out through all languages on this planet.
Yeah, it's a key of decipherment. But I think a very important one. I think this is actually probably the master key, actually, in my opinion, after looking at it. But what I meant was that the word 7 and the word svan, svan, right? You just take out the first E or lower it. It's a very similar word.
But they have a relation there, because the swan is coming to the 7. You see there? So she could also be represented by the 7 in that way, because she comes to Udenma. She gets this great privilege to come to Udenma, to hell. So that, in that sense, she marries into the Asur, or not marry, but she, she's going to carry the child of the Asur.
Yeah, and the word I was really looking for there was boundaries. It was a sort of a setup in which Tara had 7 boundaries, which you had to, pass through to get into the city. Very, very important layout, which had a lot of geometry and so on involved. One could speculate endlessly. Then, of course, you have the famous symbol, which I directly connect to the Bock Saga, is all Celtic. I mean pre-Celtic, because you see, we have to always understand this, and again, it needs to be pointed out. The Celts were not indigenous to Ireland. So all the research that always talks about Celts in Ireland has been proven largely false. The Celts were there about 400 to 600 BC. They're not indigenous. That research through DNA, I've got all the information on that in my in the Irish Origins books, has changed what people know. There was actually a race before the Celts of Europe and of Spain got to Ireland. So who were they, right? And that's what,
there's a mentioning of this. They said they had problems, and they wanted, they were really trying to keep, they call it Border Rike Rusland, like Border Empire Roseland. They wanted to, but this from the south, through all those wars, there were pagan kings in the south, like the Babylonian Empire was also a heathen, and they were fighting against forces, when this religion starting to appear, like more institutionalized. So, in this sense,
Babylon,
they wanted to breed out. I don't know. This is an attack, this to breed out.
Well, if you read the right stuff, right, and these are from professors, I put it in my works like Priesthood of the Elise and what have you. The Sumerians also relate to their people. The Hittites always said they came from the north. The Scythians, we had Jason Giorgiani on, basically confirming that the Persians' ancestors was from the north. They used the horned animal. Their etymology, right, their Magi, is obviously in the Bible.
I want to see that on the map where it is, then we can easily figure out.
Yeah. But another thing was that the central symbol in Ireland is the cauldron. And the chalice, right, which collects
Oh yeah,
the sacred,
offering.
the sperm, right? It's all there in the Celtic, and one day we have to even go further into that, by the way. But here's one interesting
Yeah.
anecdote to bring up more of the confirmation. Go to the next slide, David. We can have confirmation. I speculate that the Fir Bolg, who was a very giant race that invaded Ireland, what if that term is now correctly translated? For the first time, this would be groundbreaking if it was, because they've lied and lied and lied. Anyone who's read my Irish origins knows that. Fir just means men, so don't get put off by that word. Fir, the Fir Bolg, is the men who are of a race, a tribe. But could it be, folks, that word there, Bolg, is a corruption of the word Bock?
Could be
Bock,
fear
Bock,
is the fear tree. I just looked it
Yeah,
up
exactly.
in English. Fear. That's the tree that represents Gubbe, or the highest,
Yeah.
that we take in, not the pine tree.
Yeah. And in Gaelic it means man. So he's the prick. He is the tree.
Interesting, because we
yes,
are meant
exactly.
to fear.
But even when the worst translation is given, like the one that you just throw out that everybody academically gives to the Bolg, it means bag. So it's not completely wrong if you know the symbol. Like you were just saying, it all is very syncretic. They meant trousers, and all. I mean, it's just ludicrous. But I think that from this Bock saga, I think the Fir Bolg, one of 5 races that they say came, oh wow, I think we may have cracked that. At least for me, it's very substantial proof of what we're talking. B-O-L-K, Bolk. It would be the sound that it makes. Yeah. But really, Bolg is Bolk, is Bock, for goodness sake. But, we don't know how they pronounce things so clearly back then. But again, when it's a preponderance of the evidence. When you come to court, truth is discovered through the preponderance of the evidence. So, right, we study Crete, we study Thrace, we study Babylon, we study Chaldea, we study Ireland, we study England, Germany, right? And you start to see these common motifs. Go back, I said about Herodotus. Yeah, G.R.S. Mead, one of the greatest experts on the Hermetic tradition. He says the Orphic, right? These are meant to be Greek mystics, worshippers of the serpent. Their ancestors were from the north, yellow hairs from the north, right? So it says the preponderance of it. So people just going, you guys just don't make any sense, right? Yeah, one of the most common terms in Ireland is ban. B-A-N. It means woman. Didn't we just say that in Finnish Saga, the Von is, right? Well, V and B are probably the most interchangeable letters in any of the Western languages. So, and yet, what does it mean? And Boan, the Boan and Ban mean woman, like Ban she, right? Means woman, old woman. We have the river Ban. We've got the Boyne River, where so much Irish history is meant to have happened. The Boyne is a bad translation. It's a derivative of the word woman, Boan, Ban. And you have Von in the Bock saga. So, as I say, the preponderance of the evidence. Go to the next slide, David. Here's an interesting thing. You did touch on this earlier, Jokke, about replicating the fallen Udinma. Go to the next slide. We'll see something interesting. And that is, Ireland is well known. If it's well known for anything, it's well known for its hill forts, its cairns, and its megalithic structures. Now we can decode this properly. When the fall of Udinma took place, the ringlands, those people who were descended from the original homeland, would you not, if you were a descendant, do something to replicate the key symbols of your people? And this is now, I think, why it's so valuable to have this discussion.
We have this on Öland also. You can see on one of the islands we have the same, a smaller structure like that, where, this is I think it's also this labyrinth. Have you seen that? It's made by my people a long time ago, I think.
Certainly.
Where is that?
Certainly,
Is that
and that turns up in Crete. This is an island place called Giant's Ring. It's not a fort. They've lied and lied and lied and lied and lied. They call these forts. If you go and see the sign, it's nonsense. How can it be a fort? The deepest side of it, the trench, is on the inside. Well, a fort is meant to keep the enemy out. So why is the lower part, right, the part easy to climb, is on the outside? I want to strangle these academics, and have done since I was 13 years old. You're still going on guided tours at Newgrange, and the lies. You have to record it. What did you just say? Well, that's a lie. Next lie. How can you have a 4? It's right there in black and white. I didn't write it. It's a gathering place, like you say. It's a meditation place.
Well, like you say, this it's a rusty. They had 2 words for those cross. The Christian cross where they put that guy on is called a risti, and this one is called a rusty. So.
And you know when you get to these places, remember the famous one at Newgrange? We have the big whorls and the spirals. You're talking about the labyrinth. Ireland's covered in it.
Yeah.
And yet that whorl, right? Can we call it the whorl? What do you call that spiral in, say, Finnish, in the root language? Spiral.
It's spiral.
There you go. Yeah.
It's the same.
Vortex
a
of
lot
energy.
of those heavy words, like words that you don't use that much, is pretty much the same in English as in Swedish. That's really interesting.
True. They all come out of this Old High German, which itself comes out of an older language. They call it the parent language. I won't tell you what it is. I mean, how simple can we make it? They keep admitting that all the greatest linguists in the world have admitted, parent language. Yeah, I think we buy into that. Monogenesis. Telling you what it is. They cut their own throats before they'll do that. Right?
The English is a combination between Swedish and Finnish in this saga, they say.
Mm.
And this saga can only be told in 3 languages, and it's the Finnish and Swedish and English.
Yeah. And probably Gaelic too.
I don't know Gaelic. I was actually thinking about looking at the letters there to see what form they had on the letters. It's interesting that they have that in place today, that it's the correct alphabet, at least. I think that must have been the works of the old Masons.
Well, go look up Beth, Lewis, Neon, right? It's the name of the old Gaelic alphabet. It's just because it was the first letters of the alphabet, B, L, and N. Look up that, say Ogham alphabet. I can send you some links. I'll put links below for people who is new to this. And there was a second language. So just like you have the Asa and the Vaughan, in Ireland you have 2 separate Ogham alphabets.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Go figure. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I see a lot of connections. I see a lot of connections myself. Yeah.
But we are like masters of language. We really, people in Stockholm, not long time ago, maybe knew 4 or 5 different languages. Really,
well, it doesn't surprise me that the word for is the word Borg, like Berg, in Norway.
Castle
Borg is castle, right? Right.
Yeah.
Bock. The word Borg and the word Bock are not actually too far apart.
That's
got to use your imagination.
First letter in the alphabet starts like E, Asers, Borg, E-A-B. C.
E-A-B.
C is like cutting or dividing. So E-Asers, castle. They divide. So that's just the beginning of the ring. But in the end of the ring, you don't have like X-E-Z, but you have O-A-Ö. But it's interesting because if you go there, E-A-B-C, it goes in a ring from V-E-A. That's the end of the ring. I have to go all the way around just so you can hear it. E-A-B, C-D-E-F-G-H-O-L-M-N-O-P-Q-R-S-T-U-V-I-A-B-C. Can you see this go around? And the X-E-Z or A-Ö is standing outside of the ring. And O-A-Ö is something that only a few is like the lost sounds. O stands for river, but that is like a flow. And A is like growing power. And Ö is an island, like solitude. So you can expand on this to see what we lost. And U,
and
they have been trying.
The O-A-Ö, the Ö is a circle, right? With 2 dots.
Yeah, with 2 dots. But the Ö has 2 sounds. It's Ö and you have 2 It's Ö and Ö, like öga and öra. You can actually make two different sounds with this. So the Norwegian has like a ring with a cross like that, like
They're right.
yeah. So they really think
But that can be.
Yeah.
Isn't that also a symbol? Right, the Ö can be I, because ögon is I. So it can not just be a circle, it can be I. And isn't it the Von, or is it Disor, or Ata? I think it was Ata was the I as well. She was the goddess of the eye, right, in the Von language.
In root, öga is your eye.
Öga. Yeah, there you go.
And
so
öra is your ear.
Okay.
Like the word ä, like in agriculture, agriculture. That's a symbol. It's very female. It's an äng is like in England. Äng is a meadow, a field of flowers. So you had the land of meadows in England. In England. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They construct this in three periods during the colonization. It's the Örike period, like the island empire period, and then the river empire period, the Årike empire. But you have also the Engrike empire, England. Do you see? It's
three again.
The English people don't even have the ä in their sound system, in their language, but still the nation has that sound in itself. This quite interesting.
Go to the next slide, David. More proof of the phallic aspect of what we're talking about. It's a phallic religion. It's a hierarchy. Look what we find. Now, this is one of many what they call, chalk. Huge. I mean, in the countryside. This is in Dorset, in England. Say no more. There's the scepter that you talked about that you find on the heraldry.
Wow.
But I believe what's that?
He's holding a blunt. He's not a breeder. You can see. This is an interesting one. Is this actually something that someone has made?
It's ancient, very ancient.
Wow. This is totally hidden. He has this, people, this is not a breeder, you can say for sure. This is not a breeder symbol. This must have, interesting. He's offering.
Well, remember, it's the English version, so obviously this is a corruption. It's not anything like, it harkens to, it's an echo, a replication, just like those stone circles. It's a replication.
It's interesting. I keep thinking about I want to really know when they lost, like the England and all this.
Well, the thing is that this appears, that image appears on certain heraldry. Our previous guest, Caleb, when he looked into his ancestry, one of the coats of arms that he has of his family has got that image on it, two of them, no less. So either it's astronomical, representing Hearn. Oh.
We have exactly that symbol as an, what you call landsmärke, like a landmark symbol for one area that has that guy, a red guy, standing with that klubba, almost naked.
There you are. That was the point I was hoping you would. I didn't know that. See, there you are. There's a connection right there. And in Scotland, they have a very famous game. Have you ever heard of it? Called tossing the caber, where a man will come out, take a tree trunk, and then there's this whole fiasco of throwing the caber. It's called tossing the caber. I mean, if that doesn't smack of this Nordic, remember you said around Boxing Day, you've got the men who will do their athletics to prove to the maiden, all of that.
But they also for the Bock.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I'm doing this because I want people from these lands to go back and look at their own heraldry of their towns and cities and family lineage. This is for a reason. Go to the next slide, David. Here's an interesting couple of symbols.
Like they just did something by accident when they put the heraldry together. No way.
Well, anybody who thinks that, you won't be a member of Unslaved. Let's just put it that way. Go ahead, David. So the Crete came into it It's so important, we must speak it again. The central symbol of Crete is the axe, the double axe. There's one upside down because it looks like the hammer of Thor. Probably does serve as a symbol. Then you have the bull, which of course the bull and the bull penis and the bull scrotum are very, very important in the Finnish Bock saga. The horns double up as the cornucopia, but as the female generative opening. I mean, you got a multiplicity of symbols in there. Yeah. But remember, we also said that Crete. Remember we talked about Crete being the central meridian, which splits the the west from the east side. Maybe that's the Labrys. Also refers to that, the double axe. Could be that. What do you think?
In this story, the center of, the Crete, it divides like the west and the east in two parts. So you have like west and east part of Crete if you go via this old zero line. But this Sultan and Rasul, two kings, they got together and they were working on Crete. Like one of them had his side of Crete, the west and the east, and they made like two arms that was going to conquer Europe with this new religion. They made the Orthodox and the Catholic Church. So I'm thinking that this axe is like, you have the pole of the axe, like symbolizing the old zero line, but the axe is like I see this almost like an, war. Like they are gonna do something there. They are gonna, because they came two arms coming up from Crete, and this was like the information center where all this Christian thinking were pumping out from during that time. Later he removed, made his capital, I think it is, I'm not really sure, but when they started to make Christianity and this entire concept of what do you call it, monotheism? When you only have one, like
monotheism,
one God. Yeah. Monotheism. This was like the ancient center for that, where both of those mythologies were rolling out, or not mythologies, but information system. So I see this like the really divide and conquer symbol almost. I don't know.
Yeah, I can. No doubt about it. And of course, I do, and we're going to do a program in May about goddess culture, and the axe comes into it again as the axe of slaughter, the axe of constant sacrifice to me. Bloody, but certainly.
That's the interesting thing. That's like that's not a tool axe. I have never seen, like, you don't chop wood with a double-headed axe.
No. Yeah, I mean, it could be. Yeah, it could be. It could be like a symbol very similar to the double-headed eagle. But the fact that they use the bull, the fact that they
just one little quick thing. It's like they use their methods. When this Templar Knights trying to combat this in their secretive ways, of course, they use like the same tactics with the divide and conquer. I'm thinking, they had maybe had to do really bad acts, just to keep their cover, but I don't know. You had done such a work on this, and you can see that people have been evil, but I can see where knowledge can really turn people into doing, like, just in the preservation of a race, people can do it. Just look at Ragnar Lothbrok, he burned entire Europe.
Or Genghis Khan, or Attila the Hun, and hundreds of others. Suleiman the Great. Yeah, the list goes on, It's incredible, it really is. And defending your race is also another story.
That's
trying to get the bastards together. Yeah. Do you know how hard it was for European kings at the time of the 15th century with the invasion of the Muslims? You know how hard it was for any king in Europe to get anybody to come and help him? It was about 2.5 guys rode out to war, right? Yeah. Because none of the kings could agree. The so-called Christians couldn't even agree. They're good at slaughtering, they're enemies, but they can't get together to not be slaughtered themselves. I mean, they're slaughtering white Western races, the very races you're going to need to fight off the Horde, are all dead. There's intelligence.
You can see that it's interesting. The only nation that was standing against Napoleon was Sweden. And that really brought it down.
Yeah, don't stand against the tyrant. Well, when it comes to Crete, though, they not only had the labyrinth, the Minoan bull, the double axe, they also had the goddess cult. And it's one of the places where they found for the first time goddess images with the serpent, which represents the sperm and the bloodline. So Crete is a whole study. We're just touching on it here. Go to the next slide, coming down to the end here. As we said, again, needs to be emphasized, a lot of the story we're talking about is not going to be found in history books. It's going to be found in the pictorial arts. What I mean by that is, it's going to be in things we use every day, like the architecture, right? Like board games, nursery rhymes, playing cards. How come the first card of the playing cards, Ossa, the ace? Yeah, no connection, just a coincidence. Go back to sleep. And there's your mace, there's your scepter with the All-Father at the top, and the phallic father, whose seed, right? I mean, everything, the colors, everything about it he's the Lemminakainen, is number 4 in the tarot deck. Go figure. Do me a favor. And is in also the playing cards. The Lemminakainen right there. How many people would know that? How many people would even know that?
Did you know that the pink is actually the masculine color and the blue is the female?
Very, very interesting. Yeah. Isn't it?
He's having
and this is just one.
And blue eye.
Yeah. And often you see mountains in a great many of the cards. In a great many of the cards, you actually do see mountains in the background.
The true healing of
and then, and by the way, yeah, go ahead.
No, it was a big delay there. You go ahead, man.
That card in the tarot represents the sign of Aries, which is symbolized by the Bock, right? The ram's head. So
yes, all the children was born in
it'll
Aries.
Be preserved in these interesting things. What? Say that again. He's born in Aries.
All the people was born in the spring. That was the vår. The word for spring in Swedish is vår. So this was the vår times when we brought new people to the planet. Can you see that? So in astrology, that's what everyone was a fire elementals,
Absolutely, I see that, yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. Let's touch on one thing. Go to the next slide very briefly, because symbolism is the giveaway, etymology is the giveaway. Last time we looked at not all the cards, but a few. I would say the Hermit and the Fool. All of these are, coming out of the Bock Saga. The Wheel of Fortune being the ring, clearly. And if people study the Wheel of Fortune card, all the symbols we've just been talking about appear. The Hangman being Odin, but also the downward pointing idea that from the Lemminakainen comes the race. So some cards have the coins falling out of his pocket like little sperms. Devil we looked at, Tower. Go to the next one. There's the Wheel of Fortune itself, right, with the dog and the serpent and the 4 cardinal points. And the wheel itself is really the most interesting. And that Atar, right, Taro, Rota. I can't help thinking the symbols are very, very similar. There's the serpent on the left there, like a little coiled sperm. See that?
I can really see this.
Yeah, and wheel, the wheel, right?
You recommended Rider White deck I have.
Yeah, that's it. This is the Rider Waite, yeah. So
no, I think this is not this particular image. But anyway, really interesting. The central one. Yeah. Or do we have an old?
It's number 10. Perhaps? Well, it's number 10 in the deck. 10 is the ring lance, right?
It's interesting.
It can mean the whole. you know. It can mean the language, as you say, is in a circle, right? They put the Von language in a circle, the root language or whatever.
You have the serpent. You know, in the image we have here, the serpent is biting its own tail, like the
Ouroboros.
one
Well, that circle represents a Ouroboros. Go to the next one.
See that symbol there is
spend more.
Nordic. Yeah.
So the Lemnikainen, right, could be the fool, the solar ball there, right? Who comes down from the high place, or who frequents the high place, who lives on the high place, etc. And then the phallic is the bag, which is the balls, right? The scrotum and the pole. And he's got the seeds that he's bringing. Rosette in his hand is the female I'm looking for. The Disor or the Von, right? He's holding the symbol of them to bring the flower to the woman. But even in and then of course, even in the older decks, like this one on the right, Marseille deck or whatever deck, it's the wanderer who's been displaced. Well, that's exactly what happened in the Bock Saga. The whole thing was overturned, and they're made into the fools. They're made into the innkeeper. They're made into the wanderer. So I think the tarot, not just one card, but many cards, absolutely symbolize what we've been talking about. The fall of the Asa is in the first freaking card, the 0 card. This card is 0. Ring, the ringlands, the men of the ringlands. And the Lemnikainen now, there's his sperm bag, right? There's his seed bag. But he's become a wanderer, lower than all the peoples, because he's been demoted, thrown over by the evil ones, right? And so I can't help thinking that the tarot, he's Lamato, the mad one, the fool. Absolutely extraordinary connections.
You see, there could be like one rabbi or one nar. One nar is this guy who didn't have the quality to be a shiller maker. But I'm thinking like this could be the nar. I'm not really sure, but he's the one coming down from the mountain with the knowledge.
Right.
Because he's coming from Asur. He's part Asur. So this is interesting. But he has that bag. He could also bring the hatchback up, maybe, in that bag. It could be an ox bag. I don't know. It's too big.
Well, on some decks, the bag has a picture of a little eagle on it. And then didn't you mention it? Flowers. Eng is the flowers. So his dress is all flowery. He represents the northern Paradiso. He's coming from Paradis, the Ver Perpetuum, the land of eternal spring. You know, and he's coming into the material world, which is precarious. You know, troubadour tradition, the minstrel tradition, is preserving something deep. But you have to have people have to have the skill to decode it. Go to the next slide. The Von is symbolized by the Empress, and the priestess, the high priestess, is number 2. Well, they are number 2, right? You have the Lemnikainen in the male line, and then the Disor or the Von is, what number could better, 1-1, like in the Roman numeral, 1 beside 1. Look, you think that's accident? How can that be accident? That the Vanir, who are secondary race, secondary, the receiver of the seed. But in the tarot card, it just so happens that the high priestess is number 2, and there she is sitting in front of the tree. How can that be coincidence?
The moon.
That's right.
That's
right.
This is really interesting. And the dressing also blue.
Yeah. As you said a few minutes ago, that blue is the symbol. She's wearing the crescent headdress.
You see, this is a portal picture. You see, the woman is like a portal. The fruit. She has the fröken. You can be a maid. In Swedish, that's called fröken. And frö is one seed, so it's interesting.
Where we get fructose. And exactly. What about the etymology of Vanir being the origin of venereal? Venus. Right? There's a Venus, venereal, like in venereal disease, right? So-called. And then you have the planet Venus being the Vanir. But you're saying here the crescent moon is clearly indicating her primary. In some of the other tarot cards, like I think it's the Empress, you actually see the swan. You actually see the symbol of the swan.
The moon on the planet, if this is like the highest, if it's the symbol to Kuningatar, it should be the second
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. Look at the cross in the middle of her breast.
Yeah.
You know, it has to
So
be.
rusty.
Yeah, it has to be. We have in Ireland, you know, the names Ross, Rosslyn, Roscommon. We have the Tudor roses. So when they took the symbols of the male, they didn't even take. They took many symbols from the female: the swan, the rosette, the crescent moon. Right, all becomes on the heraldry of later nobility. The sacred tree. Unbelievable. Go to the next one. Very famous. Everyone does connect this.
Mhm.
Everybody does connect this with Odin, and that's good. But it's so much more thanks to you and Jim for telling us. Now, there's the one with the coins falling out of the pocket. So if that doesn't represent seed falling downwards
Yeah.
on the tree, I don't know what does. Look at the crescent moons as well. What
I think
brilliant, huh?
it was really. There was one alchemist saying like the human being is like a tree upside down or a tree reversed, you know.
Sure.
And I've been thinking about that, and this is thinking. I just came to think about that when I saw this picture. It's like really interesting. Like,
But look at his head. Look at his head, the dip in the ground. Go to the next slide. Right, now look at the dip. His head is going into a trench. Isn't that the hell, Valhalla?
it could be. This is
We have Gul, Gotha, in Christianity, the hill. See, because remember, it can be ditch or it can be hill. Hell is hill as well. Hole is down, hill is up. So it's a beautiful play. People who have no symbolic literacy just tune out. The brain, fuses because it appears to be opposites. But no, this is the way symbolism works. And our audience now is aware of that. Hello, when you say hello, hell, hill.
But the
Right?
sound
They're
in
all
itself
representing. Yeah.
has an underlying
Absolutely.
symbolism. So every time we say something, it's some kind of, you symbolize something, you know. So when we start to slide with that, we stop having these associations. And that's what this brings back, so we can have like the natural associations in our brain. So we maybe don't have so much headache anymore. I don't know, but that's how I see it.
So do I.
Now,
So
now we
if it's hill,
really see what all those images and symbols of all really means.
if it is the hill, like we're saying, hell, we can come back, David. Hell is the hill as well, not just a dip down, but a hill up. Then we've got the primordial mound. Remember you said earlier about somebody should do the Egyptian thing? Then the primordial hill, which is probably central to all the Egyptian iconographies and cosmology, is explained because it is the hill, and that links directly. Holistic. Right? I mean, the thing goes on and on, this word root. And then again, don't forget Hel is Hel, the goddess. So they're leading you to the, All Father, but the symbolism has often been rendered. We've got so far, as taking it to the symbol of the female, and it's accurate. It's very, very accurate. Because the Disor and the Von are part of this whole thing. Yeah. I think it's, but see the coins in the previous one we saw, when you have the prick, right, the Christmas tree, what do we put on the Christmas tree but these little balls, right? What do they represent but the seed on the phallus? Like, because when the orgasm takes place, you get the little pearls or little balls falling out, and then underneath you've got the presents for the children, right? And the toadstools.
When we talk about like astronomy and so, but they say that each star and the constellation systems, they're like one cluster can be one family star system. So each person got a star. So if we have that sense that the sun shines to all the stars and shines on those stars, otherwise they would be black. And this Balder, he represents this sun, and he becomes Gubbe. So in this parliament, open parliament I was talking about, the people who are around listening to what the king has to say, they are representing the stars in the solar system also. Meanwhile, Gubbe is the sun, and his son, the Ra, the king, he's the moon. So they embody this stellar system in a planetary matter, you see. So this is how we have to.
Yeah.
It's quite
That's extraordinary. So the Ra is the physical king who embodies what the All-Father is saying, right?
Yeah, he's the moon, the Ra. He embodies the moon on Earth. And there's only one moon, and there's only one sun in this story.
Yeah, again, I encourage people to go back to the first program we did with you guys. Go to the next slide, David, the last, one I think it is.
It has to be.
And we touched on the first program, the tower is the fall then of the third Ragnarok and the ultimate destruction of the homeland. And then this would be the first time that the Asa family had to actually vacate and move north. And this was brought out in the first program very, very clearly. Go to the next slide. And the Kabbalah tree to me is not Jewish, but connects to these Arctic homeland. It's the E, letter E, but this time, like the tower is the letter E as well, but these are the 10 ringlands connected to the body. So the whole thing was appropriated. The whole thing was cannibalized, right? Just like the rosette symbol of the roses. And you said that last time you come back, then you see that the standing stone with the sun over it is the letter E. And that was always sacred to Ra. So there is an Egyptian Celtic, the strongest connection I see between those three countries is the standing stone, right, which represents the letter E, or I, as we would call it in English, with the sun over it, that's Ra over the stone, and then that is the symbol, Amun Ra is the hieroglyph, okay, go figure, of Ra. And then you have it in the finish as well. So there's a strong connection right there.
It's actually the E is the North Pole and the North Star above it. But the standing stone, it looks like a penis shape, the rune stones. It's phallic.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Isn't that amazing?
It's so obvious.
Again, I'll repeat. That is the hieroglyphic of Amun Ra, which apparently was Egyptian, right? No connection.
He's the man of Asa, Amun Ra. Amun. Mun is a mouth. Amun. And the mouth is also the moon, because he has to say.
Amun, yeah, he has to say. Go to the next slide. There's something interesting here. As I said, a lot of this has been hidden in plain sight. Oh, no, sorry, you're going ahead one. Oh, no, go ahead one more. We'll come back to that. Yeah, go past next one. Yeah. Because a lot of what we're doing here is to help people open their eyes. Why are these men, why is Adam golden haired? Why is Eve down at his genital level? There's the serpent, which is the bloodline. They're their bloodline, not an evil presence like the Christians made a monkey of it. Right? She's reaching out because this is the bloodline. The serpent is the whole family lineage of the vine. But look at her head. Look where she is. She's the receptacle of Adam's seed, right? Michelangelo's trying to do something. And just holding on to the branch alone, I went into this in the Female Illuminati program. That grasping of the branch is the grasping of the bloodline that will unfold. And of course, you guys, the finish, the Bock Saga is all about the tree, isn't it? That all the souls were buried under the tree. So again, one could talk about these for hours. But I just find that the positioning, I just thought that the positioning the artist has put Eve at is a very suggestive, let's say.
It's the color of the honeymoon system. Honeymoon. Yeah, it's a 30-day period when she takes the man's seed before they're gonna make a child. She drinks it for 30 days before.
30 days for 1 month.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, so her body could preparing her egg, they say.
Mm-hmm. No question. So, and in Egyptian, they've got the masturbating god. Their first god, Atum, right? You talked about Amun-Ra. Atum is the masturbating god. Now, this is very, very important because there's a whole question we're going to visit in other programs about what's called paternity and how quickly men in history knew that they were paternal, that their children were their offspring. And there's pros and cons to that argument. And one of the things on the favor that they knew early is the idea of the Egyptian masturbating god, right? It doesn't actually connect, but at least it's halfway there, that the male understood something about his seed, because in the masturbating god idea, Atum, again, you can look it up, from that came the whole world, right? From his sperm came all creation. So there's pro and con. There's a story in history that man did know that he is the seed bearer, and the Bock Saga also backs this up. Right? So either it gets forgotten later on, or forgotten before, or whatever. We have to work all of that out as we go. But the Finnish Bock Saga is assuming they did know. Man was absolutely aware that he was, right? His seed created children, right?
Yes. It was in the,
Yeah.
Everything was about this. They knew or they understood certain aspects we would not really think about today, in this.
Many more. Yeah. Yeah.
Especially the immune system and all that.
Yeah, it's so much more in the Bock Saga, and that's what we're going to do more programs, because I was just speaking purely basically there over that one fact. But you're absolutely right. They bring more to it than that. They knew that it was that, the god and the goddess came together and that their marriage made children, offspring, but it was infinitely even more profound than that when we're dealing with this particular group of people, Go to the next slide. I think it's the last slide. I think this is the last one. Okay, what are you going to say?
The bath, baptism. That's a hidden
Yes,
thing.
baptism.
But, they managed to sneak this out into Christianity via this John the Baptist. I think he was some kind of Templar trying to do, or at least connected to that.
Well, he was a version of the Lammonikainen. I look at John the Baptist as just a Christianized version of the Lammonikainen, as Jesus is. But here's a couple of sum up, because we've run out of time, but just in Program 1 and Program 2, here's just a few. Christmas, ritual traditions that come from the Finnish mythos that we've been talking about. The pointed hats and all of that. What we got here, the pointed Christmas tree. It's so obvious. The presents, the mushrooms underneath it. It all alludes to these particular rites that we've been exploring. Right. As I said, the balls on the Christmas tree. Father Christmas, classic image on a sled. They make it with reindeer, but the original, anybody does 5 minutes of research, the sled was pulled by goats. So go figure. Bell ringing in the Great Tower. They've nicked that from the Great Borg. Right. Boxing Day, you explained so beautifully last time. Eggnog. I wonder what that looks like. Right. And Ash Wednesday, even other Christmas celebrations. So again, just to help people look at these rites and rituals of the year, of the calendar. What is that Swedish day where the women go around with the lights? Could you? Is that December? Day. They have. Yeah, that's it. Lucia Day, things like that.
They have white coats, and Lucia is supposed to have a blue belt with 7 candles in her head.
Oh, no kidding. And what day is that?
Sant är ljus ia. It's like sant means true, ljus is light, ia, Sant är ljus ia, Santa Lucia.
And it's in November or December?
It's in December before Christmas. That's the
right,
festival.
And that was the
day.
point. Oh, the festival day. Yeah. December what?
Lucia Day, I think it's I'm not 13th of December, maybe. I think it is.
Well, it corresponds in the Bock Saga to the time when the maiden is meant to have a dream, right? The Disor is meant to have a dream. Yes. Tell us about that.
They are supposed to see Lucia in this dream with the blue belt and the 7 candles in her head. They had to they had to describe this dream with certain details, and they kept it kind of secret. So the elder woman, they could really quickly understand if the person had a dream. But if they didn't want to be a mother, they could just say, I didn't have any dream. So it was free choice.
That's
If
right.
you want to be a mother.
So the older maiden or the crone could decipher that the girl is legit. Of course, the freedom is she could just say, no, I didn't have any dream, and then she doesn't become a maiden, doesn't have to bother. And the girl who describes it, even in the dream, there will be certain things that will come with the dream that the wise woman now knows she's the one, and then starts a process we talked about in Program 1, which we now preserve as Boxing Day and Christmas Day and all the rest of it. So again, yeah, I think we've emphasized it enough.
She needed to be there because it was a 50% chance that she took a guy that lost to after having this dream. So it was like high criteria to become a...
Yeah, but at the same time, don't forget that if the maiden really did sincerely have the dream, something in the dream would also maybe point to the man that she's meant to take. So it's not just frivolous. Yeah, she can pick the hunk or whatever, right? But at the same time, something in the dream may actually guide her differently. If you're overcome with an image in your mind, that can be pretty dominant, especially back in those days. And maybe you will pick somebody that conforms to the dream more than a sort of a earthly need. But even the earthly need is still good because something in your biology is saying he's the one, right? So either way, it's going to be good. It's a Dionysian orgiastic, concept. But what the hell? It's going to work out both ways. It's going to work out both ways.
It's really pure in one way because they had respect of the sea. They have deep respect of the mothers. What's on the man's side, there's a equal part to the woman's side in all stories in this saga. For the man, there's an equal on the woman's side. In those systems. So it was not a patriarchy in that way. It was, the woman, they controlled the future. They were in hands of the future. Meanwhile, the man had his story. His story. That's a man thing. They had control
but if you're somebody like Kevin McDonald, right? If you're somebody who's Molyneux comes to mind, and you're trying to advocate patriarchy, right? Without any stupid political correctness, just study, just advocate for the system. In many ways, the Bock Saga is something they should all know about because, from my point of view, it is the greatest iteration of patriarchy, as you say, in an all-encompassing way. But so much mud has been thrown on patriarchy by the political correct Marcuse crowd for so many decades now that, see, when I read this stuff of what you've discovered, it strips away all that mud, and finally, just, you can see, like in that Michelangelo picture or whatever, it's not to demote women, it's not to say that they are, lesser because they're the containers. It's the greatest acceptance of biology and natural organicism of the way the universe, it's like the sun and the moon. You can't, what's wrong with that? Are you going to doubt that? Are you going to contradict it? There's a certain way that the natural world, right? The natural world has designed, and if you fuck with it, you're going to have the world we've got right now, which is streaming towards oblivion. So there's sanity impacted in what this Bock Saga is all about. Yes. And when you unpack it and get through the taboo stuff, right? It's very deep, isn't it, for our modern times, wouldn't you say?
But as I said, when you get past that tröskel, we say, when you sort of get through the door and start to see the entire room of this, it's open more doors, and it's to be like hearkening into knowledge that is like a corridor or that ends in darkness somewhere. There's like this is like ever growing. You can just find, because there's so many evidence, I would say. There's so much more you can find, so much more you can study and just add in. Like Eeyore said, he had like those boxes in his head where he stored information about certain subjects. And I've been thinking a lot about what he might have been meaning with that, but as the time goes, I can now see how he used that method, because It's like the more you know, the even more you're gonna learn.
Well, our audience is going to take to this because I absolutely know that people want to know about a relationship with letters. What do the 26 letters mean? What does the Kabbalah mean? What do numbers mean? What do symbols mean? What does the Tarot 22 mean? So what we've been doing in this program is really going there because these are sciences that people are interested in. To have a relationship with the words that they speak, with the letters that they write. It's not just some arbitrary, means to an end. The depth of language cannot be ever come to the bottom of it. Gematria, right? Numerology, cosmic numerology. If it's good enough for John Dee to be advising kings and queens back, whenever, and they're still doing it today, it's good enough for us. That's the way I've looked at it, right? So magic squares, but I'm a purist. I want to find out where's the archive, and if there's anybody living that has access to that archive, and then failing here, the Irish don't know shit about anything Irish. The English couldn't give a fuck about anything except drinking beer, right? And Swedes, they're lost, right? So you have to find the few people who are preserving these things. So, you coming on, and we'll have you on again. I can't thank you enough. This is, for me, very, very, very key information so that we come into a physical relationship instead of just using things, right, in a blind way, to really understand that letters are living, the words are living, the pronunciation of the words and the vowels, like you say, are all a living thing. I think transforms a person's life and is really the meditation, is really the spiritual Western magical tradition, not, the law of attraction and all the other shit that they put in front of us for decades. This is, to me, the real thing. So, Yake, man, thanks a lot.
Really, for me too. I just it's much easier to stay healthy, especially in your head, when you have this. I don't know. It's a child can understand the sound system, at the basic level. So this is for everyone. Everybody can learn this, what the sounds mean. So there's so many tapes out there you can listen to. So there's so much material now coming out in regards with people that has been listening to Eeyore and listen to what he has to say. And there's people coming in and expanding the story, and people have been doing this since the 80s. So now it's like our job I don't know, the material is out there. So we can just talk about this, but the true masters, they already have been doing all the work and put it on tape there. So we just have to be humble to those people who have put their life and time into this, and it's the age of revealing, so I clearly can understand that now.
Yeah, it's now or never. But look at the distractions. Look what we're going through right now in terms of headlines. So people got to realize that. You're on a boat, you're trying to go here, and there's nothing but waves conjured up. Everybody's muddying the waters. There's always something to muddy the waters every 5 minutes. So staying, attuned and I can't make it easy for people. There is no pill to take. You have to be masculine and heroic. And for me, the Bock Saga is a heroic thing. It's nothing to do with anything, demoting any sex or any. In fact, women who are in alignment with this, they're actually doing what nature's ordained them to do. This is where they come into their true nobility. Not by somebody giving you an award, but something from within. Man, the same. You reawaken, but the whole thing is to reawaken, the masculine and the feminine within in accord with nature. Natural law. I mean, I can't make it any simpler than that. But as I say, I always add that part. If it's good enough for Napoleon, and it's good enough for the Pope in Rome, but it's good enough for you. If it's good enough for John Dee, see, all of these things, they filter down into the magical tradition. Edward Kelly, John Dee, they're all using these things.
From himself, to himself.
That's right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, there you are, right? But we're going to do this again because...
Add on. This is, before the most important was the older people who had all the knowledge, And I can kind of see that with Jim now. They are getting older, but you can see how important their knowledge is. You can never read in a book what they have to say. because you have the language. You need to have the association within the sounds in order to completely understand this. And you cannot do that in a book, because you have to think for yourself the sounds, and they can be a little bit off, without this information.
Well, that's great.
Well, we'll leave it there, but thank you for being here extra. You were on since 5, you guys. Joined you at 6. So, Jacke, you've been sitting through this for several hours, 4 or 5 hours. So, I mean, thank you for your time, mate. And we're definitely going to come back and do this. And I'll put a lot of links below, to more videos so that people can really comprehensively. And I encourage people to download those videos and keep them, because
really recommend
the way things are going right now. What do you say?
This video, one of these guys who has been sitting with you here has put out a documentary that they made in the 80s. It's called it's with Cliff Barber. It's kind of hard to get, but it's a 3-hour long, and it's all visual imagery. They stand there in the castle. It's a good VHS documentary, but it's worth seeing. I can really recommend that. If you want to watch something, because people like to see movies.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, and they got nothing else to do right now, so this is a good time to catch up on all this information and empower yourself. And Jacke, I appreciate you coming on again, and both of your comments. There's lots to think about and definitely lots more to explore. And to message all our members, don't worry, Unslaved is not closing its doors. We're not going anywhere. In fact, we're just getting warmed up. So stay tuned, and we will have a lot more coming your way here on Unslaved. Thanks to you for making this possible, and thanks to both of you gentlemen for this incredible conversation today. I was just happy to sit back and watch it happen. So looking forward to next time, and we'll catch everybody here very soon. Stay well, be safe, keep your chin up. Cheers.
Thank you very much.
And hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Unslaved podcast. Happy to be here with you again. We're going to be continuing our exploration today into the Bock Saga. And we have our good friend and returning guest, Jacke, coming back to us from Sweden today. We, of course, always have Michael Tessarian with us. And we also have Michelle, who's joining us for the first time. And so welcome to everybody. Michelle, welcome. First of all, I'd love for you to introduce yourself and your background to our guests. It's the first time here on Unslaved, so welcome and take it away, my friend.
Well, I'm Michel, family name Merle, which is like blackbird, a bird flying in the sky, and a bird who has been traveling in his life over the planet. I'm born 1955 in Amsterdam, and when I was starting to travel when I was 19 years old, I get to know Bock on my traveling in the Asia. And well, we became good friends, and he had interesting stories to tell, and he liked to listen to my travel adventures. So we spent a lot of time through the 70s and the 80s. And in the 80s, in the year that his mother died, he came out with the family secret they had been keeping within his family. And because I had nothing special to do but running around the planet and searching a little bit for another way of trying to understand human beings and their cultural background and all the stuff they are occupied with. So that made that when he come with Bock Saga, I got interested from the first week I listened to it. And it has been my obsession ever since, up to today, when I have been anyway in the fortunate position to listen over a period from almost 27 years to all the stories that were orally transferred within the Bock family over a period of 20 years, 2 hours every day. So that was their education from 7 to 27. And my education, between brackets, in this subject started when I was 29. And yeah, what to say? Now we are 36 years further on. And so before I started with this story, I have been listening to Eeyore from the middle of the 70s to 1984, only about 18th century, because he happened to be a guide on 7 islands in front of the coast of Helsinki, where his ancestors in heathen time also had a function. But he was there telling 18th century history and always preparing his program in the winter in Goa, where we spent time together with other friends, where we lived together in the house. So we followed his peculiarities with stories about 18th century and were kind of all surprised at the moment he made a switch and started to talk about the mythological period, which is the period before we become religious in Europe.
Did you have,
and that happened to me.
Did you have any interest yourself in the North before you met Eeyore?
I didn't know anything about the North, not much, except what you can read, which is related to the Vikings. So I knew about Viking and the concepts that are laid down in Viking mythology, where they have mainly 4 powers which they use. They use Odin, Thor, Frey and Freya, which is about half of the powers that are used in Finland in the Finnish tradition of Bock Saga. Yeah, and there's a reason for that, which we can explain later on. But I had little interest, but I kind of he was actually the first person I met on a more one-to-one base from Scandinavia with whom I spent time. So actually that guy was my main motivator for going up there also. So I get to know the country and I get to know the people. And I had nice time there in the summertime. In the winter we always escaped to India because better to hang out in Goa. No clouds in the sky from October to April. And that's different in Finland, where a chicken bone like me is freezing his balls off, These Arctical people have a different structure than these more tropical people. And to hang out in that time in 35 degrees minus Celsius minus, it was for me too much.
Tremendous.
So, but like everywhere, climate is changing, and also over there, it's not anymore as cold as it used. Yeah. So in that way,
And then what was the main step that said that you even have now a vocational interest, not just an interest, but something you maybe with your friends want to pursue? When did that really click in, where maybe it affected your destiny on a more of a personal level, right?
I think it is the moment when we are wanting to start to prove our story. Because the Bock Saga is not only an oral tradition with an enormous amount of information, it is also actually talking about 3 places in Finland where they have been hiding things before the year 1050, when the Christianity kind of took over the information system in the whole of Europe. So before it was in South Europe, then they moved up to Middle Europe, and around the year 1000 they are moving into Scandinavia, and 1050 they come to Finland, and they destroy this old center of heathendom and took over. From that moment we have only the information system from the Pope in Rome, where people get informed about the daily news, like we are watching today at 8 o'clock in the evening, before you get your news on Sunday, in the spreading of information from the Pope, which was by written letter, because the religions introduced the written language. So now the Pope could give out information, which become copied by cardinals. Cardinals copy it and send it to the archbishops. Archbishops sent it to the bishop, and the bishop sent that letter in Latin, their language to the priest. And now the priest who's living in Spain or in Ireland or in Finland, he can translate this Latin letter from the Pope in the local language and inform the people who in that time had the right to come to the church. So up to the Middle Ages, it was not everybody welcome in the church. It was more the high burghers of the areas who had the right to on Sunday come in the church to listen what Pope in Rome had to say. Yeah.
This would be very similar to the burghers, as you say. This would be like it was at the time of the witch hunt scourge, or say the Black Death scourge in England, in which the witches who were not witches were just people who spoke to a cat or a bird. But it was the burghers who set loose the Inquisition or set loose the Witchfinder General, not the ordinary people. They created a bickering. They would maybe gossip. The women's gossip would pillory a particular woman or girl that they hated. But until the actual burgher, these are sort of a little bit more senior people, the sheriff or the burgher or the master, the mayor, he actually unleashed the Inquisition to go then and get these individuals because they wanted their land or whatever it was. So you're quite right, this structure, and the priest would be part of that. The priest would accompany the sheriff on the arrest and approve it, and knew fine rightly that these people had done nothing but maybe a little bit pagan way, a little bit, speaking to animals and stuff like that. That's all you needed to do, isn't it? So what you're saying actually is even in Britain, in Ireland, you can find this.
Yeah, it was everywhere in Europe. Everywhere in Europe you find this system, which is going on quite traditionally up to, we come to the middle of the 16th century, around 1520s, 1550s. There starts to change the thing. There we start to get people who didn't anymore 100% agree with the information system of the Pope. So the more famous character who started there one movement, it was Luther in 1570. So it's just a bit over 500 years ago when you start to get like the Protestant movement, where the Protestants are taking a different right than what people had who were living under the information system of the Pope. And all of that has to do with what the Bock Saga is also about. And I think the main theme is the children-making system. So today we are human beings who are thinking that making the children the way we are making them today. And we think automatically that we have always been doing like that. But now you can find one very interesting thing, that in the Christian information system, in the children-making system of the Christianity, that you are marrying one man and one woman, and they stay whole their life together, and they make children together. Now, as long as we were under the only Catholic information system, it were the older men and the older women in the villages, in the countryside, who were kind of coupling the boys and the girls in this kind of village festivals and the daily life. They could see kind of a natural attraction from one boy, one girl. And now it were the elder man and the elder woman in the villages who you got the right from to marry and to make children. So it was not your grandfather, your father, or your mother, or your grandmother, or, that is something that is coming in with Protestantism. There, this right, what the elder man and elder woman had on who is making children with whom in the area, is moving to the grandparents. And there we can say some form of corruption is coming in the marriage system, because now, of course, it is interesting when this right is moving to the grandparents of the boy and the grandparents of the girl. When they happen to have land next to each other, they by marriage could get a bigger piece of land, which make them to have more influence in the surrounding. Yeah, so now you had to have the permission of your grandparents, which are not, let's say, independent figureheads in the structure of the life of the people, because you have this emotional connection in another way than when it's about the elder men or the elder women in the village, although they could of course also be one of your family members. But anyway, that's a little bit the difference, which moved in Scandinavia around 1540. In 1523, there is one Swedish king. In this time, is Finland part of Sweden? And 1523, there is Gustav Vasa. And Gustav Vasa, he is the one who in 1523, after he is being elected to be king in Sweden, 4 years later, he is throwing out this representative of the Pope in Sweden. And he is making himself to be head of the Lutheran Church of Sweden. Yeah, and in that moment is changing this right from the alderman to the grandparents about the children making program. Now he become head of the church and head of the state, and his good friend Henry VIII in England, he copied that 7 years later in 1534. He is throwing out the representative of the Pope and make himself to be the head of the Church of England. So kings in the north, it started to be important to be separate from this heavy church information system where everybody had to do as the Pope in Rome is saying. So they tried to find all kinds of ways to get out from underneath it. Now that goes on, that period where you have to have the right, get the right via the grants, goes on to about industrialism. And in the industrialism, again is changing things because people are moving away from the land into the towns. So now it becomes more of a problem to have this right from the grandparents. So they move it from the grandparents to the parents. So now from the 1800s, you have to ask your parents for permission to make children from 1800, 1850. And now this period is going on, we can say more or less, until the Second World War. And after the Second World War, we find out that it is better when we decide it by ourselves because of this new propaganda machinery of love that is forever, which is coming from Hollywood. So from the beginning of the 20th century, we start to have this concept, which is presented that the love is forever and we stay our life together and we make children and blah, blah, blah. And this is going on up to 1950s, 40s, 50s, 60s, where you don't have to ask anymore the permission from your parents to marry one girl or one girl to marry one boy and have children with it. You can decide it by yourself. Now all of this is very different than that what we experienced in heathendom, where we had no marriage. We had only short-term connection between man and woman, where the men were choosing the man from whom they thought that they are best capable to make the children in the area, and the ladies are choosing the ladies from which they think they are good to make the children. Now, so it was up to you by yourself as one lady. If you want to have children, you can have children, but you can get from that the support from your group of ladies in the area, or not. If you didn't get it, now usually as one girl, you already find out on one younger age that maybe that job to be mother is not for me. Because in that time, when you choose to become mother, you aspired to become a good mother. And a good mother is a lady who wants to have at least 10 children. Now to make 10 children in your life, to be a good mother, it's a kind of a heavy job, so you must have good feeling to get children. But now the thing was in heathendom that the man chose the man, the women, but also according to their physique. They had all kinds of rule and regulation. And now the women were choosing the men. So it was ladies' choice in heathendom. The man had nothing to say. If the man was chosen, he only had to do his obligation to make one child with that lady who they spent 1 month together, and then he is making her pregnant. And then the lady is staying with the ladies in the area or in the house or in the village, and the men are staying with the men. So we were more living like man and woman. And what men knew, the women didn't know so much about, and what the women knew, the men didn't know so much about. So in that way, the man and the woman needed each other in order to make kind of a harmonious life where everybody was responsible for the children that were born. Yeah, which is a completely different situation than we have today, where you as mama and papa are 100% personally responsible for the children. Yeah, and of course it's nice when you get support from your surrounding, but the life that we are living in the modern times is making that more and more difficult because we are traveling, and before we was as family practically neighbor from each other, but today we are living on the neighbor continent. Yeah.
Well, it's a little different. I was just going to say something. This is interesting when you think about how they did it back then, and I've heard other accounts of this. And when we look at it today, we're not living in a community of people that are from our tribe really anymore. We're not living amongst our own people anymore. It's very much, it's the new multicultural thing, everything. Everything's just sort of kind of being blended together. And so maybe in the modern age, there's benefits for a family, a mother and father, to stay together for the sake of the children because of the situation we're in. But if things were back the way they were in the ancient times, it would have been different. They would have seen it differently because they would have been looking to build success into the tribe, into the race, right? It would be about making sure you have the best stock, the best, and even the elites do this. This is the whole interesting thing.
But you say okay.
No, I say it was like the normal back then. It's completely abnormal for us to be thinking this term, but
of course.
we have to really think that this is a very long time ago, especially
this is just how they saw it, right?
Yeah,
it's
and with the way they died too. Yeah, people were not dying.
Different norms.
Yeah,
and that makes when in every period where you grow up, you are living according to the norms of your surrounding. Yeah, so then you are normal. Now, normal, it's an interesting word anyway, because Noor, as you would say, for this first three combination sound that in English make Nor. In root you say Noor. And Noor means Noor then, the north. Yeah, and Mal means one form. One Mal is one form. Yeah, it's a carpenter, you make a Mal in order to copy the thing 10 times, no? So you make, in root, Mal means a form. So normal is the form of the north. So the normal from the heathen time, from before ice time, it was the form all human beings on the planet were living because their normal came from the north. There was the Allfather and the Allmother who in a five-class system, five-caste or five-class system, make all the people. So in that time we were one family. So we have been living for millions of years with only one family, the family of human being, who everybody was always either the child, the grandchild, the great-grandchild, or the great-great-grandchild from the Allfather and the Allmother sitting at the North Pole before ice time. Yeah, so we were living according to the normal of that time, which was when they arrived in the nature, the human being. It was the nature that gave us our mal. They copied from the nature and their understanding of their place in the world, and their organization of people that they created on all the continents. Now, of course, that has been happening over thousands of years before it became kind of like a structure that didn't become bigger or smaller so much. That kind of stabilized because they have been doing their whole trip in order to set it up so it also could continue according to their calendar and the almanac, where we have all these festival days and ceremonial days on which we do certain things in order to keep the wheel of life in order. Yeah.
So with that said, Michel, with the normal, funny enough, we're getting this term thrown around now of the new normal based on the conditions and everything, but that's another conversation. But it's like they want to change the mold of human beings into this cyborg. But the question I had for you then is, now that you're saying that this is the whole story of the Bock saga, is that there's an ancient story of human beings that goes well beyond some 200,000 years, which is what we're usually told, and it definitely surpasses the theory of out of Africa, right? Like, what would you say to the out of Africa theory?
Yeah, for sure some people have been coming out of Africa, but I mean, that was long after they had been arriving there from another place. So
that starts later.
Yeah, that is kind of later. You can't really say it. People didn't leave so quickly from their area. There must have always been pretty good reasons in order to move away from one area. Yeah, when you are born in one area, there live all the people with whom you have to do. There is living the elder men and elder women, of whom some are your grandfather and grandmother. There are your mother's brothers, your mother's sisters, your father's brothers, your father's sisters, your mother's brothers, your mother's sisters, and there's all these kids around of which you are one. Yeah, and so it was not so easy to just go away. You go away when you had a reason to go somewhere, or people asked you to go somewhere, but you just didn't go and just moved around the world, because we have been having like a structure of how we populate this planet from the beginning that human being arrived. So yeah, in that time you can see the planet as consisting of ringlands. So a ringland is a land with a diameter of about 240 kilometers. And now when you make them like hexagram, you can fit them nicely together. So you can make this whole Earth and divide it like in a honeybee comb. And you get all these kind of ringlands, one at the North Pole, and then you get 6 around, and you get 12 around, and you get 18 around, and you go, down to the equator, and then on the other side of the bowl, same story. Everywhere where there is land. Now, I think Jim already explained the story of like that before ice time we had another North Pole than we have today. Yeah. Because our Earth axis is lying under an angle of about 23 degrees, where before we were perpendicular to the sun. So the North Pole is here. And South Pole, in that time, North Pole was on one of the 7 islands in front of the coast of Hell. And Hell was called Hell because it was always hell there. It was always in that position. The land at the North Pole and the area at the South Pole has 24 hours light when the Earth is turning around its own axis. Yeah, so we move around our own axis, around the sun in 1 year. But when you live at the North Pole, which in that time was on land, and the South Pole was in the water, in the area between, let's say, Tahiti and New Zealand towards Antarctica. In that area, we find the South Pole. So in that time, South Pole was water and North Pole land, the opposite of what we have now. Yeah, where the North Pole is in the water and the South Pole on the land. So in that position, the North whereas the land where the people originate, according to this story, there is always light. And when you move south from this ringland towards the equator, you get this division of day and night, 12 hours. Yeah, if you go outside of Uldenma, slowly, it gets 1 hour dark, 2 hour dark, 3 hour dark, up to the equator where it's like 12 and 12 in that time. So these people were, living in the light there in the north. Yeah, it was a completely different situation, which also made that we did not have ice on the planet, except on the mountain high up. And we live in a tropical, subtropical paradise type of land, where all animal and plant in that time were already in existence before the human being arrived and starts to do his trip on the planet, where they have been doing things with the nature also to make more variety and beautify the planet. And they've been doing many things. But basically we were like one family living on this bowl, and we had a fantastic climate, so we did not need to protect ourselves from the nature the way we do in the climatological circumstances that we have today. In the north, you freeze your balls off, and in the tropics, in the monsoon, it's also not the most beautiful place to be. It's quite heavy climate, also this tropical rainy season climate. It's very heavy for human beings. So I think we had a much more agreeable place to live in before. So that make also that there were lots of things that we didn't need. We didn't need clothes in the same way that we need them today. We don't need all these walls around us to protect ourselves from the cold and the bad weather. So we were living in a completely different harmony than that what we call our harmony of today, which made us also to be different human beings.
That's right.
Sorry.
In fact, Jim has spoken about that extensively, and isn't it true that at the center of the Bock Saga is a very different conception of the Earth? You're talking about the pole, you're talking about the hole, so to speak, which has many metaphors.
Yeah.
But the Earth in general was different. He even speaks of it as being the most important planet in the cosmos. The sun has its role, the moon has its role, but Earth is supreme within the Bock Saga. Can you maybe touch on that, about how the conception of the Earth is completely different than what came later?
We have a story about the creation of the Earth, and in the Bock Saga is told that before we have two sun, moon, and stars. And one of the sun was a smaller sun than that one that we can see today every day in the sky. And so we had two sun, one moon, and stars. And now one day, this little sun, it exploded. So the sun is consisting of magma. So of plasma. They are plasma balls. And this plasma ball, it exploded. And in the explosion, the plasma is changing to magma and atmosphere. Yeah, so the explosion of plasma is creating a magma ball with an atmosphere around. So you can see it a little bit like an egg. You have the egg yellow, and you have the water damp or water thing around the egg yellow. Now in the cooling off process of the Earth, the outer crust is hardening and cooling off, which also make that the atmosphere around is starting to condense to water, and is in the end filling the oceans. Yeah, so we say that the Earth is coming out of, like, if you would take the Earth today and you would have really big hands, and if you compress it, you can actually see on the form of the continents, that for example Canada, States, Mexico, South America, you can fit it very nicely to Northern Scandinavia, Europe and Africa, when you are compressing this ball between your big head. If you do the same from north-south and east-west, you will get a very small ball, but so much water that you will be back to the egg form. Yeah, the concept of the egg with one yellow center and one with the egg white or the water around. Yeah, so we in our story tell that the world is becoming into existence in this form, that it has kind of instantaneous, out of this explosion, the magma of this smaller plasma ball in the explosion is expanding, which is taking the heat out of its center, kind of, yeah, and makes that the crust is cooling off. And the water damp is coming down in the form of water, and there starts the cycle of nature with the water and the wind, which is all based on the energy of moon. So it is the sun that is giving the light and the life force, but it is the moon that is regulating the fluids and the movements of wind and all other nature phenomena. Yeah, the clouds in the sky and the movement and the currents of the oceans, and all of these things is connected to moon and moon cycle.
Well, then that's a perfect paradise, right? And then you have the Arctic homeland, which you've described. So then the pole shift in the mythology, is that considered then a second fall? Something like a declination morally or in some other way? Because obviously if the pole is straight, that's paradiso. That's the Arctic homeland.
Yes.
in a paradisical sense.
Yes.
Any kind of tilting
Yes.
is got to be maybe mythologically a fall. Is that the way the Bocks read it as well?
You can say it in a way like that. If you take, for example, you find this kind of mythologies all over the planet, but this one, you find this one mythology even from the Bible, where they say that Adam and Eve, they get kicked out of the paradise, and now they have to work for their existence, for their living. Yeah? So we had to stop to enjoy the nature as it was, so that we had to stop to enjoy the nature, but also our own nature. Our own nature changed, because suddenly we needed things that we did not need when we were living in the paradise time. Yeah, the paradise time is for us the time before the ice time, the time when the human being come into creation as a hybrid coming out of the animal world. Yeah. So, yeah, the language that we have is the only thing that makes us different from the animal. Yeah, so we have been naming the nature. So we are only the human being is conceptualizing nature. And he does that through his voice, and his voice makes that he can think, and his thinking can make that he speaks out the things which are important to talk about.
Although that's based in the further you go back, it seems to be based in more of a tradition of song and poem, and the word poet in Latin means maker. So there's a lot of before it becomes language, let's say, it's more about some sort of song of the earth, like the earth is itself singing that, and then the human beings listening to the animals, listening to the birds. They know that Sanskrit is very much based in the songs of birds, the utterance of animals. So it's something we've actually inherited. Maybe that's one of the reasons the animals were considered sacred, right? Because they gave us this speech that then we developed, right?
If you see that basically all animal, if all the animal world, with the exception of the arctical domestic animal, are created before we are here. That means that basically we are coming out of the animal and the plant. Yeah, it's like we have a root, the plant has a root, the tree has a root, the bush has a root, the animal has a root, the language has a root. Yeah, so we have a root because we human beings have this particular thing here which makes that every human being can produce the sounds A, B, C, D, E, F, G, or, yeah. Of course, they have been changing a bit in different areas depending on what language you use, because the further we are moving into what we can say the modern times, the more separation has become because of interest groups that are separating from other groups. For example, German are today different than Dutch, are different from English. But if you go 5,000 years back, they were speaking exactly the same in England, in Holland, and in Germany. So it is first later with the nation build, or let's say the smaller community building within huge empires, that make that people start to communicate in different languages in different corners of one empire. Yeah, it's like today in India. Yeah, you have the Hindi from Hindustan, who have always been the language of India. But when the king system or the ruler system of South Asia collapses and Maharajas start to become powerful in the different provinces between Afghanistan and Indonesia, you get all kinds of smaller areas which all make their own language, their own information system in order to be separate from the other ones. So the appearance of the multitude of languages on this planet, I think we have 7,000-8,000 today, is really something from the last 5,000 years, 4,000 or 5,000 years. Before that, we have only few languages on the planet. If we have more than 13, I would be surprised. Yeah, so within a relatively short time, because of the greater and greater, let's say, between brackets, the disintegration of the family structure of human being, which is like one family before ice time, in the paradise time. So everybody knew that all over the planet is living basically in one system, is brothers and sisters, or nephews and nieces, in the end all being able to see their origin by the Allfather and the Allmother who are in hell or the North Pole. No? But now, when ice time comes, and these people become separated because of the ice that goes out of the ocean and collects in the atmosphere when the earth axis fall over. And this makes that through the centrifugal force that is created by the turning of the earth around its own axis, this water damp out of the ocean going in the atmosphere is collecting at both poles. And there it is coming down in the form of ice. So we get an area in Europe from the Pyrenees, the Alps, the Black Sea, all the way going over northern Scandinavia, Siberia to Canada, and the States in about the line of San Francisco, New York. All that area become ice, more and less thick. But in the north you get kilometers of ice. So the thing is that within the Finnish Gulf, these people could continue to exist because of the hot Gulf current, the warm Gulf current coming out of Mexico. So out of the Gulf of Mexico is traveling one current that goes under the ice time across the Atlantic, between the English Channel, over northern Belgium, Holland, northern Germany, straight into the East Sea, because countries like Holland and Denmark, they have only been coming into existence in the last 30,000 years, 40,000, 50,000, 60,000 years. So in Holland, we had 50,000 years ago, we had here still kilometer ice lying on top of the country. Yeah, but this hot Gulf current has been finding its way into the Finnish Gulf, and it couldn't go further on that point where today is Petersburg. Yeah, now from Petersburg you have one river, or you have a river and water system north from Petersburg called Ladoga. And north from Ladoga you have Onega, and from Onega you go through a very marshy land today up to the White Sea, up to the Kola Peninsula. Yeah, and that make that towards the end of the ice time, when this warm water has been eating into the ice in this low-lying area of Petersburg, Neva, Ladoga, Onega, White Sea, now the hot Gulf Stream starts to divide in two. One part that comes in via the North Sea, in the area between Holland and England, is eating northward along the coast of Norway. The other is eating through this lowland in western Russia, eastern Finland, yeah, up to this White Sea. And now it is meeting at that point where Hammerfest is today, in the north of Norway. And in that way, the ice that is lying on Scandinavia, on that, because just 150, 200 kilometers north from Helsinki, you start to have like huge ice mountain, ice wall in this area around Udenma, what make them to be locked in, and the hot water is coming under the ice of Denmark and Sweden, in the area of Denmark, Sweden, it's coming under the ice into this Finnish Gulf, and make that these people can stay there very nicely under the ice time. But now their circumstances change completely, and the end of the ice time make that Scandinavia become an island, because this hot Gulf Stream is eating through this low-lying area, where now when the ice is being removed in the last 10,000 years ago, when there comes this break in the ice in the north of Scandinavia, which make the ice to move away towards the south and polish the rocks of Sweden and Finland and Russia, and taking with them all this stone that go over the Finnish Gulf and roll into Estonia, on the other side of the Finnish Gulf, south from Helsinki. There you can see the remnants of what the ice has been bringing down from northern Scandinavia down. Yeah, but that make that towards the end of the, now when the ice is gone, the pressure is off the land. So now slowly, you start to get like a new balance, what make that today you don't consider Karelia, the area of Karelia in the east of Finland and the west of Russia. Today it is land just a little bit above the water. So we don't picture there that there has been like one huge channel of warm water that started to make the north coast of Siberia ice-free in the latter part of the ice time. Yeah, now let's talk about the last couple of million years of ice time. Yes, which make that those animals that were tropical from the beginning, but had been adapting to these arctical circumstances. Yeah, so we get from the elephant, we get the mammoth. Yeah, it becomes this hairy elephant. And like that we get like many animals which were tropical from the beginning, but which has been adapting to arctical circumstances. So when more land become available in the Siberia area, going over to Alaska and Canada, these animals could move in the end of the ice time in huge areas where ice has already been receding. Yeah, so the ice time is not like that everywhere in the same time in a millions of years period there was that everywhere was the same amount of ice. You could have shifts of that. But the basic area of Finland, this southern part of Finland and the northern part of Estonia, they remained ice-free purely because of this phenomena of the hot Gulf Stream. And when it was passed, then most of the hot Gulf Stream starts to go today and divides between Iceland, England, Ireland and England, Holland and England, and going along the Norwegian coast up to the North Pole area, where it is melting away the remnants of the ice that we have left on the planet. Sorry for
this. Of course, it's noted. No, but it's when people go to Sweden, when people go to Finland, when they go to Norway, the first thing they notice is all the lakes and forests, forest.
Yes,
they can't explain. It must have been some ice movement that carved those out, even the marshes.
In the softer areas, but basically the bigger part of Finland, it's bedrock. So Finland, Sweden, Estonia, parts of Russia, Norway, they are lying on the Baltic Shield. And the Baltic Shield has an enormous thickness. It is the thickest part of the peel of the globe. So if you see the globe as an orange, the peel at this old North Pole area is the thickest part, just like by an orange. When you go to the bottom part of the orange, the skin is much thinner as that part where the green leaf is sticking out from the orange. It's much thicker. So the Baltic shield, it's supposed by measurements to be more than 700 kilometers, between 5 and 700 kilometers thick. And if I go to Hawaii and I'm playing golf with my friend Jim, there I have to be careful when I stick my finger in that hole where you have to put this golf ball, because you don't know if the lava is burning your finger in 3 seconds. You have to be aware, you know. I see with my own
Yeah, we
eyes
don't have
when I
earthquakes.
no, but there the magma, the layer of magma is
Very
under a
stable.
very thin crust of the Earth. Yeah. So now you can see that different parts of the planet, the Earth's crust is more or less thick. And now this old North Pole area, the Scandinavia area, this happens to be the thickest part of the peel of the planet. Yeah, how you call that?
In that
The
case,
crust of the
Arrow.
planet.
in that case, how do you explain one of the most central motifs of the Scandinavian teachings and also in the Bock Saga is the hollow earth? Maybe that's a hole, maybe that's a labyrinth, maybe it's just metaphor. We've got the tree of life extending through the whole of the planet, but we also have this idea of the return to hell. Hell has the double meaning of being inside a purgatorial type of rest for the warriors. It's been in many traditions. How would you have that theory coming up? How do you explain that?
It's very simple, because in this creation of Earth, out of this egg situation, when this Earth that was the sun before and exploded and become the Earth over time. Yeah, we are making really a shortcut of a big program. Yeah, it has to do with the whole chemical components of sun, where we today know that 99% of different material we find on the Earth, we can also find in the sun. So there must be a connection between the basic structure of sun and the Earth in its individual chemical component. Now, and metal component and all the different stuff Earth is made of. Now, in this explosion, in the same time, you have this magma ball which is turning around its own axis. So in the explosion of this plasma ball, the axis, which is an imaginary axis, but is also within the planet like an axis, this rotation of the Earth and the centrifugal forces and the expansion of this Earth based on all these difficult chemical components and metal components and gaseous components. Now this gaseous component is trying to find one way out, like one lava tunnel next to a volcano. So now if you see the whole Earth, this expansion and the cooling off process of the Earth, of the outer crust, in the same time makes that within, around the axis of the Earth, through the centrifugal forces, the rotation of the Earth, there is coming into existence a hollow conical space that is ending right under the North Pole on the Earth. So under the central island of the 7 islands, which make up the North Pole before ice time, within the bedrock, underneath the North Pole, there is an open conical space, and this open conical space finds its way out 30 kilometers via a corridor of this. Let me see if I can explain it better. If you see how you call this, a whirlwind, or the principle of whirling water that is going down the drain in your sink. If you think that upside down, So it's a little bit like you have the whirlwind, where you have now the white part at the bottom, and the small part, which normally you see coming down to the earth when you see a whirlwind in the atmosphere. The small part is always coming down like a little bit on the side. A little bit. So you have the whirlwind, and now when it hits the earth, you see that it is moving a couple of meter or a couple of kilometer, depending on how big it is, just a little bit to the side. So now the same phenomena happen within the planet when it's turning, so you get this upside down whirlwind of gaseous energy that is escaping about 20 kilometer to the east of the exact North Pole. And there it is surfacing out to the earth. And that is the place where is the Lemminkainen temple, which is part of this structure of gaseous whirlwind upside down that is coming out of the earth in its creation. So we have one enormous space within this hundreds of kilometer thick Scandinavian bedrock shield, where there is an open space which is used to create the storehouse of the history of the human being from before the ice time.
Is this what we were talking about, Yoke, before with Jim, about the digs that you guys are a part of, and the fact that he was like, there's probably treasure and technology and stuff from the past that will blow people's minds? This is what you're talking about?
Yeah, this is the entrance they have been trying to get into. They shut this down when the Catholics rolled in there. We talked about this. But it's exactly the same thing, yes.
So we have two things, you know, like we have our basic story about the children making, where this place, Gumbustrand, 23 kilometer east from Helsinki, or from Hell, is very important in the history, in order to be able to populate all this ball with people. So, in order to do that, this guy who happened to be the Allfather because he was the 12th son of his papa and mama, so he automatically gets this function when he becomes 27 years old. He has the smallest temple that exists on the planet is in this place called Gumbustrand. So it's within the rock of this mountain. It's made this place. But this temple has to do with the ceremonial practice of the whole children making organization from the Paradise time. And now from this temple is leading corridor via this, must be 20 kilometer type of tunnel that is going to this underground open conical space in which they have been making the storehouse of the history of human being. From every generation of Allfather that we had before ice time. It sounds unbelievable because it was many, many generations. So
this is all recorded in a. This is. You have it recorded in like all the generations that have all spoken about it, right? And it's a oral tradition, really.
It's an oral tradition, and this conical space, it starts with the first generation of human being on the planet. So that, of course, they have been making later on, because I don't think these first human beings straight away took on this kind of heavy job in order to create that, but they knew about the existence of this place. Yeah, that is the whole difference in the concept of Bock Saga, where we don't have language as a separate thing appearing during the time of the existence of human beings. We have been having language from day one that we appeared here on this ball. So every baby that is born, after 1 year, it starts ma 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 pa 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 la 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 le 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 le, blah, 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 blah. You know, they have all these trips, these children, of making sound. And most sound they make are combination sounds of one consonant and one vowel. Now the root language has 10 vowels and 19 consonants, making up 29 sounds. So of course you have them in smaller variation in different areas, but you can see that all those languages that we call Germanic languages, like the English language, is from origin a Scandinavian language. It was even last week mentioned in some science magazine that now all scientists have accepted that English is not coming out of the Roman, it is coming out of Scandinavia. Yeah?
Wow.
So that is new understanding of the, how you call this, etymologists. Yeah?
This
Now,
is
the
incredible. I was
problem-
just going to let you guys know time flies. This is so fascinating. I got to take some notes here. This is great. But we're at the hour point. If anybody wanted to refresh their tea or take a little break, this is a good time to do it. I'm
I'll
gonna
just take a minute.
Yeah, take a minute, Michael. Okay, go right ahead. I'll stick around here. But
Yeah, I'm gonna put the light.
put some light. Yeah, you're getting
Getting
fogged out
dark.
there. We can't see you.
Sorry guys, I'm speaking too much maybe.
No, you.
But anyway,
We
you
brought
know
you here to
this-
speak. This is incredible. This is incredible.
okay.
We're gonna have to do multiple parts
Yeah.
with you, Michelle.
we go on, no worries. We have time, man. Hey, so we can do it.
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate it.
No.
We're honored to have you. I had
No,
a
it's
little
nice
question.
also.
What was that?
Sure. No, it's nice. I like it. It's good.
Yeah. Oh, it's very
I'm
good.
happy
And you're
that we
very
can
well
do this.
spoken as well, I must say. You're very well spoken with this.
I try to be as clear as possible. I can speak a better English, but then Italian people don't understand me. So we have been through our travels making this kind of Swinglish, Swedish, English, Italian, Spanish,
Swinglish.
French.
I like that.
We call it Swinglish because it makes for more clear understanding than when somebody is speaking like Oxford English. If you go with that to Venice or to Rome, the Italian or the many people can't understand it.
Right.
It's when you are used to it, of course, it's easy.
Oh,
But
yeah.
we have been creating our language in such a way that we could speak as Irish and Scottish and English and Dutch and German and Finnish and Swedish and Norwegian and Italian and Spanish and French and Yugoslavian and Greek. And you go with that all over the planet. It is maybe not very beautiful sounding, but anyway, people get what you mean, and that is the main thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
I admire that. Well, the question I had was going back to this comment about the second son. There's a lot of stuff in mythology about this. If you know what you're looking at, even in Christianity or in religious terms, you can see it. I was going to ask you about the myth of the solar hero, and if that has anything to do with this, where in all these different civilizations and cultures, there's this story. If you go back to like Horus and Set, Jesus, and all this, the idea of the Son of God, right? If we take that and we put it up to the sky and we think, okay, the story goes in Christianity that Jesus was the Son of God that came to earth to sacrifice himself to save the world. So is that
That's exactly what it is.
is that what we're talking about with an actual physical second sun that exploded, and that the magma and the photonic energy and all of that is what actually created the scenario that we're in to allow life to exist? So in that way, you could interpret this as a myth that's based in reality, right?
In a way, you can. I mean, they make this poor guy Jesus responsible for so many things, you know. But in a way, I can see it indeed as doing away with the creation story as it was understood in the past. Because we have many creation stories around the planet, but there are very few who are filling in the details of what actually happened in that
Right.
creation happening. So their book Saga is quite explicit, but as I understand, they did it before they presented in the new year. So in the new year, we are still having the Christmas tree standing. Yeah, Sylvester. And in Sylvester, you were explaining to the children how the earth came into existence. And for that, they made something which in the root language is called Nyårslukkan, the New Year luck. Nyårslukkan. And the New Year's luck you make by heating up 1 spoonful of pewter, of lead. Yeah, pewter is lead, or some mixture of that. No, tin, sorry. Tin. Pewter is tin. Yeah, correct. So you take tin and you heat it up and you melt it and you throw it in a bucket of water. And then you get like an explosion of this tin ball that is falling in the water, what makes spikes to come out of this metal ball. So it looks like a COVID. Yeah, this thing what they draw every evening on our TV. Of
The
this
virus, yeah.
virus what is blasting around. Now you can make then you can draw 1 ring on the wall, and you take 1 candle. And so the candle is like the sunlight, and now you are moving this metal ball in the water, and you move it between the candle and the ring that you have been drawing on the wall. So in that way you can then show how the explosion make that like the mountain are coming out of the water, to make like the shortcut of the story of the metal stone bowl which was surrounded by an atmosphere that filled in the ocean in the cooling process of the earth and the cooling process of the atmosphere at the same time, of course.
So basically, it's one example of, I'm sure, many. We're in a lot of our customs, celebrations, holidays, traditions, and even in a lot of the religious texts. A lot of this is just recounting in different ways this period of time in history, the origin of humanity, the origin of the world. It's a way of expressing all of those things in different forms, right?
It is this very simple thing that you know, it's like, we talk about sun, and we have son, so S-U-N, son, and S-Ursprung and S-U-N, sun. But, depending with whom you speak, basically it's the same sound, sun and sun. So do you mean it's only in the context that you realize, he is talking about his son and not about the son? Yeah.
Well, in the Bible, they say Jesus was he was the light of the world. The Christ was the light of the world. So you're like, well, sun, light of the world, sun. Are we talking about real stuff? You know what I mean?
Correct. It's like we say in root language, we say sul for sun, sul. But sul is like soul for you.
Right.
Or solo mio, solo, soul for Chinese Italian, the Mediterranean language group. But in Sweden and Norway and Denmark and in Udenmark, people talk about sol and skiner. Or sol and strålar and månen skiner. Yes. Okay, the moon is shining and the sun is stråla. What is stråla in English, Jokke?
This is rays, right? Sun rays.
Yeah, the sun rays.
In English,
yeah.
Is that where Solomon? That idea of Solomon, sun and moon?
Moon,
exactly.
Correct.
Something. Yeah.
Sun and moon. Sun and moon is meaning sul moon. Yeah.
Well, why? One of the great symbols for people who are watching this for the first time. Why the symbol of the goat then? Because Bock actually refers to goat. What's with that? How do you, Michel, interpret that?
That is the magic of our story. That we are, we are. When I go to school, they say that we are coming from the chimpanzee, the monkey. But there is a missing link. And because they can't explain everything just on this monkey story. So they say there is a missing link, and in the Bock Saga we are telling that according to Bock Saga, the human being is a hybrid or a hybrid. High is high and bread is bread. Bread is in your bag. You can have your mule and you can have your meal. So this whole concept of Thor's hammer, which is in our story, which has to do with the genitals of the man and the woman, We have all these words there with associations that make up the root language to be a language based on the anatomy of the human being, of the human body. So the whole language of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, this alphabet, is making, in words, associations to our natural body and all the components of it. So it's the only language, what I know, that has name for the smallest of the smallest part of the body, which make many words that we are not using at all today, because of the taboo in relation to sexuality and the sexual organs that has come during the time of religion, where when you are looking into people who are living with mythology, in all mythological languages, people are carrying around pricks and dicks over the marketplace, in the carnivals, from Tokyo to Buenos Aires and from Cape Town, but of course, this has become one thing in the history when those peoples having religion started to go around the world, and they went around the world, not only taking over other cultures, but also destroying them. So you can come in many places on the planet today where you see statues without pricks, without dicks, without tits, because they've been cutting them off. So there must have been really paranoia for this equipment, what is anyway our basis of existence. Yeah, everybody is born from sperm except Jesus, according to the book. No, then you can think by yourself what you think, but I have been understanding that if you are one human being, you must be born from sperm. That is why one dog is not one human being, because he is not born from sperm. He is born from embla. One elephant is born from embla. One monkey is born from embla. So all animals are born from embla, but because this word has been omitted from the dictionary in the time that people related to religion started to make the books, we have official scientists talking about horse sperm and bull sperm and dog sperm. No, if you are born from sperm, then you can speak A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and we can sit here like guys communicating with each other. But if I take the horse sperm and the elephant sperm and the dog sperm and I set them in front of this video, I tell you 100% they are not producing A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So it must be in the genetic makeup of the sperm that we can produce sound, because we have the physical construction in the throat, the vocal cords, to produce the sound, and B, to understand the sounds. Because every sound has one meaning within the Bock saga, and it is based on the meaning that this whole saga is based on. So it is not one theoretical story coming from one person. It is one story that you can check based on the meaning of the individual sound and the combination sound that the alphabet makes possible. So it is not so much me who is telling the story, or Eeyore telling the story, or Kevin telling the story, or Jim telling the story. It is the language by itself that is telling the story. Now this is a little bit difficult concept to explain in 5 minutes. Yeah, that is why you are sitting 20 years there. We was the last generation of people who had the chance to get an education, like the education that was normal within the Bock family, from 7 to 27. Yeah, in my case, from 29 to 55. I listened from 29 to 55 over a period of more than 26 years. So after 26 years, slowly, although you are not born within this system, you can anyway understand based on the logic of the story that this thing is really working. So we know that the meaning of the alphabet is based on a root, and from the root language they have been making the Baan language or the Finnish language. Now Baan is like 1, 2, 3. One language means one language. Only one language. So before, we speak all around the world one language, but the people in the north understood that it was based on the meaning of the individual sounds of the root language. But the root language was spoken by only a very small group of people. Now, these people tell the story of the chimpanzee, and sim in Finnish comes from simma in root, which means to swim, and pan, now yeah, you know what is pan. Pan is one statue from Greece, Pan is one mythological figure from Greece, but panna in Finnish is one slang word for making children, or faki. Panaya, panna, pan is also one pan, pannu. There you can cook water in. So there are many associations with the word pan. Also, if you divide it in individual sound, because then you start with the sound p, yeah, p means fallen, and an is another word for our sexual organ, because we can talk about an father, an mother, and ancestor. Yeah, so they come all from this combination sound of a and n, of an, pan. So if you go within the meanings of the sound, you are coming to one image which is always relating to the anatomy of the human being. Now this is really a big magic, and it took a while for me to understand that in the endless listening of stories. But slowly, pretty quickly, the light is going on when you start to be able to give enough example of that this is really working. So now in their working and in their understanding, we are a hybrid or hybrid from a monkey that, we can say, raped one goat. Because normally one monkey would copulate with another monkey, like one Bock would copulate with one goat. But because the principle of hybrid that exists within the nature, we are the missing link, according to Bock Saga, is the goat. So it was a masculine monkey, and there is a whole story where you, within the names of Apa and Monkey, and the name of the prick of the monkey, called Ask, and how Embla is coming out of the Ask of the masculine monkey. And now on that island he is seeing this beautiful goat, he's humping that goat, and out come Frey and Freya, where Frey is the first masculine who, when he becomes 7-year-old, is the first one on the planet to have sperm. And everybody on the planet is born from Frey's sperm. In the system of procreation that we have been having from the beginning. So from the beginning, we have also been speaking, and we have also been this Brahman, this man who is good with his hands, who is born on one island. So the first thing they have to do is build one boat and go to the coast. Yeah, so boat building is the oldest profession of human being on the planet, next to children making.
So just to jump in, Michel, just so I can clarify this for people. So basically what you're saying, I just want to know if this is this metaphorical, or is it literally, in the Bock Saga, it's literal, it's a monkey fucks a goat, humanity. Is that, or is it more complex?
Yes, you can explain it based on sound. Now, the monkey, that part they have been figured out from the goat, that the goat milk is the closest to mother milk from all existing milk on the planet. So this is genetically researched, and we know that the component is 99% goat milk and mother's milk. So you grow up on the tit of your mama, yeah, and now, like any child born, yeah, they grow up on the tit of one goat, this twin, boy and girl, who are the first human being. And now, because they have the possibility, because of their anatomy, their physical anatomy, when they are small, they start ma 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 pa 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 le 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 le. They do all this baby thing, small children thing, what all children all over the planet do. So it's an automatic reflex to be able to produce sound. Now, when this boy becomes 7 years old, he is getting the inspiration of something that you can do when you are 7 years old. And when you are 7 years old, one boy is like one piece of rubber. And in your rubberness, you can put your knees behind your shoulder and your feet behind your neck, which is also one yoga position. But in this yoga position, this boy, he gets the dream of every boy, and that is when you can suck yourself to orgasm. So from 7 years old, this boy is every day making his ring, where he is putting his knees behind the shoulder and the feet in the neck, and now he can drink from himself in this position. Now when you do that, you will stay, you do that up every day up to the end of your life, then you stay for sure in good condition. Yeah? Because if you get too big stomach, you get you sit your pleasure in the way, you know. So of course we are not educated like this. Yeah. So we start when we are 20-year old all to make yoga and to get into these very flexible positions. But it is very few of us who, in the end, through their exercise, succeed. Yeah. But you succeed when you succeed, isn't it? So when you suck your own seed in this sauna soluble position, which is one yoga position, which every boy can make when he is young, when he is still full flexible, and do that process every day, so you stay all your life in good condition, where you are all the time, like my good friend Simon Borry from Australia, who is a yoga master #1, he can show you in 3 seconds this procedure of how you do that. But I was 29-year-old when I get the information, so I have to smuggle a little bit because I can't do it. Yeah? So no problem. Yeah, this is all information of norms and values that people of our ancestor had, and we are living without all this kind of how you can use your body and what the purpose and the effect is of sperm when you drink it by yourself, just as well as the juice of the ladies is good for their brain in order for them to pronounce the words clearly and have good understanding between them and their world, which is a different world than this masculine world. Yeah, the masculine world and the feminine world are different, but they need each other. Sorry.
Now in the I don't know in the Bock Saga, but even in the English we have the letter I with a dot above it. Is there any relevance to that? Because what you've been just saying is so many traditions have this metaphor. The cornucopia, the horn, the prick, the Christmas tree. It goes on and on and on. But what about the etymology? Which letter would it be? E is the letter then, which relates to the oak tree, I think.
We call this letter E, and E is one prick, one on top, and in is the one of the penis, yeah, of the dick or the prick, because we have different kinds of prick, and prick is one thing and dick is another thing. So we have different form in pricks. So you can have a dick form, which is more of a club form, like a baseball club form. That one we call dick. And the other one is the form of one prick, is the form of one lance. So that is wide at the bottom and narrow at the top, where the dick is narrow at the bottom and wide at the top. So there is different shape. So before, when you talk about prick, you knew exactly that you talk about lancers, lancier, yeah. And when you was one dick, you knew that you was in the offering system, because only lancier in the past had the right to make children. So they were lancers, the one with a lance, which they had as a symbol in their hand. portraying their lance. Only if you had one lance, you had the right to wear one lance. Only if you had one sword, you had the right of the sword. Only when you had one sable, one C-form, then you had the right to wear one sable. So all symbolism related to the war machinery of the modern time was before related to our sexual organs, because we talk about the arm E. Yeah, so the arm is the arm, and the E is the prick for the masculine, and it is the pussy for the lady, because the pole that goes inside in the lady and the dot that is on top is called the North Star for the ladies. Yeah, because you can see this pole as the Earth axis, and above the Earth axis is hanging the North Star, and we are all turning under the North Star in the space. Yeah, so the North Star is always above us. Now the North Star is the pole star, so it's talking about this pole, this thinking pole, talking pole, and totem pole. They are all symbolic association to the prick and the pussy of the lady, because by the man the E is going out, and the dot on the E is the sperm, and by the lady the E is going inside, and their drops are made inside, which they can take out when they masturbate. Yeah, so all the story of arm and E, arm E, it had to do with masturbation and taking out sap and sperm, something that was normal in this time, very ages ago when we talk back. And there, because of the taboo about, sorry.
Well, even some of the gods, like Orion with a club. You yes. see this motif with Hercules. We have it in Ireland as well.
Yes.
That is yes. obviously derived from this story, isn't it?
Of course. So that is what we talked about in the beginning. We said also the Bock Saga is kind of a terrible story, because it is, from the time span that it talks about, it is basically the story behind all stories. But we have been cut off through the written book system of making history. We have been cut off from our oral traditions, and that is why we don't know anything about our grandfather from 2000 generations ago. Yeah, but you think that within the family before you talk about who is your father, who is your grandfather, who is your great-grandfather. Now they could talk about that forever. No? Yeah.
Well, so every culture has also what's known as, because you're speaking, has the thing called the omphalos, even in Greece, even in Rome, yes. even in Ireland, correct. Everywhere. Correct. It seems like yes. an inversion, but it's based on the same yes. concept, because that which goes this way can also go that way. It's basically the same symbolism, even though our modern mind doesn't get it. But the word phalos has to be a bit dead giveaway, right? Omphalos.
Yes, it says enough. Omphalos. U is Uden, the sun, and M is Moon, the moon. So they away a lot in India and in Tibet and in different cultures. So it's all about sun and moon. It's the sun and moon what make that we have life on the planet, and movement and wind and the nature phenomena of clouds and thunder and rain, and all these things are because of sun and moon. Yeah, it's nothing.
But David,
nothing else.
It could be metaphor, though, because remember, the goat's head does represent the fallopian tubes and the system, right. the generative system of a woman, and the monkey is a clear metaphor for the furry man, the hairy man. Mm. So we don't know if it isn't metaphor also, right?
Yeah, that's true.
No, you can see it very easily, because if we take the Pan statue from Greece, this is one very famous one. You see that it is one guy who is having one costume of one monkey over his head, shoulder to his back, and then the tail is waggling behind him. In the same time, he is standing there with his standing C-form dick, and he is standing with legs that are clotted by the sam skin from the goat,
and he has these wooden clogs under his feet. So this statue of Pan is one theater figure representing the birth of the human being out of a monkey and a goat. Now, if we now take the goat. Yeah, the goat is a goat is a goat, and the goat's milk is very good to make cheese from, and the goat's milk is very good for one lady to give to her child when she doesn't have milk by herself. So we can grow up on goat's milk, and we know that goat milk is the closest to the modern milk from all milk that exists on the planet. Now, that is one thing. Then we have the other thing, that when the girls are talking about the boys when they are doing funny in our puberty, they say, look at those monkeys, doing crazy again. Look at the monkeys. And what do the guys say when they talk about the girls and they're chattering away? Yeah, we say, they are these goats, yeah. We talk about the goats, yeah, about the meh. Yeah, it's the full association to the ladies. We say, in German they say, die Ziegen. In Dutch we say, die Geiten. They are all association to the lady when we talk about goats. Yeah. Now, then we see this most negative figure which you find all over the planet. It's usually one character with tongue sticking out, and he has these two teeth coming out of his mouth, and he is having horns on his head. And he become this kind of most negative association figure that you can find on the planet, because we all call him Satan or Devil, the live wheel.
Yeah, the
Which
devil's
wheel are you
always
talking
shown. This is that whole thing about Baphomet and the idea that the devil is this horned goat, right?
Yeah.
So, like, what would you
Yeah,
say with, because that's the Christian version of it, but what would you say about that?
That is the Christian version, and this one you find all over the planet, in the Hindu culture, the Chinese culture, the Polynesian culture, the South American culture, the North American culture, African culture. He's everywhere, the horned one. The horned one you find in every village in Europe. You can see it on the architecture, on the buildings. There is everywhere this one with the horns. Even in the pillars, in the Greek classical architectural pillars, you have the Corinthian pillars, you have the Doric pillars, and the Ionic pillars. They are also Bockhorn, this Ionic pillar. Yeah, they are all Bockhorn. So this Bockhorn you find all over the planet. You find the snake all over the planet. Now the snake is obvious. Yeah, what is the snake? The snake is giving out the gift, the poison. Yeah, it's spitting out poison. No, okay, so we know that the snake, it is in the symbolism, and in that what it gives out, it is one symbol for the prick and what it can do. Yeah, now if you look to the prick and you start to make it stand and you take it down, you can see the form of your, how you call it? The form of the helmet. You can call it a helmet, you can call it neck rouge, you can call it a strawberry, you can call it many different names. But it is only the big head that has actually the form of the apple when you look it from one side, and it has the form of the heart when you look it from the other side. So our is on the female and the masculine side between our legs. But the Catholic have moved it to this pump, what is pumping the blood around. But we know that the pump doesn't have the form of the heart. So what is this heart, what people make as a picture? It has straight to do with the sexual organ of the human being. It is, but it has been, how you call it, tabuiserat. How you say that?
It's like taboo.
Been made
taboo. It's been made taboo, yeah.
Yeah. So you can't talk about the things what is obvious. Now, if we just think ourselves back in paradise time, when we have beautiful climate and we could all run around naked and make funny decoration, like in the Christmas party in Goa, on our body, that means that you could look without any problem to thousands of pricks, and the ladies could look at thousands of tits and pussies, and it was no problem to look, because anyway, we have only two kinds. Yeah, we have men and we have women. So, in the end, so nakedness was no problem. Now, the funny thing is that the history have been making that only Scandinavia and Russia, Finland and Russia is the only place where you can be naked together, in the sauna. Everywhere else on the beaches on the planet, it's almost already forbidden in the meantime, because, oh, if you are walking around bare-assed, you must be some kind of pagan nutcake who totally lost it, and you should be arrested and thrown in prison for nudity. Yeah. I mean, if you look in the States, you can't even have a child on your tit to give it milk, because people are offended by it in the restaurant. I mean, if you say that in Holland, they want to lock you up when you do like that. Yeah, because how can you be so crazy to think negative on anything of one lady who is taking out her breast and feeding her child,
Right.
and then you start to have all your pervert association and norms with it, so that she should actually go and leave the restaurant when she do it. I mean,
Well,
then
and I mean,
you are
the
really
issue is
going.
the issue is that because of the fact that our culture and society has become very perverted, and there's the whole history of the Puritans and the Christian influence, and then the way the media, and then there is all this perversion out there. We're in a position now where if, say, women just started running around naked, I mean, it wouldn't go well in our society, especially because we're importing Islam en masse. So there is that question. But I mean, you're saying back in the day, this was all just generally understood, and it makes sense. I mean, why would we be so shameful of who we are?
If you think we are all one family, so what is the problem? Yeah. So if you could,
Sorry, go ahead, Yoke.
Go ahead.
But if you just look at nature programs, you can sit there and see, you see everything. When you look at like a little movie about the monkeys, for example, it's no taboo, but it looks kind of similar, and there's some similarities there. But this is like, if you go back in time, it was normal. We have to really think about that way. You can just imply this now, like it is today, like you're saying.
Yeah, just to finish the story with this monkey and goat, if you see that the goat with this horned one becoming like through the traditions of the modern time, the most negative that exists on the planet. But it's the most obvious in relation to an animal that has a connection with lady, just as this monkey has one connection with man. It's the most obvious. Now, I have been asking them 35 years ago to research it in the laboratorium. Yeah, and then they say, yeah, it can't be. Yeah, but I mean, okay, we don't have any more goats from before ice time that are 100 million years old, so maybe. But in the same time, I think that they haven't really researched it. Or they have researched it and they deny the result that came out. Because when you give out the result that we are a combination of a monkey and a goat, then we are really upsetting a lot of, or not. Yeah, we can throw the Darwinistic theory for 50% out of the window. We can start to wonder why religions are using this goat as to be the most negative thing on the planet. Does that have something to do with the disempowerment of women under the religion period that we live? There's like many questions which come up when you start to take serious the fact that we could be a combination of one monkey and a goat. In the end, it's all the same for me.
Yeah,
Sorry,
and me too.
Go ahead.
Yeah, me too. If you look at the zodiac, if you look at the runes, it's a lot of symbolism. The priest, right, even in the Bock Saga, the Nar would wear the goat's head mask. So the masks can also be human beings wearing those masks. And then later, as the story goes out, it changes form. So we're never going to know because so much time has gone by. But you spoke about Freya being the progenitor. Is there any, because we have Friday, so it's still in our language today. Is there any secondary meaning then of Frey? Does it mean
Frey
man?
is the
I mean, God? Yeah.
No,
is there any
Frey
secondary meaning of that?
Yes, Frey, freedom. Freedom. It has to do with free and Freya. Yeah, so Frey and Freya has to do with, so Frey is the masculine and Freya the feminine. So she says ja to Frey, Freya. Freya says ja, yes to Freya. So it is out of the concept of one twin, one brother and sister who start to make children. And that's forbidden since we are a member of the church. Isn't it? Isn't it not allowed to make children as brother and sister? But if we have been from the beginning a product of brother and sister, that also changed the concept. Yeah, but now then it's the question of how did they organize their procreation concept so that we would not end up with this kind of problem like we would have today when we start as brother and sister to make children, which they call, there's a name for that.
It's like incest.
Incest, yes. Incest.
Which produces all these genetic defects.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. Yeah. So they must have had a very high understanding of how to procreate in order to do it in such a way that we can still exist today.
No question
now,
about
if we
it.
look,
And anyway,
if we look,
the Christians do have it. The Christians, Adam and Eve, is brother and sister, and God being the father. So, I mean, come on.
There we go. It's like how Eeyore, my friend Eeyore, was created by his father and his mother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but his mother's
what is
father
the-
was also his father.
Maybe you can quickly. Oh, go ahead. Well,
Sorry.
I was going to ask about the tree symbolism because we looked at the goat and now the central image
Yeah.
of the mythgourd or the Yggdrasil. Give us your take on that, Michel, if you will, please.
The Yggdrasil is a mythological tree, and it's in real life it's an ash tree. An ash tree is in root language ask traded. Ask. So ask is the same like your word in English for to ask. Yeah. So you go to ask. You go to ask for information. That means you go to the Yggdrasil for information. The Yggdrasil is the tree of the pirouette family. So you go to the pirouette family for information. Yeah. So the whole life of the human being is based on the information that he or she receives in his life. It's only with that you can compose your worldview, your understanding of nature and its effects, the history, and so on, and so on, and so on. It's all by association of sound, of language, creating. Yeah. Then the word in root language is called oert. So it's the same like the English word, but without a W. And because W is no sound. Yeah, in the root language we have only we. So we, and that is what for you is V. Yeah. But W, it's no sound. Just like Y. Y is no sound also. Y, yeah. So for us, the Yggdrasil is U, like Upsilon in the Greek system. But in English, U is Y. Yeah, Y. Y is Yggdrasil Y in English. Yeah, so it takes you in your association away from the nature. Because Y is posing a question to existence or a person. But U means Yggdrasil, means that you have Yggdrasil. So the Yggdrasil is the world tree. So it holds a very female quality. Because the Yggdrasil is representing all life that can reproduce itself. Yeah? So now that has to do with the lady, because it's only through the lady that the world and its content can materialize. Yeah? Now, the man, when they take out sperm, they draw hand, which is draw hand. Yeah, so it has to do with pulling, no? So draw hand. But the lady, they have Yggdrasil. because in their pussy system they have one liquid which we can associate to sil, the name sil, which has something to do with the ocean water and the fish swimming in it. And dra means the same like by draaiant, draw, and uk, it is the movement they make when they masturbate themselves. So this Yggdrasil is also a symbol for the drinking of the liquid of for the lady's brain. Yeah, because their juice works for their brain and our juice, our liquid is for our brain, and man brain and woman brain is different. So they are from the makeup the same, but from the content and association thing based on one different liquid. So if the woman in the past, when they were making children, they make honeymoon 1 month before they make the child. So the girl is drinking 30 days every day, one shot from that guy that is making her pregnant. But she is drinking that not for her brain, she is drinking that for her future child in order to prepare her body, her blood and her hormone system for the reception of that sperm after 30 days. So in that case, when one lady has been drinking 30 days from the guy from whom she wants to get pregnant, she gets pregnant with one shot. You don't have to try it 26 times or go to the hospital or the doctor or all this difficulty what people have today in order to get pregnant. It's just the omission of this 1 month period of preparing the female body for the reception of that sperm that is entering her egg, and there is coming one boy or one girl. Yeah, so there's all this kind of really detailed information on all kind of level of the bodily fluids, the DNA, everything is in the language of the root. It's all is there. So we can come to a complete new understanding of what is human being and its possibility, and in the same time, living in the world, also becoming confronted with the limitation. Yeah, because the nature, based on its nature laws, gives us also limitation. Yeah, so that's why certain things can't exist or can't be. But within the law of nature, the language is telling what is real and what is fantasy. Like one sphinx is one fantasy animal. You don't have sphinxes in the nature. But we have lynx, which is Lukat, lynx, which was the symbol for nature law before. So one sphinx has the body of one lynx, but the head of one lady. Yeah? Before it was shot to pieces by Napoleon and they make a guy out of it and cut her tits off from the lynx. The lynx had tits before, no? And
Yeah,
a lady face.
They took so many goddesses and made it into a male, like they have a Demeter.
Yes.
In the Greek,
Yes.
was made into some stupid male Demetrios, Saint Demetrios. You know, you had it with Anna, and you had it with Danu, and you had it over Dionysus. Becomes Saint Dion in the Christian church. I mean, it's so pathetic. Oh, Dennis, Saint Dennis. Go figure.
Yeah, Saint-Denis, yeah, in France, in Paris. Yeah.
Right. That's right. Yeah, they appropriate. And that's interesting, too, because the design of Vatican City, you talked about the ringlands. Is there anything that the Constantinople Byzantine Church or the Catholic Church in Rome didn't take? Everything that got there, including the etymology, is already appropriated from these northern climes. There's nothing original. They not only conquered and attacked, but they also stole. And 5 minutes in Vatican City will tell anybody, you talked about the green man, you talked about the horned pan, Priapus, right? The whole thing is right there in Vatican City, isn't it? Let alone Prague or Vienna or wherever you want to go, right? They took it all.
Yeah, it is, of course, our West European culture who went over the world and kind of appropriated the whole world and spread their wisdom. And before, all culture on the planet lived by tellings, by sagas, by folklore, by theater, everything based on the spoken word. Now with Moses, we start to get the introduction of the words where there is a mark for every sound. So before we have the more symbolic language in the form of runes or hieroglyph, as we call them today. Yeah, so the Chinese is a bit of a hieroglyph language, the Middle Eastern, how you call this nail script, how you call this, cuneiform. They are all kind of symbolic things. So every picture can have a much larger meaning than just a letter or a word. It can be one whole story. Yeah. Now our brain, because we are conditioned by letters, when we are looking to old scripts, we always want to translate it one upon one to our usage of alphabet. Yeah, but because we are not used to think that one symbol, it can mean a complete story. Yeah, it's like if you see one picture, a petroglyph of one guy with horns. They see one thing. I can, based on Bock Saga, talk 6-7 hours about just this figure. What it all means. Yeah. Now, yeah, if you have 6-7 hours, if I start to think together with the friends, maybe we need 24 hours. You know, the more you are developing your associative mind based on sound, the more large, very simple symbol, and more complex, very simple start to get. Yeah? There is a
tarot
much
is
bigger
like that, isn't it?
Sorry?
The tarot card's like a card 9, right, which is the phallic. And also the letter E is associated with that card. That's the Lemonakainen. They call it the Hermit. It's obviously from the Bock Saga, straight in your face. And the Ringland is the next card, number 10.
We see it in the sky. Yeah, if you are at the North Pole and you look straight up, you look to the North Star, and the North Star is the last star of this 7th star, which we call Small Bear. Yeah, you have Big Bear and the Small Bear. Now the Big Bear, it's the Ukko, but the Small Bear, he holds the North Star, because Ukko stopped to produce North Star to make children. Yeah, it's his 12th son who is taking out the sperm or the symbol, the North Star, for the knowledge. Yeah? You write knowledge, but you say knowledge. Yeah, so N, knowledge. Yeah, you don't say knowledge, you say knowledge. Yeah, so it's the sound N. Yeah, but now you take it away, you put the K in front. In your writing system, you can fix in such a way to distort the words so that you are losing the association. And in English, it's very easy, because in English, for us is A is for you A. What for us is A is for you E. What for us is E is for you I. Yeah, and there we already go. You have to translate in your brain that, no, in English, A is A, and A is E, and E is I. And, yeah, but this is by eye, no? My eye is here. Yeah, but this is my first eye. Here is the second eye. And now when we go down to our sexual organ, there we have the third eye. Yeah, so the third eye is waking up when your dick starts stinging, because then automatically skin is pulling a little bit back from the helmet. And if you go in this sauna solmu position, like what we were talking about before, what all boys started to do in Eden time when they were 7 years old, then you can look yourself straight in the eye, you know? You can look yourself straight in the E. Yeah, because I is E. So of course, in the mythological symbolism, they put it on the forehead, because your forehead is that, yeah, a man has two heads. He has the up head and the down head. And the down head, it is your forehead, because it is in front it's for your head. It says it by itself, the forehead is for your head. Forehead. Yeah. So it says it by itself, but all this kind of really simple thing, they have been completely taken away from our brain with the written language. So everybody of us.
And yet it's
Sorry,
still
go
there
ahead.
it's still there in the most, in all the traditions, like I think we mentioned this one time before with Jim, how they have the Scottish games where there's a thing called tossing the caber, which is a big trunk of a tree, right?
Yes.
Then the guy
Yeah,
is from his genital area, he's tossing the caber.
Yes.
So
He's
all these
tossing.
northern climes, and there's hundreds of examples of this, right? But nobody has the faintest idea where these traditions came from. Even the jumping the bull. And as you say, in India, there's loads and loads of Shivite symbolism surrounding this Bock saga, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Full. India was fantastic because India for us was so nice because it's the only culture on the planet that still has a mythology that is alive. Yeah, if you go to India and you ask about Shiva, Parvati and Ganesh or Lakshman or Saraswati, or you get enormous story from anybody. If I go in Greece and I ask anything about Zeus and about Dionysus, then they are telling you have to go to the library. Same in Italy, about the Roman culture. Yeah.
Well, that's pertinent to what you've just talked about of the monkey god, because Hanuman is a very important deity in India, and everybody knows what it's all about, right? So that's the Adam, Kadmon, maybe in a certain form, isn't it, Hanuman? What do you think of that? Because you have Ganesha and Hanuman. But Hanuman is like a very distinct god that's even worshipped in India, isn't it?
Yes, Hanuman is the same like the Buddha in Bock Saga, the same like Dionysus. They are titles that relate to this 10 brother that are between the first son and the 12th son. In between are 10 brother, and now under the ice time, when we are dividing the world's population from one sort of people into 11 sort of people. So one race that become 11 types under the ice time. 10 tropical and 1 arctical. 1 second, I have a blackout. Where were we?
Just talking about Hanuman?
Hanuman, yes. So now after the ice time, in order to again reconnect the information system between these 11 different cultures that have been coming into existence under the ice time, this Ukko and Akka there at the old North Pole, they are sending out these 10 brother in between the first one and the 12th one to make contact with these 10 tropical king systems that we find in the tropical world. And through these Hanumans, who are like representatives of the Allfather, of course they was very highly respected by this different culture in Polynesia, South America, North America, Africa, Asia, everywhere, Australia. This people was like, this is this whole funny thing with the language of the root, where you can talk about Gudar and Gudinor, the gods and the goddesses, which were live people before, but they were seen as gods and goddesses because they was living up on the planet. They was living up north. Yeah, it's always up. Himalaya. Now, Himmel means, in root, Himmel means the sky, the Himmel. Yeah, so you go up. Yeah, so that is why they put him on Kailash in India. But Ukko Väinämöinen is sitting on Lusnar Berget, the listening mountain, which is a small mountain on Udensö, the central island, most important island, where Valhalla is, and Midgård, and Asgård's Arena, and all these different places that we can see from even the architecture of what is left on the 7 islands of today. So you see that this Hanuman, he is this guy who holds this enormous club, which has one round thing up on the top, more thick, and so it is like different type of, you have a different type of club. Like if you go to the Satyrus, how do you call it? The satire in English. Yeah, you see the satires. the satires, you have one word called satyrusklubban. The satyrus means that it's talk about the rose, the helmet of the satyr. Yeah, so he is like one mythological figure with a particular kind of role. So we had all these characters in the Nordic mythology called Tur and Tyr and Tura and Tyra, which are different function of people who have something to do with the offering system that we had before. Maybe we don't go straight into that right now because our subject become very, very large. But just that to see that all this kind of weapon, your weapon and your shield, before we belong to one shield, yeah, and you can have your family weapon. Yeah, from what weapon is your family weapon coming into existence? Well, it is the weapon that we have hanging between our leg, which we call a gun, relating to Ganesh, yeah, the sun gun, yeah. A gun is G-A-N, the other way around, N-A-G, Nag, you come to Naga. In the Hindu culture and the whole Naga culture, the whole snake culture, yeah? So got to do with the snake between our leg, which is spitting bullets, yeah? Now if you have one dick like this, you become one artillerist in the children making system. So you are like one porno actor because you are having this enormous big dick in order to give inspiration to all these other people who have to do their obligation, no? In order to get new children on the planet. No? So you can see it. Yeah, we have, like we talked about, the lance, the lancier, the sword, sable, canoon, gun, pistol. When you go for pissing, it's a tool for pissing, so it's called one pistol. A total misunderstanding. These freaks running around in the street with their pistol shooting you in the head, no? Because for whatever reason. No? Yeah, if you do that with your original pistol, a lot of less dead people are the consequences. Yeah, so we have been misunderstanding completely. No? Yeah, it's better to piss against somebody's leg than to use the pistol to shoot him.
Interesting, they're using the symbol of the statues, obelisks, the fountains, right, with the water coming out of the top of the fountain in Vatican City, all over the world. Again, these obelisks and these losers who are running around tearing down the obelisks, it's some perverted idea of taking down the palace,
course.
you know.
Of course. No, it's like the dolmen, yeah? Like if you go in France and Ireland, you find different Spain, you find different places where you have dolmen. Now, what is doll? Doll is one doll. It's a soap pop, no? It's a puppet, a doll. Yeah, that girls to play. Yeah, and now doll man. Now, which puppet from the man is the doll man? Doll means also like in many countries, in many continental European languages, it's a very positive sound. Doll means it's great, it's fantastic, it's fancy, it's... Sorry?
You have the dollar too.
Yeah, doll, dollar, doll. Yeah, to be doll means that you are great, no? Yeah. So you have doll men. Now, yeah, it must have something, some association with this phallus thing. And when you are putting many of these stones together in one plane, it must have some kind of ritualistic meaning that before had to do either with the children making system or the offering system. Because that was the two system of sun and moon carried our existence, make our existence possible forever. If we are following the nature law. Yeah, so the human being, the idea is that we can be forever, according to Bock.
Sadly, your friend, colleague, Kevin, who wrote the book, the Bock Saga, he passed away this year. So, you know, we've done commemorative podcasts in memory of him, and we certainly want to do that now to think of him. Did you manage to get over to see him before he passed away, or was that
No,
he was in
no, the day
Spain
I
at the
would,
time, was he?
yeah, the day I would fly there, they closed the airport in Madrid. So in
Oh
the end,
dear.
I couldn't go, but it also saved me from the fact that then I would have been 3 months sitting
That's right.
there waiting to be able to go home. So
Yeah, so,
I wanted to come, but he told me better you don't come. So, and also I think he needed a little bit time with his lady, with Gloria, our good friend. So
yeah,
we wanted to go over, of course, but still today we can't bring his ass back to Ireland to his family. So it's
yeah.
like one future project that we wanted to do first here in the autumn, but I think we will move it to next year sometime, and we had to
Well,
get on
I,
with it.
I just want to personally thank you because we've kind of run out of time, guys. But I want to thank you, Michel, Yake, and your colleagues, be they here or be they in the next world. It doesn't matter. This is such an essential
Oh,
restoration of a very great tradition, and I can't thank you enough to even today to spend your time with us, Michel. It won't be hopefully we'll have you back on again to go into other details of the symbolism and the etymology.
let's do it, because I think by now, we are quite clear about our story, but there is lots of things what we can only figure out when more people get to know about it, and to go more deep in language and in all this kind of. So there is myriads of things to find out, what we have a chance to find out, of things that I don't even know about today. So. Yeah, and that is the interesting thing when we will start to get the people who have the language from up there included in our discussions, because then we
Yeah.
can go very, very far, because
Yes.
everything that has a name has a meaning also. Yeah,
Right. It's a
everything
great
that has a
study.
name consists of sound, and the sound has a meaning. And in that way, we are developing a new association fabric in our brain, which is more based on nature and less on the abstractions that we have been starting to live with in the modern time, where all the stories are thrown on one heap and you can't see the forest through the tree anymore. No?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well said.
whereas basically, like I listened to your story, Michael, the other day of your take on view on things. So you also recognize the similarities between all these different tropical culture that we have on the
Oh,
planet.
definitely.
Yeah, if you run around in Cusco, you see one thing. You go to Mexico, you see another thing. You go to Africa, you go to Egypt, you go to India, you go to Cambodia, you go to Polynesia, you go to China, you go to Japan. Everywhere, the whole world is one big association fabric on actually quite simple thing. The thing what make it inaccessible is because of the taboos that have to do with nakedness and sexuality, which is something that we can thank our different religion for that has come on the planet. And, for sure there is a reason why we have been getting them, because otherwise we would never come at this point where we are today. And today, when we have like one global communication system again, we can also start to inform people based on the concept of nature instead on the concept of all kind of philosophy and on which everybody agrees or disagrees, depending on what part of the planet you live. No? So let's base it on natural thinking. And natural thinking creates an open mind, and it gives a totally different depth and meaning to the experience of life on the planet. No? And it's like I said from the beginning, we want to prove our story by opening up those things that our ancestors have been hiding for destruction, so that we can also come back to something what is called nature, no? And not only live abstractions out of the
I had
crazy
a
brain. Sorry.
Michelle, if you would like. Yeah, I know that you guys would say you love this Tolkien story about the Lord of the Rings. Michelle told me a little theory about this Tolkien guy, actually, that I thought was really interesting. If you just want to do that, Michelle, tell them. They love it.
If you go in, okay, small Tolkien story. Tolkien it is also one of these words. Of course, when we know how they write his name, but if you just listen to the word Tolkien, then of course the first association you have is Tolkien. And now in the east of Uudenmaan, or is it in the beginning of Kymenmaa, anyway, east from Helsinki, when you go east along the coast direction Petersburg, there is one village called Tolkinen. And now I know that in 1050, when the church came up to Uudenmaa, many of the Aser people who lived in that area, and Waner also, they escaped from the mainland and swam out to the islands. Because many of the soldiers that came from Middle Europe to occupy this area for one winter, they couldn't swim, so they had boats, but there is 100,000 of islands, so no time to go and visit every island to collect all those people. Something they did in 1061. In 1061, the Danish Viking, they came over to Finland to, on the order of the Pope, collect all those people who had been hiding out on the islands and use them as rowers in the Battle of Hastings, 1066, in order for this church to move into England and take over the heathendom of England in that time. Now many of these people were rowers in boats taken from the islands in this old Outlandish area of Finland, and they that survived, they end up in England, or when their boat was damaged, they fall in the water and swim to the coast. So there is many people who survived and who in the time have been anglicizing their history. Because they come from Finland, they come from Tolkien, and now you have to have a name because before we belong to one shield. But when we become Catholic in the marriage system, you get one family name. So usually you take then your name from the nature where you come, or from the village there you come, or the profession that you have, or blah, blah, blah. Now the Finnish family name, they are all based on nature. They're all based on mountain, forest, lakes, dales, islands, rivers. They're all nature name. Yeah, like we have one famous one, Palmström. No, we don't have palm trees in Finland, but if you go in the telephone book in Sweden and Finland, you find full of Palmström people, which means the stream of palm. Oh yeah, that means they must have an association with palm. Oh yeah, we have also handpalm. Yeah, the handpalm. No, we have also the tree palm. So, what is this palm? Must have something to do with the hand. Yeah, with the hand. Now the same is with this guy, Tolkien, coming from this village Tolkinen. So it's very well possible that he is belonging to one ancient people who is having, like you find in the Finnish forest traditions, the stories about Väinämöinen, Ilmarin and Lemminkainen, or what they in the modern time call Kalevala people. Yeah, this Kalevala story. You can have many of these kind of people who end up in England through this Battle of Hastings program and being collected by Danish Viking from your place. And now you later on in the telling over generations of your stories from your background, you have to find one form so that you can present it without to be thrown on the fire on Saturday 12 o'clock. Because during the whole time, up to the end of the 19th century, we were living with the censorizing of material by the Catholic Church. So also the Finnish Kalevala had to adapt and put their Väinämöinen, Ilmarin and Lemminkainen story in the context of like a Jesus Maria story in order to Christianize it a little bit or present it as Christian and not to talk about all this horrible practice what these heathen people have, yeah, because it's the church who make the story of the heathen people. They write the book about the heathen people. Adam of Bremen and Saxus Grammaticus and how they are all called. All these people who make the description of the Arctical world when these Mediterranean people start to move to the north to take over the information system. So it's always the winner of the war who tell how bad it was before and how good you have now. You are living under my caretaking. Yeah, that you have after every revolution. Yeah, how bad it was
That's
before.
incredible.
You burn all the book. You burn the book from before. But now they at their church, they did not have to burn any book from the Eden because they did not have any book. So if you just make them shut up, and you do that by threatening to throw them on the fire Saturday afternoon, 12 o'clock, when you are one lady and you go to pick tea leaves for your brain and for to keep the health of your people in your village or your family, you become burned. 12 o'clock Saturday afternoon. And if you speak about heathendom, you become burned 12 o'clock Saturday afternoon. So it was a weekly ritual going on where million and million and million of people have been burned. So of course you stop to tell your children your stories from the past when you know that they can be burned the minute they say anything relating to paganism. So you stop
And
to
as the
tell it.
names, the very name Tessarion comes from a small hillside village. It's not even a village, it's just a place in the Himalayas in Tibet. It's actually Tessario, right?
Tessario.
No
Yeah.
change at all.
It's Tsar in there.
Tessario.
Tsar, which is grass, like grace.
Tsar comes from Sari. Sari means island. Julius Caesar.
Yeah, okay.
Caesar. So Caesar comes from Sarenma. It's like this, what they call this Scythian people, the Sarmatians. Sarmatian people, Sarmaten. Yeah, we say Sarmaten, but it comes from Sarenma, which means the island archipelago between Estonia and Finland. So from Sarenma you get Sarma. Yeah, everything becomes shorter in the time. Before we have words like this, today in written form you find them like this. Because we are not anymore thinking with association. We are only blubbering out as quick as we can. Yeah,
That's
so we are
incredible.
losing
That's
the
incredible.
intonation of the details and the fineness of the difference in the sound, which made one word to be more like this or like that. And all that we have been losing. And before we talked about before, this poem people, these people have this incredible brain to play with language in order to make you understand something. Yeah, and of course the greatest song master from all, Uko Weinemöinen, playing his kantele, playing his music instrument, sitting on top of Lusnaberget. Yeah, we have this great picture, one painting made in the 1918.
That's right, yeah. I used that. Yaki, you sent me that. We're sitting with a harp, very Irish, almost an Irish image, but here you have it. You have it. Yeah, fantastic.
In
Well,
Finnish,
gentlemen, I hate to barge in here, but I'm about to run out of recording space on this one. So
do it.
We'll have to finish it off today, but let's do this again. I'm sure we could go on endlessly on all these points, and just want to once again thank both of you, and we're going to stay in touch, and we'll have to keep this going because there's so much to extrapolate from this incredible saga. So we'll have to do this over multiple shows for sure.
Big pleasure. I love to do it, and nice to meet you guys here on the screen tonight. Very nice.
Nice to meet you too.
Good.
Okay, thanks
great.
again.
I really appreciate you give us the space to do it.
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
Absolutely. We'll do it again. Thanks, you guys. Thanks to everybody for tuning in, and we'll catch you again very soon here on Unslaved. Cheers, everyone. And hello, everybody. Welcome back to Unslaved. Very excited about today's episode. We have our friend from Sweden, Jokke, returning to us. He's brought his good friend Frederick as well to continue discussing the Bock Saga. But before we get into that, I want to pass this over to Michael. He just wants to do a little dedication for us. So, Michael, good to see you, and take it away, my friend.
Hi, guys. And thanks to Jokke for setting this up. Frederick, nice to meet you. First time on Unslaved. I'm sure it'll be a very good discussion. Of course, we definitely want to open today with a dedicating this whole show to Jim Chesnar, the sage who sadly passed away last year. He's been on our show several times, and he was a great exponent, wasn't he, of the Bock Saga. Made it very clear to people. A lot of other hosts, of course, just took it as another weird Nordic myth, nothing to worry about, sort of akin to maybe some Native American Indian stories, you know. Because if you don't really know your mythologies, then when somebody hears about the Bock Saga, what can they do but classify it as yet another one of the interesting, you know, mythologies, along with so many others? What they fail to understand, of course, is that this is not a mythology like any others. This is the key mythology. Now, it shows up in other places. I can recognize it turning up in Ireland with different phraseology, different terms, different names, but it's quite clear that it is derivative of this Arctic homeland, you know, the true Atlantis, the ancient story, which the Bock Saga preserves. Frederick, maybe we could start with you. Could you tell us how you got into this? You've been friends with, of course, with Yake, but did you actually know Jim as well, and you studied under him, and how did you get into this?
No, I actually I listened to the other guy who has been on Unslaved sometimes, I think, Michel Mer, on Red Eyes. Can it be 6-7 years ago? And something, within the first 30 minutes or something, it was just, I hear what he's saying. And since then, you start thinking about a lot of things. And since I have Swedish is my mother tongue, so it's kind of built in everywhere.
That's right. Yeah, so then you started reading or just pursuing? I mean, how long ago? You said it's been about 10 years then, I suppose, or more even, that you've been into it now.
I don't remember exactly when Michel was on Red Eyes, but it's more than 5 at least, so it's 6-7 years maybe. And
was your interest?
Go on.
Oh, was your interest with the language? Because you mentioned Swedish as your mother tongue. That's a very interesting phrase. So was it the idea of the etymology and the philology that first grabbed you, or was it some other aspect?
No, it was the philology there, and it was so fascinating to hear someone say that Swedish, or whatever the language should be called in these days, is originally not a written language but a spoken language based on sounds, and then writing and looking at written words kind of makes it tricky to understand what it might have meant in the beginning. So I find that very, very interesting for myself, to maybe put more words together or split them apart and try to find what the original meanings are. If you take a word like...
Go ahead.
I was going to tell the interesting thing about Frederick is that he never really were in contact with anyone else within the saga. Like, for instance, me had a lucky position to, being close to those who know a lot and you can ask questions and so. So Frederick, he has been like going his own little way there, thinking about stuff that maybe not the group does. So I think his perspective, at the time we got in contact, he already had been writing like a book almost on it, but it's not on Bock Saga exactly. But Frederick is the one that has been writing this, so he can maybe explain a little bit if he likes.
Okay. Later. Yeah, a book. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, I wrote a book first called Nå Gott, or translated it into Reach Good or something, perhaps in English. But that's actually what every Swede replies when he is asked if he's religious or believes in God or anything, and almost everyone answers that they are not religious and they don't believe in God. But at the same time, they are not atheists. They believe in not, or in något, which is done something. But actually it means, if you split the word, it's know and got, and that is then reach good, or reach what is good in everything.
Got.
As I see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
And I think that's very, that as well. So I think that's very beautiful. That's still what we believe here.
Yeah, even on the most banal level, they still are. Well, of course, people live in the words as well. There's the negative side of that,
Yeah.
isn't it? Where you live in the word and there's nothing behind.
So, but then I wrote, and I tried to have some people read it, but it was, so to speak, unreadable. So I wrote another book, and that wasn't readable either. So now I've written a third book, actually, and that is focused on money, or different view on economy. And
Well,
I
tell us
actually
more about
got
that,
it
because
from
we
the
just had.
publisher.
Oh, there you got. It's been published recently.
I actually got it, yes, from the publisher on Monday. So.
Well,
Congratulations.
So
congratulations.
this is really fresh. Thank you.
Can you give us an idea of that book for a start?
Yeah. So I call it 180, tänk om in Swedish. So the English translation would be 180, think. And it's about, I try to explain that there is actually a huge problem with the economic model that is forced upon us these days. There is certain huge problems with it, but no one really sees it or talks about it. So that was kind of the problems writing this book. First, try to describe a problem that no one talks about, or that no one really knows exists, and then try to explain where this problem comes from and how it can be like this, and then also in the end then try to solve it.
But we have to understand that Fredrik has been within the banking industry his whole life. Like, can't you give us like a little background of your story there, Fredrik, with the economic?
I've studied. I've always been very interested in language, actually, but I haven't studied that actually on university or so. I have a Master of Science in Mechanical Engineering, and studied quite a lot of bookkeeping and economics while at university. And then I've been working in the financial industry, mainly then with equity trading or equity derivatives on a software company, and then delivering, installing, and upgrading software all around, mainly in Germany and in Switzerland, Austria. And then I worked for a bank as a consultant on their commodity derivatives desk. I've been working with currency derivatives. So I've been working with the trading part of the banking environment.
Yeah. And if you were to, because I know Yaki's done it, how do you normally, if you were to take a beginner, and some of our guests right now, some of our viewers will be totally new into this, how would you begin giving a thumbnail sketch of the Bock Saga? Like I said, to me, after studying it a little bit, it's not to be classified like other mythologies, not even the Irish. I mean, you got something very distinct here, but how would you, if somebody genuinely, or if you ever later came to teach it more to people, how would you start?
Probably, since it is such a huge story, like Michel tried to explain in the beginning of that first podcast I heard. So it's I think the mass media today has done an excellent job in the way they write articles in these days. For instance, they have the main article, so to speak, and then they have this framed little fact box. So then the reader can see if you were good in school, that is the questions for the exam. If I know them, I am good. So then it's enough to know anything just by reading that little text box. or fact box, and that's in my opinion not really the way to learn anything. And that's the perhaps the difficult thing with that Bock saga. It's so big. And if I sit and talk to people, perhaps slowly. So if I sit and talk to people, maybe hints here and there are interesting, but then it's so very different from what you read in a history book. So people kind of close off.
Well, it's kind of interesting.
That's right.
It's kind of interesting today. We've been talking a lot about, don't trust the news. The news is fake. They're lying to you, all this kind of stuff. And I've often been saying, well, if you think the news is bad, if you think the news is fake and they're lying and using propaganda, how bad do you think the history department is?
Yeah, but the trick is, it kind of, as I see it, so it's so many things that are true. So the question is, does it have any meaning that thing is true, or is the problem something else? That's also something that I did for a living then for a very long time in the banking industry, and that was solving problems. People calling in or mailing in with lots and lots and lots of problems all day long, and then what you have to decide is kind of first try to understand what they mean, to understand their explanation of the problem, or the how they experience the problem. And then me as an expert, then I need to look at their question and try to figure out what they're doing actually, and then decide, is this a problem or not? And oftentimes I just reply something, no, you're doing it the wrong way, just do it like this. And then problem solved. So that's, I guess that's the thing with the Bock saga as well. Either you think everything is fine as it is, or you have a feeling that something is wrong somewhere, and you are just not satisfied. You go on and you go on and you go on. More or less like Yuki did, I guess. You try some path and then you hit the wall, and this isn't correct, and then you search for something else, and then if you find the Bock saga, then yeah, you're home.
It's game over.
Yeah.
But it's just so ridiculous for me and Frederick, who speaks the language, when you get, if you have it sort of clicks. But for some people, it's not for everyone with the Bock saga, and that's the big issue with it also. But there are people in the Bock saga, like movement, or what you want to call it, that want to involve like the entire world in the thinking there. But I don't think it works really that way, to be honest. I think every brain has the capacity to understand it, but man, it's a long road there. It's a long road, I think, and it moves.
Yeah, but so is other
slow.
histories. So is the history of Christianity. So is the history of Constantinople. When you study with history, right, or Irish history, yeah, it's a long road. There's nothing difficult about Finland. I don't agree with that.
No,
I think
exactly.
we're also at a time. We're at a time now where if nobody's going to know these things even a little bit, then what's the point? I mean, waiting is hardly what's going on in our world today. The zeitgeist is. And I don't mean cheapen it, because of course everything becomes cheapened, like Frederick's saying, everything is shrink wrapped. But see, those people are not going to come to it anyway. Anyone who's of that level of mentality is never going to come to it anyway, even if you explain it. Like Jim has been on several other podcasts since, probably 2002 or something. I don't know when the first one was he did it. Yeah, and he was very good at explaining it. And everyone listening there is just going, even the hosts will be dismissive because it's not their thing, and it goes in one ear, out the other, right? This is definitely something that will be different than other histories because it's so controversial. And it means that you have to radically change your insight and your way of life. Studying Greek mythology doesn't have that, or studying with the Roman, pantheons and hierarchies, even Egyptian. It's titillating, it's interesting, but it's not going to radically change anybody's life. This does. This asks for a complete different relationship with nature, a very different relationship with words, with language. So you're quite right. It's not for everybody. Our members are quite different. They've been listening before and, have a different kind of setting than most of the world, who either couldn't care less, even if you did shrink it down to basics. You're quite right. But at the same time, I think it's more about, like Michelle is really good as well, because it's all about, if you're going to write a book or if you're going to present it, then how do you do it? Yeah, it's not that the mythology is important. It's how are you going to, I had this challenge when I wrote the Irish Origins books. How are you going to present it? Are you going to do it as a story like Tolkien? Or are you going to do it a little bit with fact, nonfiction? It's all up to you then, because you're taking this giant body of work. And then, like Jim would talk about various things, like some people start with a Lemminakainen temple, or, or the words, or some other aspect of the offering system, or whatever it was. There's different ways to get into, so it's about the person's ability, like yourself, Jockey, and Frederick, about, how are you going to present it? And then the competence, and of course, holding a lot back. Maybe a lot of it is not for everybody. I mean, it's a very, very great work. But the public is just want to get it in the highlights, obviously. So there's a difficulty there, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
I would, and it's nice you said that it brings you closer to nature. And since what I find most fascinating with the Bock Saga is that the sound system and the words are still here. They are around us still. So it's and that's kind of what I was maybe unconsciously searching for, some kind of original story before the written word. Since with written words, it's and text that you print in masses, so to speak. It's so easy that something is misleading in it, and then people start to try to find out what it really means, and then it's all circus.
Yeah, that's the big danger. Oh, go on.
Yeah, so to me, it sounds very logical that there was some kind of basic view on things before the written language, and that then had to be stories, of course, but also something more tangible that people carried around them all the time. And that's the amazing thing when you think about it. Imagine to hide the rules and ways of conduct and for humanity in a language, build it into the language so it can never be forgotten. It's such a brilliant idea.
Yeah,
definitely.
And this is what you have been working, what you call, you have been like scratching the surface, because it's also like a language that has built like civilization, you can say. Also, it's like stored into the language, the keys and different aspects in this system. And I think that Frederick has been kind of like seen this, but on the economical side a little bit, because he used the words through the lens of the Bock Saga to see another kind of system also, or at least a structure that has been working.
If we jump into the economics, then, like a word like interest, inte in Swedish is not. Jag tycker inte om broccoli. I don't like broccoli. Inte. Så inte rest. Rest är då vila. Or rest, to rest. So interest is no rest. Every population that has been forced to live with a currency carrying interest will never have rest again.
Brilliant. Yeah. Inte, I-N-T-A is the Swedish for not
Yeah,
or to negate.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
So no rest. Yeah, but and then the English language is a little more filled with than Swedish, since interest is both then what you need to pay on your mortgage, but also your focus, where you have your interest. You're interested in something.
Right.
So it's the same word. So it's not good to have the same word for those two things.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Interesting. Somebody would say interesting at this point.
Interesting you brought up interest. So is that one of the things that you started to notice in the banking industry, was the fact that we're dealing essentially with what many call a fiat currency that's based on interest, that's really keeping everybody enslaved to debt? But it's not just the money and that, it's also we're entrapped by language itself and the way we think about language.
Exactly. Since the world of the world of economics is man-made, obviously. It's not like that it's raining like it was earlier here, or that we have lakes and mountains, and so it's, as I see economy, the meaning should be, we have the word ecology for the living things in nature and how they relate to each other, animals, plants. So ecology, some kind of based on eco. In Swedish we spell it EKO, ecologic. You don't use the echo spelling, so you have ECO, I guess, for ecology. So not echo. It says that you have dropped the H there in ecology. Right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Echo
Yeah,
has an ECHO, yeah.
that's it.
But in Swedish, it is still the echo, the logic of echo. And an echo to me is then, to have an echo, you first have to give, and then you receive. You give out a sound and you receive your own sound. So so ecology is about the living things in nature, and I would like to see economy is the rules that we follow as human beings when we give and receive from our fellow citizens. So then it would be economy would then be in root, or in Swedish would be echo, nå, me. So nå, like in något, is to reach. Echo, reach me. So my own echo will reach me. And that's very close to the golden rule, as I see it. Treat others as you want them to treat you. So economy.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I try to do in my book. I try to, how do you change behavior? To me, with the Bock Saga background, it is through changing language.
Yeah.
So how can you change the language then? Yeah. How can you change the language then? You can invent new words. You can find out or give words new definitions. You can change spelling, and you can simply remove words then. And that's what I try to do. It's only 7 words that I focus on, that I see build up the current economic model that we have today.
It's interesting that you should say this, because, of course, what is the leftist mentality today is a full-blown attack on words and also removal of words, right?
Yeah, and so this is nothing new. Yeah, read 1984. And then, as I see it, then the English language was very, very much changed in the early 1500s with Henry VIII and Shakespeare, and I think all the meant words got introduced from Latin and into English in those years, late 1400 to early 1600s, like imprisonment, apartment, government. So introducing new words when you want to implement a new rulership is ancient stuff.
Yeah.
That's profound what you
Look
just.
how
Yeah.
they know that. Yeah. Isn't it amazing? So there's no conspiracy, remember?
Oh yeah.
Get that
No,
out of your
not at
head.
all. There are no social
Maybe
This all
engineers
happens
out
by
there.
accident. Yeah. This all happens by accident. Now, in Swedish, you have like almost two words for, correct me if I'm wrong, but et and en can mean one, right? Either the self or
Yeah.
just one thing. Like we have unslaved, right? And then you have
Yeah.
that's taken from the word enslave, more common word en, slaved. So en is I am slave. Would you not say that en then refers to the one?
Yeah, it's en or et. Like you have in French, you have un and une. So it's
But et means also family.
Oh, it does?
Yeah,
Yeah.
et means your family et, like your
Is it E-T-T
lineage.
with two T's?
Yeah. Yes.
no,
But it
et
also
is
means one.
actually yeah, but the sound is the same. But et, as in for the family, is an a with two dots over it. So that's the a.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah, okay. But very similar
And
though.
that's quite
The consonant
Yeah,
is
yeah.
the same, right? The vowel and the consonant.
and that's really cool since before Anund Kolbrenner, the guy who burnt down hell, Anund, the son of was it son of Christian of Skötkonung, Olof Skötkonung. He was the last of the Linga et, if you remember the Bock Saga.
Yeah, the Sven
family
line.
line.
That he committed ättestupa. But
suicide.
still in Sweden today we call our relatives ättlingar. So we still use the ättlingar.
Okay.
And they
Yeah.
they
Yeah,
are
and
like
that's
the
what-
descend. Yeah, this linga comes
Yeah.
from Sven and Svea, like the first settlers here in Sweden from via Noah's Ark. This story, but just to
Yeah.
back it a little bit. But the lastest of this line was called the linga, as I understand.
Yeah, and et
But it's-
must
And we
be
are-
also
yeah.
like a phallic, like one, or is it feminine in your language? I would see it as being phallic, the family going back to the one, to the phallic idea and the sperm, or is that wrong?
That's more the E, I would say. So, since
Yeah.
it's not masculine and feminine, since it's en flicka och en pojke, it's one girl and one boy, so it's the same en flicka, en pojke. So it has, I don't know actually where the difference is. And I listened to some language YouTubes here with foreigners trying to learn Swedish, and that's what they find the most difficult to know if it's an N word or an et word.
That's right. So if you order food, do I ask for, en pommes frites or en mos or et? It's almost impossible for an outsider.
Exactly, but N is more common, so try that until
mos.
someone corrects you. Oh.
Yeah. Oh,
En
until
mos
somebody corrects you. Yeah.
bricka, kanske. Yeah.
Okay.
And then one et word, yeah. So
And then they just say,
yeah.
why don't you speak? Then they just say, look, drop the Swedish and speak the fucking English because you're all over the place.
No, but
That's
of
the
course
usual
you
response
should
I
say
get.
en pommes frites, en mos. That's very good.
That's not bad, eh? Okay, so 50% success at last.
Yeah.
Oh, you got
No, so
it, man.
what I try to do with this with the economic model is to try to explain that the economic model that we are using today with the economic system is purely man-made. It's human beings that has created it, and hence it wouldn't be easy perhaps, but it can be changed. It's not like we will prohibit moonshines. The shine is not allowed to. The moon is not allowed to shine anymore. It's not on that level. It's we are very used to the economic model that we have today, but it can be changed since it's man-made. So, and as I see it, I also find it quite troublesome that there's so few people that want to talk about economics or understand anything. So it quickly gets so complicated, and the words that you need to know the definitions of and things. So it's very easy to get into no, you're wrong, yes, I'm right, and so I want to describe it so that more people can participate and discuss how we would like it actually, and not be scared off since they don't know certain words.
Yeah, that's it. We've talked on this show before a lot about, that language is ultimately metaphor, and why one of the reasons I'm interested in this is because it transcends that. If everything you say, like the word like, which implies again something that is like, therefore it's not what you're talking about, and then you take it from there. But in the Bock language, it doesn't seem there's metaphor there. Obviously, wherever there's language, there will be metaphor. But the difference with a magical kind of language is the words themselves have a power in themselves. So they're not just pointers and signs to other things. And we've got used to it with the left brain saying, oh, I get what you mean. Yeah, the empty can rattles the most, or I'm nearly at the end of the line. My patience has grown thin, right? All of these metaphors in English language. But if the words had actual power in themselves, then you're not dealing only with metaphor now. You're dealing with an actual magical language that has power in itself, in the actual words, in the actual vowels, in the actual syllables. And that's, I think, my interpretation of what you're saying is then, yes, we must come to the table and allow language to teach us. We created it, but at the same time, language creates us, that then we think we've created it. So it's more like speech speaks us. We are spoken by the light. We are spoken by the world, the element, and we are spoken by language. But we've inverted it because we are the keepers of it, right? It's in our body, it's in our brain. We now imagine we are the containers of the language. And that's the first myth, because it's false. The language, like Heidegger would have said, the language contains us. We are spoken, not so much speakers.
I'm just thinking about what Michel has been telling. Just a little quick point. He was talking about those sounds in the sound system that construct the language that we are using up here with the 29 sounds. It's like there are those associations, or when we speak those sounds, different sounds there's some kind of click in the brain that has a reference point or something. So if you use a sound with the often opposite meaning, like if you tell your children not to do something, they will rather do the opposite, So we have to kind of reverse the thinking, because it's often the case when you're studying it from the Bock Saga lens that it's often the reverse case of what the meaning actually are. So there are some kind of association going on, but it's the opposite effect that is the outcome, like we can see it also.
Yeah. That's right.
Do you understand?
Because the brain is reversed. Yeah. This is well known even in English, that there's a reversal. I don't know the exact technicality of it, but absolutely because it's the law of opposites. When I say white, you immediately think black. The first thing, if I say male, you immediately think female in context. So, everything, like no word means anything without the sentence, and no sentence means anything without the paragraph, so to speak, and letter. But in this Bock Saga, in etymology, you can go into the very smallest part, which is the syllable or the letter, and it does have meaning, because you're working with a different kind of the part of the brain. The rule is broken with these magical languages, because now the letter, the very single small part, does have a context, and in some strange flip way, it has the biggest context. So this is what I see.
Yeah.
It's not language where give me the whole context for me to understand what you're saying. That's what would be normal if somebody spoke something, especially in certain languages where it's more needing the context, like say a Cockney language can say things in so much innuendo and so much nuance that it's impossible, you couldn't take the literal meaning of what they say as what they're saying, because it has these nuances and it has innuendo attached to it, and it's sarcastic, and it's it has all sorts of other inflections. But by the reverse is true, that in these languages, the very single letter can mean something within its own context. That needs to be taught to people, and that's, to me, what has been forgotten. They've lost. It's like you can't see the tree for the forest. You know, we've got all the language and we've got all the rules of language, but we've actually lost language. We've lost it on a poetic level.
Now everybody's got the pronouns in their Twitter bio, what pronouns they are. This is the obsession now. All the words are shortened down to little emojis. And Michael, I think it was you that was bringing up how we think symbolically. So when we think of a word, we're not thinking of it left to right like a word. We're thinking of the symbol that represents the word that triggers what Yoke was saying, this something in the mind where we associate a metaphor with the word. So we're not even thinking the way we think we're thinking about words. We're not this left brain reading side to side. We're actually memorizing symbols and then interpreting them through our interpretive process in the brain. And it makes sense because the most ancient cave paintings that we know of were paintings. They were pictograms. You know, there's the obviously the hieroglyphic languages where you see one kanji symbol or one Egyptian hieroglyph or whatever, and you get all kinds of meaning just from that one symbol. It's changed when we have this introduction of language, and then that language has also morphed. And now today it's LOL, OMG, you know, like it's this new tech language. It's like newspeak. It's a newspeak.
Right.
Very in group also, yeah. You have to be in the group to know what this,
Yes, cultural context. But that can also shield or block the meaning that's coming forth, right? Because remember, even if you have letters or like you're saying symbols, or the letters point to symbols, or even if it was the reverse or whatever, we're still assigning meaning. So where does the assignment of meaning come from in its original state? Nobody asked that question. Because if language is a vehicle, if letters, if numbers, if symbols are vehicles, then to what? And also, then we must have created those to project meaning. Right. Where does that desire come from? And is it, you know, like some Wittgenstein would believe that comes with the language, that it's a epiphenomena of the language to convey meaning, or is it something completely separate that's using language or music or whatever to convey? There must be an absolute need for meaning. And, you know, like I say, we're not Mr. Spock, we're not Vulcans who can read each other's minds, so we use conveyance. Because if you could read other people's minds, then you've lost something very ontological, and that is personal privacy. So in many ways, the language is metaphorical because then it conceals as well as reveals, right? It conceals our own identity. We are given the freedom to be ourselves and not just be social entities. You know, the extreme of that is lying or deception, you know, in which, but at least seen from one perspective, lying is a way to preserve, right? We lie because I want to preserve my own inner thoughts. I want to preserve my intentions or whatever. And I might lie at work. Are you moonlighting? No, I'm not moonlighting. Right, because I want to preserve my work and what I'm doing privately. It's none of their fucking business. So there's all sorts of ways. But the idea is that is language metaphorical because it's conveying something, you know, of an absolute meaning. And for me, the Bock Saga, that's exactly the closest proof to that theory. Those words are so powerful and they have their own meanings. And of course, they're going to respond to your consciousness. You know, you're bringing too much of your own prejudice to the word, which will distort it or disfigure, you know, that because you're bringing your own energy to it. It's not pure. But when the sage speaks it, it is pure. He's rid himself. The language has almost worked like a sweat lodge. It has its own you know, its own. The language at this point has its own healing power to cleanse you. Would you agree, Yake? You know that the words, by sounding them or toning them, has a certain, you know, shamanic process, right?
I mean, for people like I who have this or had this kind of, you know, constant drive to want to know more, you know, and I can just tell you that I don't even need to put information into my brain to still be healthy, you know, at this point, because you can just spin those things and I was trying to explain to a friend of mine that you need some kind of foundation to stand on and trying to build on it. And I think the Bock Saga is the perfect foundation for it, because I've been scattered all over like the world trying to find some kind of truth, you know. You just try to find there, and you're just scratching the surface of like every culture. And then you said something really strong, that you should just look in your own backyard, you know. So I started to do that. And to build on your cultural heritage, I think people should do that, because you can instead of knowing everything about all the cultures in the world, why don't you focus on the actual culture you are brought up, and you know, to honor your ancestors and so also. But and it just happened to be that we found that I found out about the Bock Saga also. Who, you know, this is. But inside of the Bock Saga is a really healthy lifestyle, I could say, with the tea understanding and the sun, and you know, it's nothing, because the other concepts that comes with it, you know, with the more what do you say? But they are spinning on the Viking series, and this official story of the Norse world. It's not the healthy one. It's blood magic. It's you know, it's a draconian type of faith, almost like the Christian faith, but with many gods. And I can see this as being a healthy way. You know, it's I've seen friends become like Christian, and they become very hateful, very hateful. And it's not
Look
the
at
way
today.
of the Bock Saga.
Look at today. Everybody listening to us knows that if Mark Zuckerberg puts up an anti-post fact check thing, you absolutely know that the original post is true, 100% true, by the fact that it's contradicted. Thanks, Facebook. It's fantastic that you let me know where to find the 100% truth, because you don't like it. So the Bock era, right, and the whole culture of the North, the wisdom of the North, was attacked from Constantinople, from Vatican City, from London, right? As you said, the destruction of the Seven Islands. The original place of the Seven Islands wasn't Rome and wasn't Bath. It was Helsinki, right? Yeah, if that thing is attacked from all parts of the globe, yeah, I don't think you need to be a rocket scientist to work out something very, very important is there, no?
Like even this official historians, you said, walking in there in the Vatican, and you see those halls like stretching like a cross, and on the northern wall there is like everything bad comes from the north. It's like, okay. So, even there, I think I pointed out this before, but I think it's just so fucking amazing that they scrubbed it off, but the restoration, I found it, you know.
One thing I find interesting that Jim had brought up, and we talked about it, was the fact that if you go back and ask who were the first founders of the Grecian, you know, we all talk about the Greek Empire being the beginning of civilization. Yeah, but the original word wasn't Greek, it was Hellene, the Hellenic culture. Yeah, wonder where that word comes from, right?
Yeah, Helsinki.
Or Hellas, yeah, Hellas, yeah.
It's straight down in the perfect line. You should see my Google Earth.
Perfect line.
It's on spot.
Is it?
It's on spot.
Yeah, but then when Constantinople and Rome came, they brought this, of course, this written language and a written story that carried this belief about sin, that we are born with some inherent sin, and our life is about doing good things so we don't end up in the wrong place, so to speak. And close connected to sin is guilt and the debt that or the entire economic system is built upon. So as I see it, it comes very much from that story, that we have this debt to pay all the time. Yeah.
That's an interesting word.
It's like Jim said, it's only a big taxation system, you know.
Yeah. So in my model, so to speak, in the model that I try to convey in this book I've written is that we don't create our money from debt. today we have a system where we know that if you borrow, you have a debt, and money is debt. So, and all countries have huge debts, and we have a lot of money, and it's good or bad, or you don't know. But anyway, debt is a fundamental concept, and we have to make right on our debts. But the thing is that I call the book 180. So if we don't want to use debt as the basis for money, since that's what it is used as today, we kind of borrow some kind of when eternal or incredible amount of debt, and through this middleman, the banking system, where the church was between me as an individual or the human being, and my guilt was the church before. The church was the middleman. Now I have debt, and I can go to the bank, or I can do a withdrawal I can borrow from my own debt and have money instead. And then they enter a debt into the ledger. I have taken out, I have borrowed a little of my own debt. And that is then created, that is then converted into money.
Yeah.
So it is a debt-based system. So what I want to do in my... Yep.
No, go ahead. Finish that thought.
Yeah. So what I want to, since it is a man-made system based on this story, and having debt everywhere is detrimental to the human psyche, I say we shift it. We don't use debt. We use free choice instead. Since that's actually what you exercise when you go to the bank and ask for your money. You do it, you go there by free choice, and then they hand out debt. But if they can hand out free choice instead. If I want to build this house here in my place on the earth, I exercise my right of free choice. If I build a house here, no one else can build a house. It is my free choice. So I create money to do it. So we just make a shift there, away from this 1,000 year of debt, sin, and guilt. And we transform it to free choice. Since that's
and this has
that's a lot more, and that's closer to every human being. It's not the bank that decides what your free choice is. It's you. It's everyone's free choice.
But that takes personal responsibility. They're not going to let you walk away and say, "Yeah, I'll pay you back. I'll pay you back when I can, or I'll turn my house into a garden and ways to make money, and I'll be back with the payment." That takes trust between human beings, and by God, that's a long time gone. Or you had a druid in the local community who would, come and remind you of your debt. That culture, I agree. I think that was part of the Brehon law of Ireland, where, this guy owes you 3 sheep. He has forgot to pay it back. Then they send the druid to say, "What do you think you're doing? You're breaking the divine law. You're breaking the law of contract. Please give your neighbor back what is due." You borrowed his lawnmower, and now he wants it back in a few days or so. So you're quite right, but that's a trust-based idea.
Yeah.
Now we couldn't even get back to that, because remember, the king was the one. Even if you think of Britain, William the Orange wanted to borrow money from the bankers, and he took 8 million guilders, or whatever the hell, gelders, from the Amsterdam banks. And when they knew that he couldn't live how many lifetimes and pay it back, he just said, "It doesn't matter, put it onto the neck of the people I'm now ruling in Britain," and we're still under that debt and other debts that have accumulated. So we didn't decide to be debt slaves. The fucking king said, "I'll put everybody's workload," and they're guilty buggers anyway. There's something in their psychology that will go for it, or it's the father figure or whatever, and I will impose this debt, because there's one debt that's my debt, which I probably could pay off by hard work in this life. And then there's the debt that's imposed upon me through the birth certificate, by being born, that unfortunately me and my descendants could never pay off. So it's a mixed bag.
No, and also we have, it's the same here in Sweden. I guess from what I think, it's very hard to tell exactly, since our archives burnt in the late 1690s, when the castle burnt. So it's very hard to know what contracts actually existed before that. But most likely, as I see it, it was under Gustav Vasa then in the early 1500s that we got the same kind of system, where the king is actually allowed to borrow and then the population of the country will pay it back.
Yeah.
Just like you said there with the common, and that's the first, I would say, central bank.
It was.
And
Yeah,
here,
he's Dutch. So that's the old black nobility line.
Yeah. I think it's a strange coincidence that the city-states of Italy disappeared at the same time. And they were like the wealthiest people before they disappeared. So what happened to that wealth? And what was that used as collateral in the Northern Europe?
Well, I think they joined together. I think what they did was they sort of like jettisoned one phase, and they're called the fondi. They came together as one. They're also called the merc, M-E-R-K, where we get our word merchant. So a lot of these groups in Italy came together to form one gigantic conglomerate because they knew there was a lot of rivalry. And if they stayed sort of separate and loose, it was going to be weak for them. So they cast away a lot of their own people, and then a small inner circle formed. Where they got the idea, I don't know. They may have got it from the Knights Templars or some other model, but I think they disappeared because they came together.
It's very interesting. There was this the first book of what we call bookkeeping today, the formal T accounts, and where you have checks and balances and things, was published in Venice in 1494 by this Luca Pacioli guy, and that was intended for the banks to be able to check if the merchants were allowed to have more credit. And the trick with that kind of bookkeeping is that you lose the big picture. You only look at the specific company. You don't look on all the money in the country, for instance. So you have on the Swedish central bank's homepage, Riksbanken, they state quite early on the homepage that they don't look at the amount of money in the country. They only look at the debt. And as I see it then, let's say you have all the money, so to speak. Where is it? All the money on one page, and the entire debt on a different page. And then they are of equal size. Let's say this is today. We pretend that we have the same amount of money as as debt. And then you do the mortgage. You pay the mortgage. So both these amounts decrease. And then you should pay the interest. This is all the money that exists and all the debt. So if this red sheet of paper is all the money, that means that when you have paid, I do like this. Now you pay the mortgage, so they have both decreased, and now you should, using all the money, pay the interest. Any amount of interest. And now it's quite obvious that all the money doesn't cover all the debt from the first payment. So this means that there has to be new money introduced all the time, just to continue paying of the debt.
Which means it loses its value.
So, it loses its value, but it's totally unsustainable from the first payment. Since you have to remember that this red paper indicates all money of a certain currency. You can't just go to England and work since they don't have the same currency. You see here that there is a difference from the first payment, and that was done 500 years ago. So this is a gigantic. It's a lot worse than a Ponzi scheme. It's horrible.
Doesn't add up, right?
Nice
And
phrase.
it takes
doesn't
more and
add
more
up.
nature.
Exactly.
This is the trick then that they do. That they say using bookkeeping, you only look at one company and one household. Oh, you can't pay your mortgage. You have to work harder. Yeah. But if you take everyone in a population, all the money, and add it up, it's no way it can work. It's a physical impossibility. Since the interest payment, where is it? Here, this one. That has never been introduced into the circulation. If this one should be paid, it has to be introduced as well into the circulation. And this
Where
leads
does
them.
it go?
It goes to the one. No, it goes to the ones that is the middleman.
The bank.
That handle our debt or our sins.
Yeah, but by contract law, you are agreeing to that. You know you will be, say if I even go to a normal money lender, I know that whatever money he gives me, he's going to charge me 10%, 20%, whatever. My need for that money is, and as you said, the other meaning of the word interest is I'm interested in building this thing. I'm interested in buying some yachts, some boats, so I can do business with other countries or something. I know that I'm going to be in debt. So it's not just some big evil Leviathan. It's somebody who knows psychology through and through. And in many ways, money lending is a really good thing, because if I'm shit poor, but some guy down the street, say, look, I'll lend you the money. That is how the West grew. The West grew because of money lending. And the Christian fuckers didn't want it. Jews did it, but Christians said, no, we're against usury. Yeah, well, Christians didn't want us flying out into space or any other kind of scientific progress. Go think about that. So it's almost like you have to factor in that as well. Poor people who were but poor because they had a brain and ingenuity and hands and feet just need a little bit of a capital investment. Of course, there's a fallout. Of course, some people are going to default and they're ruined. But other people managed to open that shop, managed to get that machine to harvest the apples or to clean them and have a better product, So the whole of our world burgeoned. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I see your point. But what I'm talking about is a mathematical problem on the currency on itself level. So what I mean is that these guys, they took the money lending thing, peer-to-peer, so to speak, and took it to the state level.
That's it.
And forced it on an entire population, so no one can see it, since there is so much money everywhere, that everyone thinks that I just have to work harder. And that may have been the only way to build the kind of world that we have today. But when we are in the situation that we are today, when the richest people have so much of everything, and they have done it mainly on this fraudulent way, we have to reset, like they say in Davos.
Just not with Davos.
Exactly.
We have to do a proper, let's go back to nature.
Yeah, but so they are thinking about it. Yeah. Since it's not sustainable at all, so something has to be done. So as I see, continue.
Oh, I was just thinking in terms of my metaphor of the one-to-one. If the guy has a brain and he invests in himself, he knows his invention that he wants, better way to shear a sheep or better way to make a soil be more profitable. He says, I can borrow the money from the Jew guy who lent it to me, and we have a great relationship. He calls himself a financier. When you take it up to the level you just mentioned, he becomes a philanthropist because he has so much money, and he gives that money all the time. He made his money for giving it and then receiving back, the credit, the interest. So he's got everything. But then in his brain, his thinking goes wrong. But it's right according to one, understanding that look at all the people who got wealthy by me lending them my money. So he is thinking, his psychology is he's the benefactor of all society. And the person who made $1 million, got from the hut to a nice house and lives a good life. He is okay with the idea. Well, he may say, I paid too much interest, but basically got everything that he got. So he's happy with that side of the contract. So this is where the philanthropist would disagree with us and say, I'm a benefactor of all mankind. I can cite 100,000 people who made really good. And, hey, I've even got banks over there, money lending systems in India where people who are on scratch level, I can prove to you, here's the folio, they made good. They're doing well. They found out I lent them money to dig a well. I lent one guy to be able to buy more land. So how the hell then, so we know what their mentality is. But the person who's done well by them, by borrowing that money, he's going to be in favor of that system. This is ordinary Joe on the street then. He's intelligent. He came out of college. He borrows some money. He does well. He opens his own laboratory. He makes a new different kind of tire, for a bicycle or car. So he is not going to listen to us. He's going to think, I couldn't have got that. My family didn't have the money. I had to go and borrow it. It's a great system. How do you then change? What's the alternative to that? How do you explain to the man in the street not to borrow money on a debt-based system?
I think it's I've listened a lot to a guy called Mike Montagna. And since this kind of debt-based currency with interest is so detrimental to the currency, so everything loses value so much. So it's very difficult to have two currency systems at the same time, at least where one is interest-bearing. So it has to start with some kind of basic understanding. And as I see it, the way there are a number of things that we have to remember also, that the amount of money increases all the time. So there is more money everywhere. The income per capita worldwide is increasing all the time. The world population is increasing all the time. So this money, as we know, they don't grow on trees. It doesn't grow on trees. So someone is creating it. So all the money cannot be borrowed. Someone is creating it. And then, so it's created based on our honesty, that we will pay it back. So it's based on a population's debt, and that they are honest, so they will pay it back. So that's where the credit comes from. It is created, someone wants to do something, that lab guy on the tire development site, he wants to start his own company, developing his idea about the tire. Yeah. So instead of the credit creation part of the current currency system is excellent. You go somewhere today, you go to the bank, and they check your credit worthiness. You have to prove, who are you? Can you pay back into? And that's excellent, since that's how you create new money. What I mean is that the banks now, they say that they lend it to you, and maybe they do, but within the entire banking system, the middleman, they have a way so that they loan from each other. But somewhere in the banking system, the new money has to be created. So we get new money that they say is borrowed, that they're loaning to us. But it's actually us that creates it.
Yeah.
Since there's no more money all the time, so it must be created somewhere. And I say we have to understand that it is we that create the money. And if I get $1 million I cannot pay back more than 1 million, since that's what I got. So you can't have interest, since it is created new now for me to build this thing.
Yeah.
And if I want to build a house, I give the 1 million to the guys building the house, and now I don't have any money anymore, since they have it. So that now I have to be a good guy and help out with things so that I can get money from my fellow citizens, so I can make good on my loan. I believe very much in the credit system. So I am loaning, but my loan is not in debt or in guilt. It's in free choice. I take out a set of free choice depending on my capabilities. My free choice is small or big. So I take out the loan of my free choice, and I want to make it from thought into reality.
Yes. Now, that would be what you're saying is comes under the heading of philosophical idealism. And, but the problem with that is that equality and equity that you're talking about, the true equity, is to believe in each other as producers and creators. But the thing is that most of the people who got the money. Yeah, right. So here's the thing, right? If you have an individual who's made money, and the money to lend to somebody else, whether it's a debt-based thing he chooses or whether it's equitable, where he just says, you go and do what you want with them, I'm going to lend you 10,000 to go and open that studio or whatever. And he's waiting for you honestly to pay it back once you've got it with no interest. It's just like, hey, you lent me the money, you trusted in me, you trusted me like a brother, right? That's why it's idealism, it's true humanism. And I'm going to pay it back as a brother. I'll die before, I don't pay that back. But the thing is that most money is made by people, not in every case, somebody can inherit it, but the general idea is I worked for that money that I got in order to become a philanthropist. So the work involved in becoming rich that I can now lend to the guy down the street, I want some payment back for the work that I put in to give me the money. It's just subconscious, right? If I have earned the money that I may lend, isn't it already inbuilt to want something extra? Because I had to work fucking hard to get the money that I may lend to some other guy whose the work he may put in to build that house or build that studio, he's kind of happy. I've just handed him a bunch of money to go and live his dream. So even though there's work in it, it's not suffering. It's not real work in the sort of the Marxist way of saying, fuck, I earned this the hard way up. So if I lend the money, I want something back. Now, the way we've settled it across the world is you'll pay me interest. And of course, it gets more and more interest and more exorbitant. And then the slavery, a debt slavery, as you say, comes out of that. I'm against that, actually. But then if I didn't charge interest on money I give, how do I get it back? Do I look at the guy's creation and go, oh, good, I can share? And, he put my name on the front of like the hospital, say, oh, this is the Michael Tessarian ward. Is that enough reward to know that people are, what comes back to me in real terms other than just getting the capital back from my money? You see how that would work in somebody? I'm just being devil's advocate, right?
No. It's okay. And this is, how can I say, the hard thing to see, so to speak. If you do it like that on a peer-to-peer level with other guys, as I see it, for a while, many generations perhaps, that will have to be the case. But what I'm talking about is the currency itself. When it is introduced into the circulation, if you work very hard so that but on you as an individual, work very hard so that you have a lot of these widgets, and then you are asked by someone to do something with it, then it's up to you what you want to do with it, according to me. What I'm talking about here is the currency on state level, when it is introduced anew into the society. If it is carrying interest when it is introduced into the circulation, it can never work. Since the money is introduced only as much as the debt, and then if you should charge interest as well, there's a hole There's a difference between total amount of debt and total amount of currency. So someone is earning, they're doing it in the shade, so to speak, since no one knows about it. And and in the end, they are buying everything from us, just like Jefferson wrote in some letter in the late 1700s.
Yeah, if you're in debt, you forfeit anything they want to come and take from you. So there's confiscation and extortion at that point.
Well, this is
so in
why...
Sweden we have.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. So in Sweden now it's upside down. You have the Green Party wants to bomb the landscape way to make some huge railway that will be impossible to mend afterwards. Invest huge amounts of money and really destroy the planet. And then we have the Red Party, the socialists. They privatized the electricity in the country. And so what it's all about, the politicians today, they need to invent new ways to create more money, since they are in debt. So that's why there's no, they don't have any balls anymore. They don't have any truths that they believe in. They only, in their hidden meetings, are made very clear to them that you have to keep this money system working.
But
you have to invent things so that more money is created.
Doesn't this also make the state sort of decline, because they have to sell off like state-owned companies and such over time also, because they need to cover the holes, so to speak. So everything getting privatized in the end. Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting
so
closer
other countries
to
can come in
fascism.
and just buy up the state-owned companies and all this. So it's a very good tactic to also demolish a state, I would say, to have this kind of.
Well, when I had an interview with a gentleman that he fled Venezuela, and he lived through what happened with the Marxist takeover in Venezuela. And I brought him on to help people in the West understand that what's been done in these other states using the economy as a weapon against the people has been done before, using the exact same blueprint that is being used in the West, and now with this whole thing, they're trying to use it globally. And he was talking about the economy, and if I compare what he said to what G. Edward Griffin talks about when he wrote, Jekyll Island, and how essentially there were there was a great foundation to free market capitalism, which was based on free choice, and there wasn't this interference by the government constantly, by the state constantly coming in, and there wasn't this central control of the debt and the interest attached to it by these families, right? It was based on free enterprise, where you could charge interest if you want, you could even use different currencies if you wanted to, right? As long as it was backed by something real and tangible. What they've done is they've hijacked it, hollowed it out, and made it look like that's still the system, but that's not the system. One of the planks of communism is to install a central bank, and we had that happen in America with the Jekyll Island, the Federal Reserve, and you have all these big central banks, and that takes now the whole country. All the countries are in debt to the same people, right? And so now these guys, like the mafia, they've kept the illusion that this is a free market, but it's not even close. And they still use the same terms: credit, loans, liens, capital moving, and all that investment, but they're plundering it through their version of the debt-based fiat system. And what that does is, as you said, it keeps everybody enslaved to them instead of having this more natural relationship that would occur, like what Michael's talking about, that would occur without the interference of that state and even a lot of those private banks. So nothing wrong with banks, nothing wrong with credit, nothing wrong with lending, but it's been hijacked, and a false straw man has been put in its place so everybody thinks that's what it is, But really, underneath it all, it's not real free market. It's an illusion of that.
Debt-based,
Yeah, I
right?
agree.
As you're saying, Frederick.
Yeah, and I see it. It's this interest that have never been introduced to the circulation that they take, and then the population has to pay. They look at the contract and tell the population, well, you have this debt, now you have to pay. Well, how can we pay it? And then they come with suggestions then. How about selling your power plants? Yeah, that's a very good idea. First, we have to open it to the market. Okay. And then maybe we can buy your schools. Oh, then we have to make a market for schooling. That has never been in Sweden until the last 20 years, perhaps. And then they use, where is my camera? Here. This little thing, since they have the money, so they can pay it. So now we have to pay not ourselves for our electricity, but them. I think we have like 270 kommuner, the smallest voting, the cities, so to speak, in Sweden, 270. And I think close to half of them are on the brink of what's the
bankruptcy?
Yeah, bankruptcy. Since they have sold everything.
They are starting to merge them together also, I've seen.
Oh,
yeah, they have sold everything. Yeah, they have sold everything.
They are called kommuner. It's introduced via the Russians, actually. When before it was like a, what was it called? Byaråd or socken. Yeah.
Oh, socken.
Yeah. It was the Russians that came with this commune, the Russian thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but so they are, and then the politicians then have to market the idea of this new market and how good it is, and then people should then vote about it. And then I read in that fact box in the newspaper that 200,000 of that and blue of this is bad or something, and then the basic, the fundamental flaws are for God's sake never discussed.
I'm thinking
it's
about
an interesting thing. Yeah, but it's an interesting thing that today we have done half of our cities are on the very brink of bankruptcy, but in, I think it was in the early 1700s, Sweden was very, very different in different parts of Sweden. So the Scania part, the very southern Sweden, was very much feudal. But when you got further to the north, like in Dalarna, close to Norway, actually everyone was a landowner. So if you had a small village, and then some couple got very old, so they couldn't farm their land anymore. Then the elder, they kind of discussed it with them and said, hey, if that land isn't farmed properly, we will starve here. And they agreed. So then they had to split that farmland into and give it to someone recently married or something. So everyone living in the village owned a plot of land. And that's very far from today's situation, where or at least from the Davos quotations here, you will own nothing and be happy. It's a very different model, so to speak, where everyone owns something and is responsible for it.
Well, my fear with that, if I can add, is that that's attractive to certain people because the jobs most people go and do, they don't like to do it, whether it's sitting in the cubicle or some stupid marketing job. People are now even on Facebook telling you that they're not going back to their job even if they could. They hated it. They hate it now. They don't want to even go back. So these Davos preachers are very clever because they've given us such shit jobs. Like you just mentioned, a beautiful transition of power and wealth equally, naturally, and based on getting old. So I want to see those two younger people, and then they will look after me, right, in my old age, because I created the thing, and it's a natural transition of wealth and power. Here, we have been so enslaved to crappy jobs that pretty much, not just teachers, but all across the board, driving the van or, it's faceless, meaningless, empty jobs. This guy, Schwab, knows fine rightly that if he dangles that carrot and says, we will provide everything by the super welfare state, that immediately the individual, all four of us and a lot of people listening, are going to be outnumbered by the masses who go, hail the providers, fuck, I'm taking it, right?
No. I don't have to do anything. I get my check. Oh, that's very good. Oh, I have to.
Oh yeah, this UBI stuff's going to be the end of us, man.
Yeah. No.
What is it? UBS? What
Universal Basic Income.
Oh,
This is another carrot because this is what they're trying to roll out in Canada. That's what this pandemic was. One of the aspects. They want to get us reliant 100% on the government to dole out our little pennies. And they don't want us to have our own property. I can see it, the rhetoric, exactly Marxism 101 coming out of Trudeau and the liberals that are taking over this country right now. They're building the China model here in Canada as we speak, verbatim, in the open, no hiding. It's right there. We will give you your mutton. We will give you your food. We will take over your property, and we will rent it out to you. And we're going to put a bunch of little 500 square foot condos where you used to have free range chickens and shit like that. That's what they want.
Sweden was the model.
Yeah, let me tell you, this is quite interesting. Here in Sweden, those different communes Fredrik was talking about, if one goes bad, the other add up like so every money getting split between them. Those who goes bad, they're getting like boosted by those who are working better. And now with the pandemic, we can see, I remember I called out this, that I thought that the European Union would get much more power after this pandemic. That was my fear at least. But now you can see the same kind of system are being rolled out on the European Union level, that those countries that go bad, the countries that goes better have to pay up or add up, help them. So it's sort of the same kind of system that
But that'll be forever, Jocke.
Yeah, they are binding up like Sweden now. Yeah. We are in debt now for generations because of this pandemic, Sweden. Yeah, so they have been making this big contract now that we are going to loan money and also give out money to like Greek and other states down there in the southern that are not going too well, and we can guess why. But I'm just telling that now we can see this on a fucking global scale that they are using. Like now we're really into it. We're gonna
I think it may be communism, but in my opinion, it's closer to fascism, where you have the state that is so dependent on the huge corporations and mega banks that they do everything. The huge mega corporations, and then the state is just nodding and, oh, how very nice that you can help us. So I would like to see a completely different model, where we don't have these stupid free trade agreements. We should have a free giving agreements. If I put my energy into something, if I want to work on your tire factory, Michael, it's a fair trade. I give you my time, and you pay me. That should be free of charge. There shouldn't be any person. It's a consequence of changing from free trade to free giving, according to me, would be that instead of mega corporation not paying tax, I as an individual don't pay tax, since it's a fair trade. I give you my time and you pay me for it. There is no extra money here. There's nothing I can give.
And you keep the sum of your worth, because the government doesn't come in and take 40% of your wage to give out to whatever they think.
In the first place.
Exactly.
I think it's a warfare thing. I think it's rooted in the warfare.
What is the percentage of taxes in Sweden? It must be 80% or something, right? Something very high. Same in England, right?
No, it depends on how you count. if you like, I was a contractor. I have my own company then, and sending invoices myself, and then you see a lot more clearly. A lot of people are employed here in Sweden, so they only see the income tax, and the income tax is actually quite low in Sweden if you don't earn very much. I think up to like £10,000 you only pay like 10%.
No.
Yeah, but it's usual 33, right?
Yeah, but that's so it's, if you have low income, the tax is very low. But then the highest income tax is perhaps, I think it is 56% now or something. And that's from like, yeah, that's from like,
communism.
and that's already from, yeah, and that's already from around £3,000 a month, I guess. It starts to increase.
Right, and that's the Communist Manifesto. They hit the hardest, hit the richest, hit the most productive, hit the ones who can benefit the whole community, tax them to 80%. It's all over. Just that one action alone.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's the people working. You have a lot of taxes on work, but if I already have a lot of money and I buy real estate or I buy and sell stocks or derivatives or whatever, then the tax on that kind of activity is a lot lower. It's only like 30%. And then I forgot to mention that before, when the corporation pays you your salary, and then you get your salary statement and you see that, oh, I paid like 50% income tax. But let's say your salary is 40,000 Swedish or 4,000 euros. Then before you get these 4,000 euros that you pay 50% tax on, the corporation has to buy an additional 31% social fee. So there's an extra 30% that the ordinary guy never sees. And then it's always this VAT on everything as well. So when I charge someone, first I have to pay this 31% social things, and then it's 50%, and then I get the rest. And then on top of this entire, I have to charge them 25% VAT
on products.
So the cost of doing things here is huge in Sweden, and that's what I would call, and I guess you call in English-speaking countries, red tape, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's not illegal to do things. It's not illegal to do things, but the cost is so amazingly high, so you can't really do anything. You have to go and be employed by Amazon.
Oh, is that right? But then the red tape disappears if you're from Kenya or Cameroon or Eritrea or Somalia. Then there's red tape suddenly has vanished. When you want to open a kiosk or you want to have a life and bring the whole tribe, then it's no problem, right?
No, I don't. No, yeah, but if you want to, it's same rules if you want to do something, so to speak. If you have to work, if you want to work for yourself, it's the same rules that apply. But there might be some transition rules, so to speak, if you're new to the country. Just like you have in Canada, I guess. If I, as a European, would move to Canada, wouldn't I get a free year for school fares and things?
It depends where you're from, because now they're looking at only doing certain projects for certain people coming from certain countries that are deemed, what are they calling them? Like
specialists or experts or something.
No, not even. No, they don't want this. They're looking to just bring people in from poor countries.
You're racist as fuck.
Well,
in Canada.
Hey, come if you got married. I don't care what race you are. Just don't, come here and drain the whole accounts. It's what it is they're calling them like refugees or something like that. And so they're bringing them in, putting them up in 4-star hotels, giving the whole family, minivans, all this stuff. But if you come through merit, you have to go through a different process. You have to go through, like if you apply and go the old way, like it's a longer process. You don't get nearly as much because you're not a part of that program, because you're not deemed a victim of something. You know what I mean? Because we live in, yeah.
It's the same in Sweden getting a persona number, right? You have to tick the boxes, and the moment that you show that you're self-supporting or an entrepreneur or anything like that, it's automatic fail. You won't get it. If you show you climbed out of the chicken huts of Africa, you got it. If you come from the slime of, the cave in Somalia, you automatically, it goes through and processes and you get the persona number. Tell me what that Somalian is going to achieve. Even with all the help of the colleges and the social system and the universities, only 1 in a million is going to ever achieve anything with the old capitalist model. So it's a failure from top to bottom.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how it works. Let's say that. But the thing is with the state then here in Sweden, the more personal numbers there is in the country, the more money can be created. So in Sweden, I would say now that we have such a huge difference between available money in circulation and the debts that should be paid. So there's the question is there enough money in circulation just to keep paying the interest? There's no way since this system has gone on now for 500 years, there is such a huge difference between available money and the debts. So it can absolutely never be repaid. It's for 500 years, more money has been paid out that has been inserted into the circulation. So the more people that see it, so to speak, on this higher country level, the harder it will be to keep it going. So I guess that's why Davos and the guys there is saying that they want to help the world population and reduce like student loans in America and things. But the actual cause of this difference is, as I see it, that the new money introduced into circulation carries interest, and that's simply mathematically impossible.
Well, then, do you predict that loans will stop? That what the Schwab behind what he's really saying is that we're going to stop loaning you money, and then you're just going to collapse without that debt money? Is that what you predict?
No, I think I don't want to speculate too much. I want to focus on my own idea, since my idea is a very very good one. No, but I think that could actually work. But what you can do is things that like they have done many times before. They simply switch the currency for something else. Like here we have krona today, but earlier we have dollar that you have in Canada now, the dollar. So they will probably introduce some other currency. And since the banking system is not in no country in the world, the actual banking activity is regulated in law. What they are doing. So they are self-regulating to our benefit, not. So they will probably just introduce something else, and everyone will look at each other and say, "Oh, that is very good." Yeah, and no one, and we will still have the problem, since they have stolen so much from us already, so they can reset it.
Sure.
They already own everything, so they can just okay, we reset everything and we restart. We charge interest from this level instead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they'll just move the goalposts. That's why they don't want a tangible currency that actually has value of some kind associated with it, because they can't keep going like this.
But that's a different thing. Since I am a very inventive guy, I can invent anything now, and the three of you as well. So if you have like kind of precious metal or some kind of commodity, a finite commodity as a basis for currency, then society can never grow as much as possible. If I want to grow as much as I can, I want to be able to do that. I want to build with my own hands. And I want to have a currency that can reflect that. And then it cannot be a finite resource that is connected to my possible expansion.
Well, what the question
So I
would be
think
then, what do we do about the fact that there's finite resources on the planet in general?
Yeah, that's no problem. What I thought you meant was that we should have a currency based to a finite commodity.
Right. I guess
That it should be tangible.
Right. Or it should have. I guess I'm thinking of an alternative, and this is what a lot of people are thinking about. Is, it used to be gold, and then even now with crypto, there's a whole new discussion happening about it. But it's like we've been given two choices, and I'm sure there's many others, but the two choices are you have either a tangible backed currency that is based on a finite resource, which allows it to have its value, or you have to have an energy system that isn't finite in order to make something without, you know what I mean? Like we're working on oil and all that, and we just had Bill on the show to give us the nightmare scenario of where that's going, and yet we have this infinite currency that's just accumulating debt. But if we had some kind of free energy or something where the energy is taken care of, then you can have a more infinite currency. But if you have finite resources that are linked to our energy production, then you have to have a finite currency in order to allow for some kind of value to be attached to it. Otherwise, they're literally just typing numbers in, and it's infinite, and there's no value to anything, because if it's infinite, then where's the value?
Well, it's in the work of the person who's the slave. To them.
Yeah,
to them. Exactly, yes.
I think, David, you're touching on kind of hen and the egg question here, I think. Is it possible to have free energy before we believe in it ourselves?
Yes.
I think it kind of works as I see it. I want to use free choice as the basis for currency, and every human being's free choice is impossible to calculate. It's a huge number, so it's by no means a finite resource, the free choice of every human being. And free choice, in my opinion, would then be the motor for free energy.
Mm-hmm.
So if we believe that we can create and we are honest, so we repay what we have borrowed. If I take back from the symbology from this word ecology, the logic of echo in nature. If I want to take out a loan on my free choice, and I use my free choice, I build a house, then I should probably pay it back as I use the house. So let's say in 200 years, there is no house anymore. Then that money should be paid back.
Oh, you're thinking like that. The interesting thing about
just like in nature, if you have a spruce, it will live for perhaps 200 years, and then you cut it down and you burn it up, and then you can plant a new one. We should have money working in the same way.
But isn't that the same thing as saying that everything then should be just free? That the house should just be without money at all. There should be no exchange. It should be a naive system in which everybody does things. What is money essentially? It enables me to do things. If I take that away, and I'm not talking about loaned money or anything, I'm just saying money itself. Say your family is so loaded and a kid can do what he wants, he can buy what he wants, he can travel where he wants. That's about in our world, that's about as free as anyone's going to get. Right? The credit card just does not expire. The bank account does not expire. To most people on this planet, that is freedom. So their focus of freedom is not even what you're talking about. Their focus of freedom is give me all the money I can grab, and then that will facilitate all, and most of it's just a bunch of sensual desires. But even granted that they're going to do something more with it, like say they're more virtuous and they will actually build, we know that if somebody had infinite access to money, mostly they just satiate themselves essentially, and there'd be not a single thing born out of it. We know that for the most of the human race. But even if in a perfect situation, they did something with the fucking money that they had, right? That would be then their idea of the most free that they could be. You have to fight that, right? That's what their economics is based on. That one, if I have infinite access to... Go ahead.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is not that everyone should have everything they want from day one. Then money would have no meaning, of course. It's like having gravel or something, to use that as money. When everything has, no matter what. What I mean is, if you are an honest person and take care of what you loan, if you take out of your free choice, then you should be allowed to borrow more. Perhaps your first loan is not $100 million. Perhaps it is $50 or $300 to buy a book and a typewriter so that you can study the book and then write something. And then if you show that, okay, I promise to pay this back in 2 years' time, and then you do that, okay, maybe depending on the rules in your specific area, you are allowed to borrow 10 times more the next time, or whatever. So, and then we have to remember that we have a current situation that is about to break any minute. Even the evil bankers want to reset it. And should we let them reset it, or should we understand why they want to reset it and come up with a different idea?
That's right. Well, I think that I never borrowed money in my life that many times, but I have had to do it in a crisis, right? And one time that I borrowed money, it was allegedly somebody who, I would have called a friend, although that quickly died. Now, he invests in a project I was doing. It's actually one of the things I created. It's right here on the Unslaved website. And it didn't come out the way I wanted because I didn't get the loan I wanted. But he loaned me some money, and I said I'd pay it back with it at the end of the year. He gives me the money in April, and I said by September, October, and I knew I could actually because there was a couple of things coming up. That's why I asked him. I didn't even ask him thinking, oh, I don't know when I'm going to pay it back. I had a general idea where at least half, if not all of it, would be paid back, a few $1,000s, right? Okay, he does actually give me the money. But 3-4 months later, long before the period to pay back, he says, I want the money back, and I want it with interest. Right? So this is if you look up the word friend in a dictionary, it says those who charge you interest on any help they give you. Of course. Every country knows that, right? So these are the kind of friends I've had, right? Anyway, I'm stuck. I can't argue with that. I have to get the money even faster, which puts a lot of pressure on. And then I have to come up with a very sizable chunk of interest, all of which got paid by November, right? And so I paid him back, even the interest that he asked for, or this extra. But the thing was that obviously the missing piece in all of this was that the person who invested in this project, this program, did not care or value the program. That's why all these extras were added on, right? Because the actual thing, I was not only asking the person to loan, I was hoping to get somebody who would loan me the money because they believed in the value of what I was creating. And I assumed that that was the case. So, because I've looked back on this whole dynamic. Okay, what I find out is, give a few stars. The guy lent you the money and you were able to build a studio and you were able to do this and that and the other. And you got the project finished, even though it was very, very imperfectly done. But very quickly after, you realize that the project and the theme and the study and the whole of the work was of no value or interest to this person, which is why he just looked at it on a financial basis. I need my money back right now. Please pay me back. And here, I'm going to add this on or whatever. So there was no value in the product that was being created. So this person then did not really believe in me and, didn't want to lend the money, but then kind of did. But a lot of these human factors were missing. And what I hear you saying is that we've got to bring all of that back. That you borrow money from somebody who you know cares about what you're doing. They actually do care about it. That's why they'll loan the money. And then there's a great joy in the actual coming to fruition, like it would be in a garden, that everybody then can enjoy. The man who invested, the producer, the executive producer, you know, and the director, right? And everybody looks at this masterpiece like a beautiful thing that'll stand forever to uplift the whole of mankind, a great poem, a great artwork, a great movie, right? Or in this case, you know, another project. Is that what I hear you saying, that needs to be brought back?
I would say to a large extent, yes. But one thing that I want to stress here is that the thing I loan is I make a withdrawal from my own free choice and convert that into money. So I borrow actually from myself. I register this withdrawal from my own free choice with some others. So I just can't write on a piece of paper, I want to study cloud formations for 50 years. And maybe I write something about it. That's simply not allowed. You have to, just like you when you go to the bank and they check how creditworthy you are, you do the same. It's just that it's obvious that since this money doesn't exist, you create it. It's a new thing that you want to do. You want to change your surrounding with you focusing on something.
Right, but
either it's a piece of work.
But the thing I was saying was I may create. Okay, go ahead then.
And then you pay it back according to the contract, just like you have a contract today when you borrow money. Right. You pay it back since this, and this is the way my kind of money will be introduced into circulation. You have to be trustworthy.
Right, but if you don't value the thing that you're going to loan, right? Say you loan me that money, but you don't give a shit about what got produced. And then on my side, I've got your money, but I've lost your trust. I've gained one thing, which is I build the project. I film what I wanted to film, but I've lost a friend. I've gained with one hand, but there's been a deficit as well, because I was hoping that person would share my joy when I asked for the loan, that you'll have a vested interest in the product. Like, you know, you invest in your children, don't you? Because you want to see them looking good, kicking the ball around, or whatever you've invested and bought them.
Yeah, and that's hard work.
Yeah, right. But so in my case, I lost that.
Yeah. But and what one thing that I have found, I think, is that the current economic model fosters psychopaths.
Yeah, agreed.
Agreed.
So psychopathic tendencies in people is enhanced, and that, according to me, is very stupid and detrimental for humanity.
I was sitting here thinking about, you know, the background a little bit of this, because here in Sweden we had like the first central bank, like your ancestors made this thing, and now Fredrik, he wants to do something about it, some kind of destiny or öde, as we call it, perhaps. But I think because they had a choice, all right, when they kicked the bishop out in the 1500s here, they stayed with the taxation system, this like 10% or whatever it was that was going to the Pope. But now they created like a nation state, and this taxation was supposed to go into like the state. And they made this central bank to get this more centralized control over where the money goes, I would think. But I think it's a lot. They needed to keep this kind of system because they knew that they needed to have wars, right? Because wars, this is how I see it, at least, that they still need this kind of system because of the wars and all these kind of things. I don't know how you think about it, but I think that was the essential thing of keeping this kind of taxation.
Or maybe it is twofold. It is two purposes. Maybe he thought that he needed to protect himself by going to war. But then also, if you have this hole, so to speak, in the that is ever produced with every payment of interest, the difference between available money in circulation and debt constantly increases. In those days, in the early 1500s, up until in the 1970s, as in the case of USA, there was some kind of exchange rate between currency and gold. So
Yeah, we
by
had it
going
too,
to
right?
war, and so by going to war, you could negotiate with the guys that you have borrowed from, and they might take gold or some other commodity instead. So I think this currency system actually forces kings and countries to go to war, since they need to steal from others to repay their debt. Just like what the Soviets did with the Ukrainians in the 1920s. After the Red Army, the so-called revolution, there was actually some civil war, I guess, in the Soviet Union. When there was finally peace, the Soviets stole everything from Ukraine and sold it on the world market. And that's how a lot of wars have. That's how I see it. This money system where you have to, where there's a difference, whether you have to pay interest on a finite circulation, forces really strange things to happen, like stealing the food from your own population to pay back loans. And that's or stealing common property like they do here. They're stealing the electricity. I guess it's only a question of time when they start selling our roads, since that's the only thing that we still have that can be sold.
Yeah, I can see that. And again, we have to pause right now because we're out of time. But from what you've been telling us, I can see as one of the scenarios that they just stop credit at some point, prior to a reset. So let's leave it there. Everyone can think about these fascinating things. I hope that we can really, because I know you had Bill on yesterday. That was another fucking, really excellent insight into the matter of resources. Because at the end of the day, whatever country you're living in, it is about the fundamental resources that country has to offer on the market or to rely on in the case of collapse. And so, yeah, if that's not there, or it's got a big sign saying keep off, beware the dog, and the population can no longer access it. All of these things have been done before. There's been meltdowns, economic meltdowns. Look at Germany during the Versailles Treaty and stuff like that. I mean, Sweden is utterly communistic as far as I'm concerned, albeit with a smile. It's not the Bolshevik style. It's the Fabian matriculation, of the slow creeping socialism. And so now we have Canada going there, and we have other countries, America as well, and we've definitely looked into the point. But the thing is also the etymology. You mentioned the word kroner. I mean, we could have a 2-hour show just on the etymology of the money, the very word money, and all of this. So there's so many facets to come at this. But guys, we have to leave it there right now. But any final thoughts, Frederick? Have you got a website? Is there somebody to contact you? Is that what you're into? Do you want people to contact you directly, or just how can they get your book or your writings?
Yeah, the book is in Swedish only, but I'm about to put it up on Kindle. Maybe you can put some link up on it. It's hopefully available on Kindle in some weeks.
Good man. Send that to me, please. And thanks for today.
Yeah, that was great.
Thank you.
Much to think about. I mean, we've got to figure something out moving forward with this economy. We've got to build something that protects us against the whims of government, that protects us against people who are dishonest. It fosters incentive. That's a big issue to think about, is where's the incentive? And then also I like what you're saying, Frederick, about it has to be based on free exchange, free will. We can't be violating each other's free will while trying to pursue a freedom lifestyle. So there's so many things to think about. I think this is one of the most important questions. And then I like how we rolled it from this ancient Bock Saga history, getting into the history of all of this and where do all these words come from. How, our thinking is based on the words we use to think with and symbols that we employ. So this show is always about trying to upgrade that and expand that. So definitely not the last time. Always good to have you here, Yoke, and the first time for me, Frederick.
I need to comment a little bit here. I just want to say,
you wrap it up.
you know,
you wrap it up.
now I just wanted to say it's a those Vasas when they got in power, and Frederick is actually a descendant of this Vasa line via Eric the 14th, but they rolled back. They started to roll back from the damage that has been done when the Catholics has been here, changing things and setting up things. So it's not at you need to look or invent something new. We can look back and maybe roll back a little bit again, So it's not always that we need to invent something completely new.
No.
We can just look
That's a
in
good
what
point.
has been working before. And I think that is what Frederick is actually doing here. It can be sound completely crazy, but it's a bold thing, and I think we need something need to happen, and I thank Fredrik for this. I'm no fan of economics and all this, but I'm glad to listen to him anyway.
That's right.
Absolutely.
So anyone
May
at
I
all
suggest,
who does that is important.
May I suggest a few? What I want to stress with the book I've written is that we change from the current system, as I see it, that is a system based on taking, and going back to a system of giving. The country Sweden is called Sverige in Swedish, but it's Sverige is the sounds, and you have to change the spelling to understand what it really means. It means Sverige, swear to give. That's the name of our country. Sverige, swear to give. So that's what we are all about as human beings, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Giving focus to things, growing as individuals.
Yeah. That's that's very philosophical. But let's leave it there, guys.
But it's the name of the country.
I wish we could explore more.
It's always more, right?
You bet.
Oh, David, you're muted, right?
Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. That was awesome. And thanks to all of our members for making this possible by using your free will to support what you find value in. Please continue to do that here. We've got a lot more guests coming up. We're going to be rescheduling Dylan. I've just been in contact with him to get that show underway real soon. So stay tuned for that and lots more to come. So we'll catch everybody next time. Thank you, gentlemen. Everybody have a good one. Cheers, everybody.